All right, so we are picking up from the speed forward from last time. The first week after Dusty's, Hunter's injury, you guys will be continuing the investigation with MI5 and the Order of Hermes, and that will root out most of the bad guys. You'll find out that some people went missing, and they assume that they're connected. However, they'll essentially have photographs and continue looking for reports and things of that nature, or they might try to escape to other countries. However, magic involved, so that's where Order of Hermes comes in. So after that first week, you guys can decide where you want to be or what you want to do. Occasionally, you will need to be available, unless you specify something with Nathan Dweller for work at Obduro. So at least being able to get to the Brooklyn area at least once or twice a week, or at least the bulk majority of your time. So if you take 2 weeks off and coming back in, and that's for minor investigative work. Not everything you guys go on is supernaturally significant, or even kind of world-shattering. Sometimes it's pretty mundane, missing person, or
giant pigeons.
I was about to say, those giant pigeons actually might be worth following up on.
They're buggies.
What about the secret basement?
Yeah,
thing?
where are they going?
I think the secret basement was mentioned.
There's a secret secret basement
in the secret basement.
Secret basement? The one in
Smallwood.
That's taken
I
care
thought there was a silent town thing going on.
No, that's taken care of.
You're assuming that the town is alive.
They all voted not to go there.
I voted for it. Fuck that.
Finger quotes are saying when taken care of.
The town has been taken care of it's been flooded, completely flooded by a new dam. So it's been taken care of. That's generally the Bureau of Water Reclamation's MO.
No. Because you didn't tell me why you wanted it.
I want to talk to him and get trained in advanced chemistry and metallurgy.
The town of Smallwood wasn't flooded.
Yeah.
It was corned off, and ultimately there was an outbreak of the bubonic plague in the region. So a lot of bridges have been literally burned or destroyed going into the region, and until the government has deemed that the threat of infection is completely gone, they're not going to reopen up the town.
Is that the basement town?
Yeah.
You've only heard stories that B has told you.
Yeah.
He thinks we're all a bunch of loose cannons.
Loose cannons.
Yeah. Well, other than what we think are Byaku's going around, which we should probably figure out where they're going to, what else has been brewing on the lines?
On
I'll
the
take
lines?
The supernatural lines. I'll take a look through the copies of that.
There was 313 missing deranged inmates.
Oh yeah, at
37 missing from an asylum previously in Scotland. Human-sized pigeons, Chinese magic, turf wars.
They weren't human-sized pigeons. They were abnormally large pigeons.
Midget-sized. Midgets are humans.
I think they prefer dwarfs or little people. And no, nothing that would state the size of a little person.
At this time, they're dwarves. In the 1920s, they are not dwarves. They're midgets.
Okay.
In the 1920s.
What size are they? Size of dog?
Size of a chicken?
The clippings are only, say, unusually large.
About the size of a chicken.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Pigeons are pretty big. I think
Chicken is bigger than it.
yeah.
Because if pigeons were bigger than chickens, people would be eating pigeons and not chickens.
Some people eat
Well,
pigeons. That sounds
So if anyone
interesting.
has an idea of what they want to start on or talk to other PCs about various things,
Well, what was happening at Everest before? Were we just told?
Yeah.
Omar Bahawd. So, from what B has told you, is Omar Bahawd is a chaos mathematician that worked for the. He didn't work for, but he was part of the Numismatic Society, a very kind of forward-thinking. How would I describe them? As a kind of a high-tech think tank. It was very prestigious to get any kind of membership into the organization. The PCs have an honorary membership because they saved some of the members during some shenaniganry. Apparently, some sort of long-range radio telescope turned one of the interns into some sort of energy being, and turns out he did not like that. Well, actually, he turned out to really like that, but then he started seeing humans as microparasites.
How do we go from honorary to full on?
You
You
had
have
to
to write a
write
paper.
You'd have to write a paper.
How do I do that out of game?
Write a paper.
Out of game, you could write a paper, but
How
primarily
many
it's
pages?
you'd have to find an expert. Was it? You'd have to find a field in which you would qualify as an expert.
I'm a doctor of many things.
Now, is that by name or skill or
By skill.
by skill? I think you do have a doctorate in anthropology, so that is possibly one way. That is
Right about
how
that.
Jason Gracali got in.
Yeah, that'd be kind of interesting.
I'll have a look at my sheet and then I got a lot of stories.
But ultimately, you have to add something to the scientific community in a significant way for the Numismatic Society to acknowledge you.
Occult technology.
Maybe. How about the PCs have the other PCs have honorary membership? Omer Bahowden, using technology provided by B's missing husband, Walter Riker, he was able to detect particles called heavy cross-bridge particles that seem to be a kind of a trans-dimensional particle that could move sideways and backwards in time. And theoretically, when future Earths have significant heavy particle events, like the dimensions between, or the borders between dimensions start to collapse or fade, they send particles backwards and sideways through space, so you're able to perceive events that could theoretically happen in the future, given a certain probability. So, based on that, the PCs have been doing a lot of investigative work, based on Omar's readings, particular spikes, and strangely enough, things have often coincided with major significant events in the region, given the time frame that he has given to people. Supposedly there was going to be one in Stonehenge around this time period. It happened to coincide with, apparently somebody was trying to summon the Black Goat of the Woods through the Stonehenge itself as some sort of massive shallow or entry into the world. And so far from what he could tell is that large particle emission that he was getting hit with from a theoretical future has somewhat dissipated. However, he still gets hit by the side kind of parallel Earths where this happened, theoretically. He's never actually been to the future or parallel Earths or back in time, but it seems as though his guesses are fairly accurate. So it seems as though you've passed a threshold. There's not too much happening at Stonehenge from these particles. However, there's another major event taking place at a few large locations around the planet, especially the Mount Everest range. Given the density, he can't limit it to a specific area until it gets closer and closer, because he's getting a lot of bleed from possible realities in the future.
Where else? You said a few areas.
Yep. He would mention places like Peru, Russia,
Chris, can I see your high-tech?
Africa,
Your
the Antarctic,
Go to Russia.
and in the United States.
What is the United States location located in? Is that Brooklyn?
One in the United States? No, it's not inside of... Well, there is one inside of New York that's somewhat limited, but you would also find that there is a region somewhere in Utah.
I vote for the U.S. one because we've been
probably
outside the
should take
country
care
too
of home
much.
first.
What has been the situation with the one in New York currently? Just like
For the most part, the dimensional buttresses that kind of reinforce the boundary between certain realities have been put in place all around the Red Hook district.
Yep.
There's still a curfew in place that's enforced by the 42nd Rainbow Division Infantry.
Yep.
And there are strange missing persons and other things of that nature that I said you guys occasionally investigate, but usually gets handed over to the military in the region. And there have been strange appearances from you guys seen. And ultimately, you're aware that you're right next to a large shallow, and it's being kept in place with pieces of hypertech.
okay.
There's not too much they can do, and I mean, it's quite difficult to evacuate a major population like New York City, and just like, oh, bubonic plague, everyone leave.
Okay. Personally, my vote is I think we go for Utah. I'm going edging towards Utah at this point.
Well, there's smaller sites that have these things coincide with, and they all happen at the same time. And he says by far the largest event is at Everest.
Okay, well, you know it's the largest.
The only thing is he can't at this point, given its severity, narrow it down into a specific region. However, as he gets closer, he gets less. He can count out more cross-contamination from side realities and focus on where it actually is going to be. And ultimately, he has to determine where the Earth is in a future position, and that's where the emissions are coming from. So he has to guess where this area is going to lay on the planet this many months in the future and that time of day.
Fair enough. Well, I do change my idea that
Space because Earth is rotating around the sun. Just saying.
Like I said, there's a lot of issues dealing with receiving these particles, and supposedly they bloom out from this region. They go off in different directions. So he's only seeing the ones that are hitting his detectors here. So there could be all kinds of misinformation that he's picking up.
I'm voting Utah. Take care of home first.
The Everest one sounds like it's still some ways out.
About 4 months away.
Okay.
All these events take place damn near at the same time. There may be a few days leeway, but he doesn't know as of yet. He just can tell that there's large emissions within this particular region. That's where the planet is. Technically speaking, if the planet isn't sitting in that position, which would be unlikely, then he doesn't know where the fuck it's coming from.
Seeing that the Everest is probably the biggest one out there, Utah would be a good idea, but actually I think that if it's the biggest event, it might be worth stopping what's going on, or being released on the ground and what's going on in Everest. Because it could be the difference between summoning, say for instance, one of those smaller deities we've had to deal with on occasion, versus something like the Black Goat or Momor coming through a different area. So my personal vote is to take care of the biggest problem first.
4 months, though.
4 months, both times. They're happening relatively at the same time. So. The U.S. has its own thing to deal with it. I'm not sure what the Nepalese, or I don't know who's in charge of that area at this time, have in place for that. So my vote is Everest.
I'm for Everest. I'm a little concerned we're leaving prematurely.
Yeah, we can.
4 months out.
I'm not sure if you guys are, just so you know from what Omar Bahoudan tells you, like, the regions he can give you is like the state of Utah, the entire mountain range of the Everest.
Yeah, that's what
If you guys want to get out there with your like Geiger counters and comb the desert, Spaceball style.
Get a better reading.
Yep.
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 And as it gets closer to the point of emission, that's where you can start detailing.
Yeah, that's what
but it's the mission.
Time similar.
Yep, all these different locations like Peru, Russia, the Antarctic, and this, he would say, are within at least the same week, about 4 months away. However, theoretically, he could be looking at emissions coming from the past of an alternate reality. But he seems to be very good at making educated guesses. He's the only person that you're aware of that even understands how this process or technology works, other than Riker, who is gone now from what B's husband. B's husband managed to, when the entity, I think his name was Griffin, but when the entity, the intern known as Griffin, became a cosmic entity and decided to, at first, destroy the people that helped make him what he is. Then he later on decided to praise them and make him his high priests of a brand new world, which he was going to pretty much turn everyone into freaks. You weren't there for that either. But, what the hell have you? Walter Riker had found a way to ultimately reverse whatever happened to him and draw him back in. However, he was so contaminated with heavy particles that he was no longer able to stay in this dimension, which generally tries to push out heavy particles. So he became the South Pole, a South Magnetic Pole on another South Magnetic Pole, and he's just gone. They're not sure if he's dead or if he's in another reality or he's somewhere out there in the multiverse.
Yeah, he's part of the cosmos.
You're a high-tech guy without B, right? So what about some kind of like heavy particle beam that we shoot at monsters that then pulls them out of reality?
It's not too far off from what Walter Riker did to the intern, but Walter Riker was the man for heavy cross-bridge particles, and not a lot of other people understand the science.
And in game terms, somebody have to focus on that line of technology and just that line of technology.
Out of the PCs, the only one that is close is B. B has been doing a lot of investigative research, but it's primarily in the search of her husband. You'd be aware because you were at the facility while this happened, but she had used her contacts with this, I suppose, strange shadow organization that we've been talking through the radio that's not here. And apparently they helped her put one of her heavy particle detectors somewhere outside the asteroid belt, completely outside of the Sol system. And she believes that at that location she's getting a lot less interference from the barrier that protects Earth from these heavy particle emissions. It's kind of like the Earth's magnetic field, but it works for interdimensional particles.
So, can you tell me who Dr. Darius North is?
Dr. Darius North is a hyper technician that is working with the 42nd Rainbow Division inside of New York City to keep the heavy particle buttresses up and running.
Okay.
So he's a scientist that is in some way connected to the Bureau of Water Reclamation,
All right.
which is supposedly just a bureau of the government that handles water reclamation in the Nevada area. And you hear they're going to be building a dam soon.
All right. So, downtime.
Yep. The PCs can decide whatever they want to follow
Is there
up or
anything
anything of
going
that
on in
nature.
this month specifically?
You don't know ahead of time.
Okay.
The things that Omar Bahoudan tells you are just guesses based on heavy particles. There could be a mass murdering. If it doesn't have anything to do with heavy particles, he can't detect anything like that. And he's working on certain thresholds. So even if there's like somebody summons a demon, unless it's like really high tier level, he doesn't actually see it. It's just kind of low. Somebody's jumped the border. It doesn't mean that somebody's driven an entire carrier straight through international waters.
Okay.
He's our apocalypse warning summoner guy.
He's kind of the apocalypse statistician. He determines how likely an apocalyptic situation would happen. Mind you, it's usually only the collapse of the barrier dealing with other realities, but he assumes that if other realities can collapse into this one, things like creatures like Byakhee or night gaunts, all kinds of horrible things, even like ancient dragons, could theoretically come back. But he has determined that the Earth goes through natural cycles like this, similar to an ice age. And he believes that the last one was close to about 170,000 years ago. And then there was a slight surge ever since probably about 10,000 years ago.
So, heavy bridge particle warning.
Yeah, kind of. Well, no, it'd be equivalent of another ice age coming. Cooling, yeah, planetary cooling.
During this month we're waiting, I'll be splitting my time between Chicago and New York, working on some of that.
Well, we can do week by week, so tell me what you want to work on the first week.
For the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be, well, actually for this whole month, I'll be working in that clinic in Chicago.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
What were you primarily trying to work on?
Just working under the doctor that does the pattern damage and everything.
Yep,
so
you can give me a research.
give you a default.
He's not, I suppose you wouldn't say that he's a great teacher. He does seem to have a lot of advanced knowledge on the subject, and he even has supposedly developed his own spells. And they're not really spells so much as sigils and other things of that nature. What was your research by?
My research was by, I rolled a 6. I rolled a 6, beat my intelligence by 8.
So you don't have research?
No, I don't.
You have seen him do things using mending and breaking down runes, and you saw his spell list, right?
Yep.
When I say spell relative, it could be rituals or
Yep.
Other various incantations or things of that nature. There's even some hypertech things that I would just say spells, because it's a power-based thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you've seen him use breaking down, what is it, the symbol for breaking down matter and mending to do things like destroy parasites, break down chemicals inside of a human body, or even things like rebuild part of the central nervous system. In one particular instance, rebuild part of an optical nerve. And all of this is far beyond what would normally be capable with normal science in the time period. And it seems like only kind of lost cause cases ever get forwarded to this clinic that no one's ever heard of.
Mm-hmm. I do have detect central nervous system.
Yep. And that's primarily what he uses to get an interior view of the patient that he's working on.
Okay.
In some cases, you have seen him be able to repair dead tissue that you would even deem with your level of mending that you couldn't repair dead tissue like that. It shouldn't be able to be revived, resuscitated.
Okay.
The cells are just dead. But you've occasionally seen things like that occur.
While I'm working there for the month, I will discuss the case of Mrs. Eckhart. Mrs. Eckhart. And they'll discuss her case with him.
He said that he was actually tapped initially for reconstruction. Part of her pattern had been damaged, and the thing is, patterns aren't symmetrical, so they had to reconstruct what was left using some forms of temporal magic. What was prior left, though, is she was partially transformed into a totem form that the Garu uses, and her totem is that of essentially a balefire demon. So part of her body had been rebuilt, in part how she would have looked as a balefire demon / Garu totem, and they had given her a glamour so she could fit in with other people, but supposedly she's going to be permanently like that. She's not necessarily weaker, it's just...
That's how she is.
That's how she is now.
Okay. Alright. That's all I'll be doing for that.
Okay. You could theoretically increase your skills while working with them, and I sent you the email list that has those types of spells. So a lot of those are applicable for you to pick up while you're working with him, or specific questions you have about dealing with him.
Yep. I will be keeping in contact through Telegraph with not only my own clinic back in New York, but also Obduro if they need me to come back.
The only other thing that I would say that you had noticed prior was you did see that he used some sort of modified algae bath to slowly reap vital essence.
Yep, I remember that from last time. I actually had notes on that.
Okay. Anyone else got there what they want to do for the week?
For the week, I'm going to go into nap mode.
Yep.
And focus on Foxfire and Guardian of the Bastards.
Okay. Can you give me a roll on both of those?
I'm not going to walk that one right off the bat.
The whammies?
That's a whammy right there.
For the most part, I mean, you guys get whammies and I calculate it, but a lot of times it burns off before anything significant happens. The only one who actually gets significant is Hunter, because he's like, so I'm supposed to do this and then touch the wire? I'm not turning off the power box, let's just go!
Yep.
Just grab two hands and I'll lick my fingers and touch the wire ends.
Beat Foxfire by 1 and I missed Guardian by 5.
Okay.
Because I can't put any points into that just yet.
No, you haven't really been using
No.
it. Alright. You'll know that Foxfire can create, I suppose, larger effect for the same amount of effort as creation of fire, but technically the fire isn't really real. But the better you get at it, it becomes, I suppose, indistinguishable. You feel as though your skin will be burning, animals will run away from it, other things of that nature. For all intents and purposes, you trick the individual's being into thinking that it is a real fire. The only thing is, you don't imagine like lighting a wax simulacrum up with it would really do anything if they don't really have the intelligence to understand what's happening. However, a deep one would probably freak the fuck out. And as I said, the area and significance of the fire is much greater than what would be normally required to just conjure it into being. So you get a larger magical fire for your buck. Ultimately, you're going to still have to continue to work with your transformation of Bombastus. You have seen, in your dreams at least, that Scarlet takes on the form of a lioness that gets fairly large. You've never been able to accomplish anything as of yet like that. You're roughly aware of how the power works, and you would take on kind of a panther-like form in the final configuration. You theoretically could take on certain aspects of it, but right now you're still having trouble just actually turning into it. And of course, I mean, being a 200, 300-pound panther, you would have pretty drastic melee capabilities as opposed to your standard thug. What have you. You would say that you're getting a little bit better at judging Scarlet's body language in this kind of dream state. A lot of times you think you can get, with body language rolls, a more accurate depiction of what you might be trying to convey with little information, but other people might see you as just being crazy. As you'd kind of be having a one-way conversation with a cat, and not just, do you want to go outside or things of that nature. Be like, no, she wasn't even there at 5. What do you mean 7 p.m.? No, it was 5. I remember time very well.
At the end of that week, I will hand over the...
You can give me a body language, however.
I know there's been times cats have used even more than I've heard them.
Beat it by 7.
You would get a strong feeling that before you're trying to increase your investiture through Bast, but you do get a feeling that you need a solid understanding of a lot of the powers that you already have access to. And while you don't think Scarlet often, you are insulating yourself quite a bit from paradox regarding using magic and other items of that nature. There are a few times when you feel as though when you have full power investiture, it seems as though they're trying to, Scarlet might be encouraging you to, at this point in time, might be good to use some of the abilities that have been given to you. That's it for the most part.
Okay. Then I'll get the siglet from the snake person to Thomas, so you can use it there too.
Was B holding on to that, or I thought it was sitting in a...
Then B has it then.
Okay. I think it was sitting on a podium inside of B's thing. At least that's what the PCs wanted to do. But Steve was not there for that end of session, so you guys were there. You can determine. So you guys can put it wherever the hell you want it. It's a strange circlet that looks like it fits over the back of possibly a serpent's head, like the one that was it Cythothes. On yourself, it just kind of falls, and it's kind of like a loose Bluetooth headset. And it's very thin. You can't imagine then how it works specifically. I think it's only you've actually seen things that work similarly with very small micronization of technology.
And B has it.
All right. B's facility is open for a lot of people to go into, though. I'm sure you guys can get signed off by the security that work there. And by security, she has like 2 guys on security. It's kind of like guarding a warehouse. It's not stopping an army from getting in there. It's mostly just checking who comes in and who comes out. They sign off, they make the check, they're like, you got 500 pounds of lumber, all right, that looks about that, carry on. The only individual that actually runs the shop, so to speak, when B is out on project is a Special Divisions leader, James Eichholt, who is right underneath Walter Riker. And for the most part, from what you've seen, Thomas, he's fairly open about pretty much everything. There's only a question of initially whether or not you're in the know regarding the projects, and if you are, he doesn't care about telling you anything.
Get over here. Alright, well, for my first week, I think I will...
You had mentioned wanting to purchase materials for a laboratory.
Yes, I'll start that process.
Okay.
And bring some stuff on order and stuff, and we're having dropped off.
Okay.
Then I'm going to call and make an appointment to meet with Michael Larson, his availability.
Okay. First of all, you can give me a merchant roll, getting the various parts you need, making sure you order them all at the same time, yada yada yada.
That's got to default to something.
You can default off IQ. It's not that... The default is fairly decent, but you have a modifier because it's an easy task. I just want to know roughly what you...
Well, I made my intelligence...
Yeah, doing that. I'm trying to get more information. So.
Okay. For the most part... that's average. Yeah. You'll ultimately file some paperwork with Nathan Dweller regarding the use of that section of the warehouse, and provided you don't alter the exterior framework, he's fine with you putting up dividers interior to it. Nothing that's going to be like heavily bolted into the floor or anything else of that nature, but I mean, if somebody were planning on getting in, they could take like a torch or something or a hacksaw and cut through the sheet metal. Otherwise, you can put up the dividers, you can buy the other material for the listed price that I gave you. You are able to find sufficient materials as well from the Ordo Hermes, since, I don't know, it's strange that the group has access to these shadow organizations now that just seem to exist and nobody else really knows about them. It's kind of like the scene from MIB where they walk in and provided they know who you are, then you go down the elevator and there's aliens down there and you're like, how the fuck is everyone just okay with this? Why is this not well known? The Ordo Hermes is one of those organizations along with MI5. And Bureau of Water and Land Reclamation. There's nothing like the internet, so a lot of these things get filed off in newspaper reports and other things of that nature, and somebody saw Loch Ness and yada yada yada. In fairness, that might have been Glocky, a monster that the PCs came across not too long ago, then made armor out of his scales.
That's the only thing that we have armor made out of.
You armored up one of what is it, a handicap?
No,
that
it was,
is,
it
right?
was that truck.
Smallwood.
Small one?
Yeah, remember? Because we took Francois on his first mission there.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
like, hey, we'll just leave it up here. All
Yup.
the sun goes. There it goes.
Yep,
That was
I
your
remember that
fault.
now.
That's-
I didn't drive it.
I know.
All right. So as you can set that up, you can set up your appointment with Marco Larson. You do know that he is fairly busy. It won't. He'll ultimately have you guys come in sometime within the next month. Not you specifically. He's busy with a project that he is currently working on. But otherwise, you can get a short meeting with him because you're associated with Obduro.
Okay. And I will spend some time going over my 2 years and putting down exactly things I know that your Obduro Hermes was doing for power suits and reactors. I want to make her aware of this stuff. And I want to.
He doesn't know too much about the hypertech, but he will tell you that there's a lot of coincidences. I wouldn't say coincidence. A lot of similarities between the story that you tell and actual things that have taken place already. Like, you have named individuals that he's fairly confident you've never come into contact with before, and he says, well, you're not 100% accurate. He says about 85% of the stuff that you're saying is things that he can confirm. But once again, he doesn't know anything about. He doesn't know anything about what have you, the hypertech. But he has mentioned that they had recently come across, I suppose, some pieces of the Mu language, and they're only now starting to deconstruct it. But he says it could be another 10 years before they actually, deconstruct a language and become broken at it. I mean, they just know the symbols right now. From their understanding, is no one on this world or currently alive actually knows how to speak it.
So, I will tell him that what I saw was humanity living in tunnels.
What he describes is a lot of the webway systems that they had in place at certain points in times, and even some of the safe houses that they have. But it sounds like they've been vastly expanded in the future. But he says places like that where you have 35 gates in a room that's essentially a very concrete room, probably 500 feet underneath the ground. Those exist.
Okay, good.
Currently,
That's
there's a
what I
house.
want to know.
Did we say Connecticut?
We're in that
Connecticut.
realm.
Upper New York.
Upper New York,
How
yeah,
much
for
was
us.
rebuilt? Because I'm running under the concept that this
I
will
got burned in the
happen
last one we
and
ever
it's
tried.
10 years out. So
He
I'm-
says that even if you're not 100% accurate on your facts, it's close enough where it does seem as though it's a legitimate reason to be worried.
So my intent is to pursue the armored suits that I saw, and through advances in stealth, they were able to make them larger and larger. But they had to start small. So I'm going to start now to figure out what I need and what has to be done to them to make them everything.
Well, he can get you in contact with various individuals that he can get resources through. He'll even mention that some of the places that you talk about have been put into development, as in some of the more of the webway development ever since that red star appeared in the skies. They've been really worried about that, and these are projects that should be finished in several years, if not 5 to 8 years. So he says that it's unrealistic that you would have knowledge about events. How to put it? It's unrealistic that you would just randomly just guess about future implementations of their webways that just happen to be the same as your coma dream.
Exactly. That's why my research on when I did first who's here, because we work together, but yet I've never met you in person until today. So I have worked with you, researched with you, large units, but yet I have to come and introduce myself. So,
and as I mentioned from before, you photographic memory. This man looks exactly like he did 10 years from now. I mean,
I'll ask him that. I assume you have a reduced aging, because my memory of you is exactly as it is now, but you should be 10 years older.
he will mention that certain aspects of reality are more harsh here was it here at Earth, but areas like the not the low umbra, you'd say the umbra, the penumbra, and even demances are slightly out of this realm, and thus physics and everything else likes to change. And prolonged periods don't really count as active time. He equates it to reserve time as the active time. So,
all right. So I'll leave it at that. Basically, I dropped in my record of what's going on and what I know that the Order of Harmony was doing in 10 years from now. Sounds like much of what they are doing is currently going that way. I'm just giving you more heads up of what I think that they will need to be producing and maybe they can get started early. I'll take his list of resources, create me, and take him to the
takes you about first week. At the end of the first week, that's when you start assembling your lab and things of that nature. You guys?
I'm just going to. Last time B said she'd help me go through the acronym stuff that I got from you guys.
Yep.
So I'm going to go through that because that's what's interesting in my character at the time.
Well, from what you have here, and I suppose what you have readily accessible at B's facility, you can put up to, I want to say, in the first week, 1 point into alchemy. It's a very hard skill. And from there, there's very strange materials that you'd come across, especially that wax material that seems to be made out of some sort of, I don't know, quintessence that's mixed in an alchemical way. If you do spend the point, which I'm not sure if you have points freely available at the moment.
Not really.
Not really, as in no?
If we get some tonight, I will.
Okay. What have you? Yeah, a lot of it's getting used to it just to begin with. So yeah, that'll be the first week. However, after that, I'll allow you to make rolls as though you had the skill, but you don't actually have it yet.
I want to work with puddin, and I want to work on my spells that I already have, like transpose and all that.
Okay. So what specifically did you want to work on with transpose and which other spells?
I just want to work with them so I can put points into them later on.
Okay. Do you not have any points right now, or just?
I have 4 points.
Okay. So what did you want to work on for this first week?
How about transpose?
All right. How many points do you have in it currently?
8.
You have 8 in it right now.
Yeah, a portion I have 4.
It's going to be pretty hard to learn more about transpose without finding some sort of advanced teacher. You're kind of at the limit right now. I'd say you probably know as much as Angus or Urquhart does. You just don't have quite as much. Well, that's regarding how much power you have. What's going on, Bill?
Hey, how you doing? Long time no see, buddy.
Hey, I got your email.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I didn't know what the hell you were talking about.
Oh,
So I figured I'd
so-
talk to you.
I talked to Travis regarding the. I'll pause the recording here. All right, we're back.
Tilly?
So you're saying? Oh, transpose. So you're actually very good at transpose right now. What is your power currently sitting at?
12.
12?
So should I work on power?
You're going to have to use some... I suppose, even if it's dangerous, you're going to have to start using your power more often to see that next increase.
How do you use power?
Anything that's power-based.
Yep. All your spells. Yep.
Despite Dusty's...
Brashness.
his brashness, his disregard for personal safety, he actually does push the boundaries quite a bit, and it's easier for him to pick up power. But I'm not saying that you have to achieve the same results. Like a lot of those transposes, if you have 2 sigils up, you know where you're going, it only takes a few seconds more, but...
I want to work with puddin.
Okay. But there are other spells that you could work on.
I do suggest actually.
What's that?
A portion's going to be difficult to work on within a week. You might be able to accomplish more within a month period or more. But if there's any other spells that you want to try to work on.
What's channeling of will?
Ultimately, it makes it easier for you to burn will in your various magics. You can normally burn a will when you're casting certain spells and rituals to give yourself a +2. It's just willpower comes back at a rate of 1 per week, generally. However, you can lose will in severe fright checks, but the PCs are actually pretty damn good at fright checks. So.
What about Blessings of Bast? That's one that's lower.
Blessings of Bast is a ability to heal people's wounds, and it's not as strong as Mending, but unlike Mending, you're drawing on the power of Bast, so there's far less likelihood of any kind of backlash on your person.
Which are awesome. That's the same as Mind Wounds by Bast, right?
Yep.
So I guess
What's his face?
Frank's
Frank
working
can heal people almost instantaneously, but he builds up a bad juju depending on how he does it. And you've seen under certain circumstances, the guy that he's working with, the pattern damage expert, has literally sealed holes in himself instantaneously. But from what you understand, that's probably not a good thing. But if you're going to... A lot of things like Hunter does, if you're going to die or get hit in the face with a Mack truck, you might as well get some bad juju and just deal with it later.
Way later.
Yeah.
Take the bunk off.
He wasn't pulling up... he wasn't getting a lot of it. It's just with his... He rolled a lot of bad juju on his Cthulhu dice that he uses all the time, in addition to his shortcuts around magic a lot. Just he kept building up a little bit more than he was burning off every week.
What's fold space then?
Fold space allows you to bend space in unusual ways, kind of Escher-esque ways. You haven't really delved into that as much as Angus Urquhart, but it is a very powerful spell. Angus Urquhart marks bullets and then warps the space between where the bullet currently is and where it's going to a point where the bullet looks like it's changing changing velocity, but it's not. It just happens to be traveling down it hits the ceiling because it takes an Escher-esque direction downward and then through the side, and it comes on an adjacent hall, and hey, it hit that guy in the back, even though you're not facing that direction.
Okay, can I work on those spells and working with puddin in the whole time frame that we're
Yep. What are your levels at Blessings of Bast and Fold Space?
Blessings of Bast I have 2 points into, and Fold Space 2 points.
Okay. You can increase one of those during the time period. Probably, I would say Blessings of Bast. You will know that when Puddin is watching you work, you do seem to have a little bit easier time using it.
Watching me in the coke machine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is she watching me, the mouse, or the...
That doesn't stop her from somehow jumping down flies and that. And she might be... Occasionally, that's what she's... rumors are that Puddin moves around. You guys never seen it, really. Maybe she's... What is it? Maybe Puddin's like Blind Fury. Like Rudder Hauer. She doesn't actually have the ability to see, just hyper hearing. Alright, so we'll move on to the... move on to the next week.
Still in Chicago.
Okay.
That's not doing anything terrible. So.
Once again, you could put another point into one of the skills there, or ask any kind of questions that you're doing. Anyone else for the next week? Doing stuff written on a piece of paper.
I'm going to start that off. And
Chris has handed me a piece of paper.
Yep.
The dark-haired Chris.
Okay. Do you guys have this? Oh, is this the recent one, or are you talking about? Okay. I'll have to double check that.
Okay.
Can I see people's characters?
You can double check all you want.
Did you ever put a teleportation sigil in our house?
Not in the house.
But
It's
in
out in the
out
field.
in the field.
And then I'm going to go back to
All right.
Foxfire and Guardians of Bastis after I drop that off.
Hunter,
You can give
help
me a-
set it up.
You don't
Okay,
really need to
that's
roll
what I
on
was wondering.
Foxfire
So
anymore.
kids are
For the most part, you believe you can easily put another point into Foxfire if you only have 1 point in it right now.
Yep.
And for the most part, anything that would be able to tell that, anything that could differentiate and probably
But
tell that
the
it's burning,
farther away
or I should
we
say,
are,
would
the
care
more
that it's
difficult
burning,
the-
Well,
would
yeah,
be
still,
effective.
it's nice to
I
have
have a
a...
big concrete one over there.
Okay, it's nice to have a That's
And I
nice
get
to have
no
a signal,
boost from-
signal out there in case you have to teleport there.
Yeah,
Right
I
there.
don't want to set it up in the closet.
Scarlet while
Like,
performing
we
these.
come
I should say
over
in the dream,
Yeah.
you'll get a +2 to these.
Okay.
Yeah, like,
So, in the dream world, I'll do that.
I think you'll still fail your other one because you missed by 5.
Yeah.
Dust him off.
yeah. Shut the door. Like, what the hell?
9.
I was surprised though. They were like, what? They just get
You see you
dusted
guys' character
Beat
sheet
it by
right here.
3 in that world. How many uses of wine and bass do I get for that?
Can I see the book? Or can I see your other inventory?
It's organized.
I got my items and then all the photos and notes we picked up in the books.
Line items.
Yep. You should do a photo. Was it a photo showing of exhibit of all the photos you've taken so far?
I took this one.
Yeah, man.
It's hard to hear.
Sorry.
If that would equate up to anything.
No, that's a good trade. He'll try to make the
Start doing.
Oh, a book.
It's for our book that we've been.
I was just wondering
Oh, yep.
if that would be good for trade, what would that be in price?
Oh, yep.
I had his one.
what he would
one,
say
I had
roughly
it-
equivalent probably would be around 10 quintessence, something around that. It's
For all
kind of
this?
what for the new item on the list. The previous items were getting closer to the value, but it was
I didn't know it from this
enough
picture,
where
but
you were
it's
kind of
a
on the light side on your end, and it would be easier if you had
One
a
more
trade with this individual that he immediately liked, rather than he might become more fussy as the negotiations go on.
Okay.
So it's better to have like 110% of the value, and he's like, yeah.
Okay.
Later on, you might have to negotiate, and you might end up at like 120 or something.
Okay. Can he give me just a base price for the items that I had?
Some of the smaller items he can. The larger items don't really work on like a monetary value. Individuals that collect stuff like that don't
Yeah.
care about money.
I just want to have a rough idea if that deal doesn't go through during that week.
Can I use this real quick? 'Cause I'm picking it up. I'm picking it up to spite you.
Let's make sure you return giving my pencil to somebody else before.
It's just because I would like that item. But if something else comes up, I have to do the other item.
Dusty's not here. What's up with secret communication?
Because he hands you a piece of paper. That's why I'll explain on the audio. If I go off with another PC, it might be because they have things, and I
Doing
don't.
secret stuff.
They might be doing secret stuff or have information that they might not want to share, and thus I'm not going to put it up publicly available for you guys to be like, oh, so apparently he's been sneaking in my room at night and taking a few ounces of my blood while I'm sleeping. He's been drugging me in my coffee every night.
He's been collecting my tears while I sleep.
Yep.
Yep.
He goes through my trash to find my fingernail clippings to make some sort of effigy.
And then I beat my guardian of Bubastis by 3.
Okay.
So who got the Kiki doll?
I gave it to Althea Montrose. I had it keyed to her.
And
To
all
her.
the other stuff Hunter had on his person.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't let the teleportation freaks carry the magic.
Yeah, he did that to my aboriginal ward against evil. He's like, oh, let me see that, and then it teleported away.
If you want, you can examine my alchemy book. wax that I stole from Had Mage.
I never thought that way, but it's still a long way.
Imagining little wax minions who are bidding.
That's actually not that hard to do. Wax is tough. Like something else. I just think the idea of living steel a bit far.
So this is the basic. It can be pushed farther.
Okay.
And that's dependent on how quickly you do it. Ultimately, it takes around 3, so you're just barely able to do it this time for the effects to start to kick off. Everything prior to that, you start to take on aspects, but it kind of it all comes together around 3. Oh, I forgot that also comes with what the hell is it? Acute smell and hearing. Of course, you're limited. You don't have fingers. You can't stand up straight for long periods of time. People might freak out that there's a large fucking panther somewhere, and they're like, "Oh, there's a deli. There's a large black panther in my freaking deli."
Wait, is this a permanent transformation thing?
You guys wouldn't know about that. You've never seen him use that.
I never seen him almost turn his hand into a ham either.
Yeah.
Didn't he have his hand?
He wasn't going to turn his ham into a hand. He was going to sit here and eat the hand and the hand.
And then on the last dream session I have with them, or with Scarlet, I'll ask her to help me to understand the Temple of Bass, like the dimensions and stuff like that.
All right. That'll be coming up into the next week. Anyone else for the second week?
I will continue on getting the lab set up, I guess.
And I can put a point into it, right? Guardian?
Guardian? No, you can put a point. Have you spent any points this week yet?
Yep, I guess I put a point into Foxfire. Yes.
Okay. Next week you can put points into
Guardian.
I'm going to do lots of little things. I'm going to put some things in for my lab, got a little lab all set up, which is there. Go talk to I hope at East Place, see if I can pin down where he gave some of the materials or if they're involved in that.
He tells you that he didn't know too much about this stuff prior to meeting Walter Riker, but apparently there's several companies that sell this on the open market, and they have their some of these are publicly traded, but it's just surprising. It seems as though they don't really even acknowledge some of the materials that they sell unless you have the specific requisition form. You know which department to send it to. You know who to who to have what to have a carbon copy of. Yada yada yada. Otherwise, you just hit this black hole where your paperwork never comes back, and it never existed. However, if you send everything through, then you get a shipment in the mail not too long from off that, and apparently it's a lot easier to deal with once you have a working record. He said he can give you some of the paperwork from here, and if you like, you could forward it, provided you pay the money for it, of course. And then after that, you can essentially establish yourselves as a hypertech entity, kind of like your own lab somewhere, even if it's a garage lab. Then they'll have you somewhere in file. It'll be far easier to deal with the bureaucracy in the future. Otherwise, it's kind of a very closed club, insular. If they don't know who the hell you are, then you're not getting anywhere.
So if I order it through you and have it shipped to me,
Yep.
then that would begin to put my name in the records, and eventually I could just order it directly.
Yep. Initially, they would have you as one of the researchers here, which B is still fine with, but of course you're going to be doing your own research somewhere else, as you've been talking to them about. But since you're in the records then all later on it's just kind of they change your official position within their already existing records. Some of the companies he talks about are Atlas Industries, Exide, Iteration 4, Void Union Co., Southwest Bell,
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Malta Ship Manufacturing,
I know, I hear you.
Seed Chemicals, and Gibby Industries.
Gibby, G.I.
And he'll ultimately describe a few different compounds, like thaumium and the other ones I had discussed with you, premium and what have you, from different companies that have access to this.
Yeah, I'll put down which ones he's getting.
Yeah, I see some cash.
Especially of these ones, I need the Fungian, Atom 3, Xerxes 12, Primish 5, Nero Steel, and those, and if he's got access to those, or he's getting them.
Okay. Exide, which a few of these you'll know is just public companies, and like Exide makes all the batteries that are kind of high tier level. However, Iteration 4 apparently is where he gets most of her premium from. Thaumium can be purchased from Atlas Industries, and some of the chemical compounds Fulgwin, and then I believe I mentioned something else. It's not Xerxes. I have to double check. What was the other one I sent you in the blueprint of the? It's like Electrum. I can't remember offhand. Can I see that super quick?
Sure. First part's about the Queechuck.
Oh, this isn't the new one. I can look it up. I can't remember offhand. Here it is. Yep, Resistium. Resistium is sold by Void Union Co. Things like Atom 7, Atom 4, Xerxes 12. It doesn't seem like any people sell these, but you know for a fact that Bee has Atom 7 at her facility, and it comes from you don't know where. A man over the radio.
So the Atoms one and what was the other one?
Xerxes.
Xerxes, are those still the unknowns?
Yep. Those are alloys that existed in that future time frame. But, what is it, not Atom 4, but you've seen some of the Atom alloys already here, but none of these companies have them within the paperwork that James Eichel has, none of them list that. And when you had found out about the Atom, you found out that they only got it from essentially what he imagines is another dimension, because it came through the relay, and they had it rebuilt. The relay that had been essentially allowing access to B's facility had later on been rebuilt with Atom 7, which, whether or not B or some of the other people realize, it makes the relay damn near indestructible.
Is it Atom 7 or is it Atom 3?
There's different variants. One of them's One of them is quantumly entangled. The other one is not. Both of them are indestructible. Atom 3, I think, is used in prototypes. Atom 7 is used in this relay. So this relay, theoretically, is quantumly entangled to some other relay. So it exists in multiple places at once.
And that's something I'm not going to want.
No, on a battle suit, that probably would not be good.
Alright, I will do that. And then I will also, because it's kind of small big things,
Yep.
I will also introduce myself to Rainbow Division.
Okay. They can start to get you process with that after they... You don't really have too much of a resume. You just... For the most part, you're a Great War veteran, and then just suddenly 2 years later, you happen to know a lot about technology.
Thermotech.
Yeah. However, you can easily prove your expertise in a short time, but it's going to take a little bit longer time. We'll get back to, is it Branton or Braxton, or what the hell I keep
Barton.
Barton!
There in front of
I need to update my notes, because I have it as not Barton.
Not Barton? It's just not Barton.
Brandon, he said, and I have it down as Barton.
Do I have it down as Barton, or do I have it down as Branton?
It's right in front of him, too.
Branton.
As Branton?
It's Barton.
Branton.
Okay.
On your,
Barton is what's on the character sheet, that's what I'm going with.
Yep.
And we'll retroactively go back to him. So is there anyone that didn't do their second week?
I'm still going to work with putting in my spells.
Okay. you can continue to do so. You can put another point or up to 2 points into something else.
Okay. And then I guess for the rest of the time I'll work with puddin and volunteer my time because then they move closer to where we were when that should happen. The sanctuary for the cats.
No, the sanctuary moved to Massachusetts. So they're farther away from you.
New York.
Yeah, you're in what the hell, upstate New York, and they're in Massachusetts right now.
Your sanctuary?
From what he had heard before, the worshippers of Bast don't actually have a lot of temples in the continental United States. It's mostly Europe and the northern African continent.
Okay. How long does it take to actually get up there then?
5 to 6 hours.
Can I send you some money then?
You can.
Okay, I'll send them $50 and I'll work with puddin because I don't have any more points to put in.
Okay. You have your second week. You technically have a pseudo point in alchemy, assuming you're going to spend it.
Send telegrams to
So it's IQ very hard, which is IQ -3 for the first level. But there's various there are various compounds underneath that. From what you can tell, there are ultimately kind of like your old school alchemy, surprisingly enough, but rather than just hearsay and kind of old tales like, oh, newt size and other things of this nature, it seems like the documentation here provides real-world applications and even modernized lists of what might be acceptable for certain resonances. Every particular object that can be broken down in chemistry has a particular resonance, sometimes even different from what the actual effects that you might see are. And in the proper resonance, essentially is the you can kind of think of it as like the atomic structure, metaphysically speaking. That's the pattern. Resonance is, I would describe kind of like the metaphysical electron cloud around whatever you're breaking down. It has a significant effect on how it interacts and binds with other magical essences. So certain things, like I would say, blood would have a strong connection with a life essence, meaning breaking down blood or using blood in various alchemical substances would make it much more easy to create, like things like healing potions, limb regrowth, extended aging, other things of that nature. But that's only kind of a basic essence. You need kind of a powerful one for vast effects like reversing aging and things of that nature.
Do I discover anything new in my second week? Or?
In your second week, you can decide what you want to pick. I'll make an extensive list of some of the alchemical things in that particular book, but you do discover ways of, I would say, extracting and breaking down and sealing these particular resonances in their own separated states. You can break down the resonance and draw it away from, say, blood, and store the resonance in something that doesn't have a strong resonance, like water, and ultimately, or wax, and you don't have to worry about the plant or blood breaking down. The resonance now is stored in a mostly permanent state, and essentially a glass vial probably has water or possibly wax inside of it, and it's mystically sealed, meaning you can create a back catalog of the resonance that you need to create new particular objects. One of the things you do see limiting is modern Earth doesn't have a lot of strong resonances for objects, but the PCs come into contact with a lot of weird shit. So that's going to be your main avenue for things that you have. Now, the wax that you have here has a very strong life resonance, meaning there's a lot of applications right off the bat that you can immediately see using this. I mean, you could theoretically, with other ingredients that you could procure, probably maybe the Ordu Hermes or even Little Chinatown, you could make things like wax skin patches that would bind over wounds and start to essentially seal things back together, and ultimately bind with the person's resonance and pattern to a point where it would just grow into normal skin and the wax would peel off. You could theoretically remove things like wrinkles or signs of aging on an individual's face using this wax, or a lot of life-based things. But this is a stockpile that you have here. However, I should say, let me see that. I want to double check that wax. I think you guys found like 14 of it, right?
Yep.
It's not on there.
Yeah, it is right there.
14 wax? Alright. So you'd have 7 wax that's currently stored. Because B said that she was going to be looking at the. B would ultimately, sometime after the investigation, get all of it and move it over to her facility. So the 7 that is there.
Yes, we did also in his basement. I think we made mad grabs where he had little.
He had
something.
Well,
I didn't write down.
That was in some of his chest and some of it in the basement. There is a fully functional, kind of a small, compact, portable alchemical lab. It's very close to what you'd find as like a standard chemistry laboratory in the time period, but there's a lot of apparatus that specifically don't look like they do anything, but you'll realize that, oh, well, this is actually a condenser for metaphysical essences. But otherwise you'd be like, what the hell does this do? Why does it have like 2 closed tubes, and how do you put anything inside the tube? Why the fuck do you heat it up? I don't understand. But with the alchemy, you understand this is how certain things are done. But at borderlines, you imagine a strong understanding of chemistry would definitely help here. Otherwise, there's probably, I would say, a minor amount of basic alchemical goods, but you're definitely short. The major thing would be the wax. That's significant enough where you could easily start manipulating it in certain ways to make viable products out of it.
I guess life essence is because I'm kind of wanting to sort through this and look. Like, I saw
it seems like what they were primarily using this for was the wax has a strong life resonance, so they were using to actually seal in life forces of dead individuals. Meaning even though the body would start to rot a little bit even with the formaldehyde and it would start to break down, the resonance that they needed for the ritual wasn't going to escape. So you understand now why they could use some of the dead bodies, because they actually just needed the resonance for the ritual, not actually living people. However, living people have a strong living people have a very strong living resonance. So theoretically, I mean, if you were to like harvest hobos, that's probably a good source of life resonance right there.
So, I guess I've saw Gronk and Dusty's character drain like magic. I don't know, like the saber-tooth tiger. I'm curious.
I don't know if his character did it. It was primarily Hunter and him had done it. And apparently it was a series of hand gestures, an incantation where they were able to draw resonance. But the thing is, it's kind of like trying to grab an electron cloud. Like, how do you do it with your bare hands? But they've accomplished it apparently in a few instances.
So I guess I'm looking like, is there, as I'm looking through these books that are more about preserving life, I'm looking for a way of, well, there's this funny kind of life. Is there a way that, like a substance I can shoot at them that would remove this kind of artificial life? So, the bad.
You believe that you could use wax in combination with other chemicals to create kind of like you'd say kind of a hard rubber plug that wouldn't have a lot of effect on.
How bad is it?
It wouldn't have a lot of effect on actually like physically breaking apart like the bonds between like skin tissue or cells, that intercellular matrix, but it would directly hit the life resonance of the person, and you think it would literally hit them like a paintball, but it would cause cellular death around the region.
So not quite a magic bullet for getting this.
For the most part, if anyone checked it, it would look like some sort of hard rubber plug that would barely be able to survive getting outside of a gun barrel. And when you hit someone with it, it wouldn't look like it kept anything. It wouldn't look like it did anything other than creating a welt or a large bruise there. But over the course of the next few hours, that whole area, all the cells are dead.
So I think I need to shoot it at a pretty good velocity.
The velocity doesn't matter too much. The fact that it makes contact with this other resonance. You would say handling the bullets themselves would be dangerous, but once you load them and you have the proper containment of it, because you'd want the resonance to be able to penetrate people's clothing, so it would be something more so than like handling with your gloves. You'd have to have properly alchemical treated gloves to handle them, but after that, anything coming in contact with it. So you could softball it, and you'll probably be firing underpowered rounds, but it's not like you're going to try to make a sniper shot 1,000 meters away from you.
I guess I was more thinking of like snowboard wax on the bullets or something, or on the rockets that kill mages and reduce their magic powers for a limited time type thing. Like draw their magic out into the...
That's definitely possible. You would need to collect more alchemical items, specifically dealing with magic or anti-magic. Do you have anything in thaumatology at the moment?
What is it?
Thaumatology, the study of magic.
Probably not.
Okay. It's something that definitely could help you. You don't need it as an alchemist, but if you need to know how to shut down somebody's magical casting abilities, it would stand to reason that understanding how they do it in the first place would definitely help you pinpoint and make something specifically targeted to them with alchemy. But immediately you see a lot of viabilities regarding things. It's just the things I suggested are you have a lot of wax resonance stored that have life resonance, so you already have plenty of material to make stuff regarding that. Otherwise, you'll have to start collecting more types of resonance for different objects. You do the order as a magical society, so they might have something more akin to that. And thaumatology would help you deal with individuals that know magic, because it's the study of magic. Thaumatology, just phonetically.
A-U-M.
Okay.
In Polish.
You might want to go for the existing Band-Aid concepts, the healing concepts, because it is pretty easy and very advanced.
What is
Like the healing concepts you talked about, think of it as burns, because that is exactly what is currently being prototyped now for burns. Like you said, put it on there, and it grows into the wax and stuff, and then it comes off, and it's like reholding skin. That, and also the anti-aging.
Well, it wasn't
anti-aging.
It was like anti-aging for skin cells.
Yeah, it's kind of like a facelift.
Yep.
Not anti-aging.
You believe that with enough of the material and enough proper research, however, you don't feel it's 1 point in alchemy. You're probably looking at, what, maybe a 12, maybe an 11 in alchemy right now?
Well, what is it based?
It's based off of IQ, so it's very hard.
-3, so yeah, 12.
12.
Well, does the first point give you?
The first point is a -3.
Okay, so
I think so. Dispel. Yeah, that's it.
So you definitely can see how somebody could theoretically create a compound that would keep them living indefinitely. You're not nearly there yet. It's detailed in the books, but you're like, all right, well, this is how nuclear physics work. How do I build a reactor in my garage? It's like, well, I can maybe figure out how to make a fuser, but
So I guess I'll kind of be on the lookout for more basic materials, because I guess, like you said, I kind of have a nuclear physics book. I need the physics book.
yeah. But some of the things that were detailed, you believe that at this point, even at low levels of alchemy, mind you, with your basic equipment, the equipment is specialized, but it's not. It's good equipment, but it's specialized, not particularly for like broad different things. You believe that you could make prototype versions of some of the things I've already mentioned to you. It's just you may F up a few batches prior to getting used to it. It's like the first time that you're trying to break down, like.
So I guess if I'm reading through this, I'll kind of, the skin graft thing sounded the most interesting. It's kind
Could be.
I guess I'm kind of interested in it, but I'm really trying to go for those mage bullets, because
Yeah.
we face all these magical characters. And I
Right now, with the materials that you have and the understanding in this book, you think you could make anti-life bullets. Mage bullets, you'd have to learn a little bit more about how magic works to begin with, as thaumatology. Then you would need materials actually targeting that specifically.
So could I kind of get started on making the little skin graft patches?
It's possible. The first week, what are you looking? You can give me a research roll.
Sure. I'll use Cthulhu dice. Do I want to use luck?
5, 6, and what's that other one?
13, so I'll use luck. And
Just looking for those whammies.
oh, that was a 12. Okay.
Yep.
So there's another 12. And there.
That's good.
So that's a 6. So that's a pass by 7.
Pass by 7. No, you feel as though you could try to make one starting this week. What is the basic things that you wanted to do? You can create meltable wax that could fit into a deeper wound, or create skin patches that could seal over the tops of wounds, slap patches, adhesive glue. I would say burn. You already have the wax. And are you willing to use the wax?
I guess I will consult with the other people who are in our little magic, our pool of people who'd use it, which would probably be you and B.
B knows a little bit about tech, but it seems like her research as of late has been purely heavy particles and dealing with high-end hyperscience. So it's likely that she's not using that immediately.
I guess I will get in contact with people and be like, would everyone be okay with this if I'm using our group material?
For
Healing patches.
healing patches?
He's trying to develop more patches.
Send me the information you have. I'll look over it.
Oh yeah, you are.
Doctor.
Yeah.
How's it going, Dusty?
Dusty.
We are currently 2 weeks in, so you're actually right about time.
3 weeks, because we did that 1 week with MI5.
Yeah.
But we kind of did that last
That's not really downtime,
Okay.
but yeah.
But that was the week he was stealing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But otherwise, is that a yes? Did you want to go?
Yes, I can take a look at it.
Okay. You'd have to wait another week to kind of go through it yourself because you've been working on other projects.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can wait.
So
Okay, so
I'll
he
put it
can
on
use
the
the
back end.
wax then.
Like I said, I'm most interested in,
You think you could prototype?
I think it's okay, but like
You can give me actually a scrounge or a streetwise.
bowl.
You can use either.
That's round. 3 is 14. Yeah. 16. We'll go with that. Okay. So there's an 8.
Okay.
And pass by 8.
Right. What is it? With an 8, for the most part in Chinatown, you can come across a lot of the materials that you're looking for, at least the base materials, to start work on a patch like that. And you know, kind of esoteric things like, what the hell is it? Certain red rare mushrooms, ginseng roots, tea leaves, other things of that nature. Just a variety of kind of minor things to add to the major component here to get it to operate kind of like protein folding. You have your main kind of thing here. You want just a few other amino acids in the right formation, and then you're to go.
Okay.
So get what you want. With 1 unit of the wax, you could start prototyping if you wanted to. Otherwise, it's going to be to wait a week.
I will wait for his input, but I gathered supplies and possibly go forward.
Yep.
Okay. How much does that cost?
I'd probably say altogether, you can give me a merchant if you want to get it cheaper.
I have a.
You can give me streetwise as well.
Yeah. I also have here some stairs.
You got a job.
You got
All that
to
jazz. So, 12. Pass by 2.
All right. You're not too good at negotiations, but at least you can pass yourself off as not a foreigner and completely like I don't know how much things are actually
I
worth.
guess one other thing might be like I probably busted some of these shops.
Well, he said that right.
Fair enough. You do have a perk for the ex-cop.
Yeah.
That doesn't really help you in this situation. A lot of times, it just makes it a little bit more difficult in Chinatown. If anything, you think it's aiding to whether or not people dick with you, but do you think it's applying a penalty when you're actually trying to find the real good stuff? Because they're like, no, we don't sell that here. And you're like, I know you sell that here. I damn well know you sell that here. And they're like, no, I don't. I'm clean for like the last 4 months. You're like, no, I'm not on duty. You need to just give me the good stuff. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about, officer. I'm in the back. But otherwise, no. You're able to pick up the things that probably save about $52. So various components for enough probably to make 3 prototypes, which would use up. Prototypes would make batches, and it depends on how well you do.
Good. It was a tough
So
competition.
3 doesn't actually mean 3. It means 3 units of wax would be used for that. But for the first prototype, you only need to use 1.
Fast open, fast close.
All right, coming up into the now 3rd week, Dusty, you would be available to do whatever you want. You would have been released earlier this week.
Start teleporting.
Wow.
Gotta get my groove back. you
Okay.
know? I'm gonna basically stick to what I had told you before.
All right.
So I don't know if you remember it or if I need to restate it, I will.
I think the rest of it we needed to. I can take a look at.
If you want to just read that, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not any real state secrets or anything.
How much is redacted?
Exactly. And who did the redacting? That's the other question.
We need to talk about
Were there any felonies committed in that? Or... 1 day stone. Chris,
Right.
Gibson.
Visiting Althea Montrose in the 3rd week. ultimately you can take the chantry waves there. She's doing a lot better. You will find out that apparently she has a small amount of contamination from the milk of the Shubna Groth. From what the Order has told her, it's relatively fine, but apparently part of her resonance is slightly altered, and they're just going to keep tabs on her, kind of like a cancer patient in remission over the next few years. But otherwise, she should be fine. She knows a lot about over the last few over the last year or two. She's gotten a lot more adept at warding magics since the incident in Glasgow. She's fairly good at elder signs, spiritual wards, things of that nature, even making wards that can detect people coming through and out of certain areas. If somebody had attacked her at her home, she would be a lot more prepared for it. She had a lot of charms and trinkets, which she collected from the chantry. But otherwise, she just didn't really realize that somebody might have poisoned her at the British Museum. Otherwise, she appreciates you coming to visit her, and she provides some of the material that you guys were looking at prior regarding primal research. She still has those tomes about her building, and some of those would have been collected from you guys.
She'd given me some of those prior, so I would explain to her that they're no longer in existence.
Okay. She would have provided you the rest of the book. She wouldn't have asked about the previous ones.
Yeah. Make sure you give her the tiki doll, too.
That had already been given to her.
I'm going to give it as a welcome gift from Hunter to Althea. Give her life.
That was from Jeb.
For the most part, she appreciates it. She will tell you that she's a little bit creeped out because at one point in time she had found a rat speared to death in her kitchen.
Okay. That's not a bad thing. That rat could...
She says, no, it's not a bad thing, but she thinks about the implications of that in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You know,
But it is.
she can't hear it. She says the damn thing's like a ghost.
Okay.
She looks over sometimes, it's just not there, and then she freaks out, and then it's there again.
So you're afraid that it's going to harm you?
She understands the premise behind the magic, and she thinks that she's keyed into it so she's safe, but she says it's still creepy as hell.
Okay.
It's like if you built like a little tiny robot, and you're like, he's there to protect you, and he fires tiny lasers at rats and other things of that nature. Like, what if one day he turned evil?
I understand, yeah.
She may grow to really enjoy its presence here, but it's still slightly disconcerting.
Yeah.
Piss it off by dressing
That was
it
kind
up.
of hence the reason, my secondary purpose is she wants to get more formally introduced to magic, getting tied in with Oracle.
She definitely would like a, she had asked about that while she was at the Order later on. I mean, she wasn't aware. She had vague inclinations that an Order like that existed, but you kind of have to have some sort of in at some point in time.
Yeah.
Most likely you guys fought something horrible enough, or somebody came into contact with you after
Or
seeing
you know
your...
somebody.
Yeah, or you know someone. She's applying for membership, so she wouldn't mind having individuals, I suppose, at your status
I'll do
level.
whatever I can to speed it along.
Okay.
The order says you have to go on a date with me.
No. It's all honorable.
It's honorable. It's somewhat true.
What does he look like? Because I'm guessing you're going to come back to
I got a
the group
picture for you.
Yeah, I think he has a picture.
After your incident.
Surprisingly, he looks like he does
I
normally.
look like exactly the same. I got my skin back. It's
Minus
beautiful.
battle axes.
I understand I've got different clothes, but the stuff you just buy new.
Okay.
That's all.
Surprisingly, I mean, you saw him with literally flesh missing from his, like large chunks missing from his skin. It was generally shocking that he could even survive that. But apparently, from what you heard of rumors, he survived massive gunshots and limbs being blown off. He even blew off one of his own limbs to escape one time, like a cat. What is it? A caught fox.
I chopped my own arm off so I could try to kill someone else.
From the sounds of it, it has a very high pain threshold.
But that individual needed killing, and so it was all appropriate.
It's justifiable to your hand. Go back and start killing right.
From what you
Well,
can
that
see
was bad news.
regarding the Order thus far, when they do check out your bills and other things of that nature, they run to about $35,000. However, they will tell you that it has been initialed off by an ML Master Larson, and apparently your group, on behalf of him, is in a group of payees under a outside contractor, and thus kind of grandfathered into a life insurance policy, so to speak.
Okay. I'll send a note of thanks to Larson.
All right. So far, he's been pretty busy, but
That's what I've been
Got
using.
several of those guys to kind of figure
she'll also note other occasions, like being things of that nature, where
Okay.
the bills on like the materials and other things that they're using are quite extensive in your cases. But for whatever reason, they seem that whatever you're doing is worth the price that they're paying for you to keep going out there.
The British Isles didn't sink.
Yeah.
So is that about
Yeah.
serious to pay the bills?
Was that the Chantry or was that
Chantry.
Chantry.
I'm still waiting to see the one intern that's always sitting there going like, how do I spin this?
Yeah, that's kind of at like MI5 or mostly MI5 when you guys go to London. It's like we just punched three priests in the face until one of them cracked and said he was a demon. However, it turned out that he just couldn't take it anymore, and he said he was the demon. And then some shenanigans happened. We ultimately found the real demon, but ultimately we were punching a bunch of priests.
They deserve
How do I spin this in the public gas main break? People were acting strangely.
High five. I retire. How long was a new guy in office? 2 weeks. Really? What happened? Brooklyn.
Well, I do like though that we have become that like that Judge Dredd. Like they said in Brooklyn, Obduro.
Well, they're getting answers, but
Yeah.
better put up.
Oh, this is good. Obduro. Well, that's going to be pretty good. The Brooklyn one. Wait, what? I thought we were talking about the London division here. Wait a
This
minute.
is
Wait.
bad. This is bad.
I don't think it's as bad as we think here. Maybe we should talk about this prior.
We've associated ourselves with the London one too.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Yeah.
calling in Judge Dredd. It's like, you want a clean operation or you just want it done? Dredd, what? You can't send him in there. We just redone that building. All right. Otherwise, for the last one, you can give me 3 symbol drawings.
We're a group of vigilante bandits.
Yeah. We're Batman. We're Batman.
So that's by 5. Ooh, I rolled a natural 3, so that would be by 12, 13.
Okay.
And then by 6.
One of those you can designate as a star next to the branding on it, and it's permanently spatially marked.
For, the stenciling. Okay.
The only other object that you have currently is the gun that's
Survived a lot.
survived a lot. Yeah.
Ernie, do you have another ounce of quintessence?
Let me check my stock.
Otherwise, we're going to be on. I
Yes.
think it's now the third week. We're talking about?
Yep.
Third week. Yeah. So you can tell me what they want to do.
But I got the notes from that guy, from Barton. I'm going to take a
You
look
can
at
give me a
those.
research or an alchemy roll.
I have
I guess I
alchemy.
could try to
Give me an alchemy that's a little bit more applicable.
I mean, I have it. I'm not quite using it, so it's, I mean, it's not an issue for me to roll
By
it down.
4.
All right. Ultimately, he's planning on using the wax, which has apparently a strong life force resonance to it, in applications of making kind of a wax bandage that ultimately grows into the skin, and then it'll flake off after a period of time. So the life essence will seep in kind of like a nicotine patch into the skin, causing it all to regrow as though it didn't really happen. It wouldn't be effective versus pattern damage, but it would be very effective versus bullet holes,
Stuff like
severe
that.
cuts, gashes, somebody cutting your throat if you could get it on fast enough.
Could Frog help him improve it? Or do
help me with the first pass?
How long did they say for you not to teleport?
They could. What is it? You have alchemy, and you definitely could help in the first prototyping of it.
With
It would
the-
take up some of your time with his time.
That's okay. I'll actually show this to Gabriel Bruce,
I know we have
the applications that this might be. Can I use Vital Essence instead of the Life Essence? In
He
there?
says that Vital Essence also has a very strong life resonance. So yes, it'd be fairly
Okay.
similar.
So okay, so I can.
He
use
says,
that.
yeah, that would
Activate the
be a fairly simple way of doing things.
I'll split
He
it.
does say,
Yeah.
he'll tell you that the theory is sound.
I'll split them in on any of the research I do with it. Any of the final product. But yeah, I'll help.
For the most part, he seems interested in it. However, you do get a strong feeling as though he finds the entire project quaint. But he is interested, and he definitely does point out a few things, kind of as you're going through it, about things that sound obvious, but you might have not thought of it in the time period.
Okay. All right. So that's what I'll do that week. I'll just work getting more. I already know how to make the Vital Essence through the algae. So I'll send back the information through the Pip-Boy and be like, or actually through the mail that we have. So I'll send it back and I'll
B's lab is in upstate New York, along with the professor's. It's not the same town. I haven't described it, but it's in upstate New York.
If there's an explosion over there, I don't want to risk it.
Yep. But I'll also send over the way to make vital essence through algae.
Okay. It'll take some time to learn on your end.
I already learned it beforehand.
No, I'm talking about him.
But yeah, that's what I sent. That's what I'll send over.
So what's the advantage of the vital essence?
You don't actually have to kill hobos to get it.
Well, we have the wax, though.
Yeah, but we might need to make more wax.
Okay.
So.
The vital essence apparently is kind of like a how would I put it?
Life essence?
It's not an artificial life essence. It's a real life essence. However, this one in particular takes kind of a long, drawn-out process through killing off algae baths. It's not as pure as some of the other things you have. The thing is, you can condense it later on, and it's a relatively renewable way to create life resonance.
So it's just sucking those guys.
Yeah, you would hear from B that there's another individual floating around called Jack. I can't remember his last name. And he found a lot of alchemical research regarding a Dr. Gravenhurst, which theoretically all that research exists somewhere. You just have to get in contact with the man. It's Steve's other character got his legs cut off, and you'll have to talk to Steve about getting it, but he has access to a large amount of alchemical...
We actually have those notes.
Do you have those notes?
We all have those notes because the professor made copies for all of us.
Did the professor make copies of all the Gravenhurst stuff? Yeah. So there's that stuff, and that can actually vastly help you increase your alchemy and other various things of that nature. Just write it down as, if you wanted to make a copy and say, write down Gravenhurst alchemical notes.
I've been collecting the Gravenhurst notes. They gave me the ones from the original, and then we got the ones from Haiti.
Yep.
Jack has been using, his contacts with a butcher to harvest relatively sizable quantities. They're not as pure, but they are larger in quantity. Life resonances through bovine and other things of that nature. Apparently there's a region, according to Gravenhurst's notes, that you're not aware of right now. You're aware of it, but you don't know how to do it. Apparently there's some sort of region underneath the solar plexus right next to the heart where there's the highest quantity of vital essence in the human or mammal body. And there's apparently very intricate Mengele-esque notes about how to extract it from living entities.
Or like in the Haiti one.
However, you've also been sent materials regarding an algae bath that takes a few weeks to get going and then starts to slowly provide life essence.
Or in the Haiti one, he like put people in different vats.
Gravenhurst, from his notes, when we find out, was harvesting the recently dead and people that happen to be in the region with no family. However, he made quite a bit of pure life resonance very quickly. The benefits of being evil.
I can't imagine what you use white magic for.
He used it. He used it to extend his age drastically and resuscitate the dead. Was it a la Herbert West style reanimation? In the notes, it even references him being the assistant that worked with Dr. Herbert West.
So, do I think I'm ready to make this first batch?
Yeah, you felt that you could have started last week, but you said you're going to wait on him.
Yeah.
So if we want to move to your third week, you can start on the batch. You're going to need at least one larger sizable unit of life resonance, which you can use the wax for right now. Theoretically, you could set up this algae bath mechanism with some money and some equipment, and that should be renewable.
I guess first I'll try to make the batch, and then I'll set up the algae after I see how the batch goes.
So with your research, you have an idea about how to go about it. You can give me an alchemy roll. We have it at 12 right now. 11? It's minus 3, yeah. And mind you, depending, you might have, you can put more points into it. I'd say after 2 weeks, you can put 2 points into it.
So, 12 then?
If you're going to dedicate the points, yes.
I will dedicate them.
Okay, so 12.
So, I guess pass by 3.
All right. Ultimately, you think you can make about 5 to 6 of these patches per unit of life resonance. However, the first batch, you dicked up a little bit of it and managed to cut your losses, then kind of remix what was left. And you managed to get 3 of these patches. You can list them as life patches or even Brandon patches.
Slap patches.
Slap patches.
Brandon
For the most part, they immediately stop bleeding. The full regenerative effects take a few hours to start to kick in, but after a day it starts to peel off, and then underneath is freshly grown skin.
So it could be used as a trauma patch.
Yes, it immediately is available as a trauma patch, but it doesn't start healing until it starts to soak in.
So it's a fast seal.
Fast seal, it can stop bleeding, but like I said, it takes a while to seep in, so the wound will start to close over several hours. Depending on how severe the wound is. It might take a few patches if somebody gets cut through the abdomen and essentially their guts are spilling out, and you try to put things back in and hopefully they don't get an infection.
So I'm guessing that probably took me about 2 days. 1 for prep, 1 for actually doing it.
Alchemy takes a long time of brewing.
Okay.
So it takes the whole week, but you can do other things during that time period. It's just when you're looking for like condensing certain reactions or removing water from a particular compound, it takes a lot longer than chemically it should. But it's because you have to wait for the resonances to start to fall together. But you don't have to be there all the time.
So I guess I will set up that algae vat and form.
Okay. You can give me a chemistry roll on that one. I have chemistry.
The research.
You can default off of alchemy if you want.
I have it. I could.
You're in a different location right now, so unless you're gonna be working with him on work 3,
You can improve it when you finally get.
Yeah, when I get, I'll take it.
So do a research or alchemy. So 12.
Do you have naturalist, maybe?
I doubt it. So that's going to give me
I do?
an exact 12.
You have a process. I mean, it's kind of set up. It's going to probably take you a few weeks to actually start. There's going to be a series of testing. The theory sounds fine. You've never really done it in real life. And you definitely think that you might be lacking a certain amount of biology or chemistry knowledge to go along with this. While not needed for alchemy, it would vastly increase what you're capable of. If you're a capable biologist, chemist, and alchemist, the limits are going to be... There's not going to be a lot of limits to what you can ultimately accomplish. But it's kind of working. It's on a back burner right now. You're going to come back to it.
That was the plan.
All right. Anyone else's third week?
Have Bass or Scarlet give me the breakdown of the temple, of how it's designed or constructed.
Essentially, there's a loose configuration. There's only I would say there's a loose amount of temples that are still kind of left in the area, most of which are in Cairo, or that surrounding area, in northern Africa, and then some in Europe, Spain, France. And then there's occasionally a few where people from that region have moved to other parts of the earth, like individuals from Cairo have moved to California and New York City, and there's a few outcroppings of small temples there. It doesn't exist in a fashion that I get used to back in the day. For the most part, it seems like Bast had a very strong presence on Earth, and she doesn't have one too much nowadays, except in ancient temples and a few other locations. Supposedly, in certain realms, she does still have a lot of power, and you are aware that it seems like some of these strange, unusual cats are in a lot of these locations, and it seems like they have some way of communicating to each other, and every once in a while they seem to, how would I put it? They seem to coordinate in a group that unfortunately is not quite distinguishable by the followers, but more the cats themselves. So every once in a while, I suppose the people are led by cats every once in a while.
Right. Then I will go to B's lab, try to put on the circlet, talk to Thysosis,
Okay.
to see how long it would take, or if there's a way that I could get 2 more of those jumpsuits.
definitely can do that. He would like either an ounce of a material. Do you have chemistry?
No, but
He'll give you like a rough idea chemically of what he's looking for. And he'll just tell you to try to contact somebody.
I'll ask, since I'm in the lab, I'll ask anybody in the lab that's around.
He ultimately wants a chunk of probably about 2 ounces of unrefined uranium ore, or 100 ounces of, what is it, probably 100 ounces of platinum.
Oh, that's it.
I'll ask anybody in the lab at this time if there's any way that we can get any of this material quick.
They said quickly platinum pretty easily. I mean, B has a large requisition order. They say unrefined uranium ore, not offhand.
All right, I need to wreck 100 ounces of platinum.
That is at a threshold where they would have to contact B.
How much is that going to cost?
I'd probably say, there's about $5,000.
I add it to my loan.
Add it to your loan from B. You'll have to check from Steve. There might be a large. It's not something they could easily buy on the market, I suppose, right away. Uranium ore?
No, platinum.
No, platinum right away you can buy. He asked about uranium ore. I said it's not necessarily about the cost, it's how quickly you can get it.
Yeah.
And we just don't know that.
Okay.
That's what the researcher said. Just
Right.
All right,
Do they even
platinum,
have a
they
use
can
for
tell you
uranium?
somebody.
World War II?
1930?
There's research being done on it, but that's about it. Essentially, a lot of labs can order the material.
Tell him we can get him the platinum.
They might have been given X-rays
As he's
for
refined the needler to our my DNA or anybody or humans.
He was working on the first project you gave him. He thinks he can extend the human lifespan to probably about double until ultimately the body collapses in cancerous tumors.
Uranium is natural oxide dates.
All right. I don't remember asking him that, but okay.
I do.
Yep. Several of the PCs asked him about that.
And then, is there any devices that he knows of that can
Yeah.
So it's around.
It's around, yeah.
construct buildings in a fast fashion?
He says, yeah, an assembler.
How big is the assembler?
This is what you're building.
Small temple.
What is a small temple?
I tell him roughly the dimensions that are in the
1789 is
the dream that I had with Scarlet.
Well, that was a larger temple back in the day. Are you talking about that one?
Well, no, the one that, how big it would be. I could make one of a smaller scale.
On a smaller scale. How small of a scale? Because you know that one that used to be in Bubastis was pretty damn large. It might be small to him, but using relative terms at that point, that was the centerpiece of an entire city.
Say, quarter size.
Quarter size?
Is that still pretty big?
Yeah, that's still pretty big. That's like a football field.
Quarter an eighth of the size, then. We'll go that way.
All right, still pretty large.
But still, it's not my problem.
Okay.
It's only half a football.
It's
Yeah.
only half, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't have anything available offhand.
How big can you...
He said he can synthesize and essentially scrounge for small pieces of tech and elements. Nothing that large. He's still working on the computer systems here.
Is there a size that's feasible that you could?
He says, can you not just hire a bunch of humans to do the labor?
Not the same
He
anymore.
says, that's how the serpents did it. Just more humans for the project.
Kind of failed back then.
Didn't you, they say, same thing. Didn't you people have like the pyramids built?
Well, yes, but that was under dire circumstances.
He says, from his understanding, they were under normal circumstances, and that was what was projected. The casualty rate was in with acceptable limits to your kind.
All right, then. How long would it take for us to get those jumpsuits?
You could have them sent to the location in, what is it? The location that you jumped to in, he wouldn't say Brooklyn, but North America.
Oh, that is awesome.
All right. I'll contact you when the requisition is complete with the 100 ounces of platinum.
You'll need that, of course, first.
Okay. So I'll wait to that, then I'll...
Just needing to break up the
It's going to take probably 2 or 3 days for them to get that and move it over.
Okay, and
600
then
short tons of uranium, highly enriched weapons grade.
go back into nap phase to see if there's anything else that I could do with Scarlet.
Huh?
I'll go back into nap phase and see if there's any more I can do with Scarlet, any more things that come up.
if I could increase power, or if I could.
You feel as though getting a strong grip and actually using these in more practical applications will definitely help in that aspect. You feel as though Scarlet's more waiting for something to happen with you regarding those things. But definitely things are moving along, you feel.
All right. And
If you wanted to, you could put a single point, possibly 2 in one skill.
All right, I already put 1 in Foxfire, 1 in
No, the only
Guardian.
thing that'll happen is
Next week, you might be able to put 2 into something else.
we're now going to have the
Could I put that extra point into body language? Well, I guess that would be 2 points. Never mind.
that.
I got 2 points.
Yep, I said or 2 points into one skill. You could do that. And make sure you have an asterisk next to body language because you have a unusual ability to pick up cat body language.
Well, then they're going to
All right, and then at the end, I will invite the professor over to my
And then suddenly,
sanctuary.
Is Professor?
Yep.
and
Okay.
then suddenly it is the Gulf of Arabia.
You guys can talk if you want. Anyone else doing their third week? Third week?
Go ahead, Chris.
Third week, Jillian?
All right.
So you at home.
So at the end of your week, I'll
Do the
fresh my
hypertech tips, and you can hit the books hard. And learn most of it.
Yep.
So I picked up chemistry and material science.
How many points?
I just hate that when they complain about that. Like, you started it.
That's as much as you can get in 1 week.
Finished
It was completely justified.
Well, actually,
It
I'm
was. Both, yeah.
If they were going to fight that, we
assuming you get a certain learn some of those skill points from the weeks prior. Very good about that.
Mostly ours.
So that with the engineer, clockwork engineer, steam power, engineer.
What
Those,
engineering steam and engineering clockwork allow you to do is you can take your original concept and redevelop the concept using these new technologies. Because while sometimes a little bit more bulky and esoteric,
A backup character?
they definitely do seem to bypass your reliance on super advanced alloys and chemical
No,
compounds.
like if I die,
So I
you
will,
have a backup.
Right, but he has it in turn.
I will keep working with
I
the
already had to
flexible
start trying to track down and kill one.
and I will
appendage.
Yeah.
I don't want to
basically
try to.
bring
Oh
my
my gosh, there's a whole
stuff
army
with
of
me.
hunters out there. And they're doing
I
what?
assume if I spend my days there, they don't
I'm
have,
dead,
they
like,
don't
I
have work
want
for me
like
constantly.
them to be able
They have a
to
lot of
say,
questions
like,
about certain implementations. It makes it seems as though they're making a lot of educated guesses on the equipment that's been brought in, but it definitely you get a feel that a lot of this buttress technology is not theirs. They're just recently have adapted it. So there's a lot of questions about hypertech that they have of you. Questions like, well, theoretically, what would happen if they increase the energy here, or what happens to the cabling at this point, which you can answer.
What I'll do is I'll bring my truck down there, I'll set my table up in the back, and I'm there, I answer the questions, and when I'm pretty much done answering the questions, I will basically retreat to my truck and work on my stuff, and then they call me back.
They have a slightly better hypertech facility there in their field operations. The only thing is you get a strong feeling that all the interns there and everyone else is kind of watching the experts. Yeah. So you have an easier time working on certain aspects of the design here, but you get a feeling that while you're doing that, everyone's watching what you're doing. And they might be like, there might be someone in the back memorizing what the hell your designs are or other things of that nature. So.
Can cats say beans?
I will basically
So they can say it.
find word commands,
Cats get some words, beans.
and I will show him. Once I've been there a while, and they know what I am.
Right.
And I will give a chance to meet him, make a chance request a chance, which I probably will if I'm a consultant. And I will tell him that I'm.
Disregard these other images, but this is the individual that you see top here.
Okay.
His name is Colonel Ash Smith of the 42nd Infantry. However, you'll find this out more in your next week because you're just kind of getting settled the first week.
Okay. What I do, I'll say it now, but basically, I show him sketches of basically this and sketches of this. And I explain to him that I can't build this, nor can I build this tech level. I cannot build this tech level of this yet. But working on this in a current construction, current producible unit, my intent is that
it may be a functional infantry
It's an early get.
or heavy infantry armor when I'm done.
Instead of using
He definitely seems this will happen more the next week. But yeah, the first week you get familiarity. It does seem like there are certain materials that you could theoretically get to these people as well. They do obviously have.
Good idea, bad
Good
idea.
idea.
This is
Well,
just
if it's
the
just
field
wax
lab.
works,
You
just
imagine
turn
they
the
have a
heat a
very
little bit.
elaborate
Well,
laboratory
they,
sitting somewhere else.
they,
This is just the stuff that they roll out.
They're protected.
The only thing is you get like a strong feeling that they're kind of looking over your shoulder. However, there does seem to be a little bit of a feeling that these individuals might actually financially
say,
back
actually,
a
there are,
program like this.
giant,
Of course, then at that point you wouldn't be selling the
fire
designs
mines
to people.
used, like, tanks
These are the people that would be.
Well, exactly. If they
Soviet
Paid
Union
for it to
used to have
happen,
tanks,
then
and they were
paid
going a
for
little
it to
overboard during the Korean War. Same something
They
else.
still they get what doesn't exist because they paid for it. Then they paid for it from the door, just like our military. They pay to research stuff,
They did. You're
and
right.
they pay to buy it. They buy it. So,
Yep.
so that's where I tell them what I'm going. So this is the stuff I'm working on when I'm not actively working on materials that people are asking.
Okay. So that's going to take a little bit of time. Anyone else on their third week?
Oh yeah, I wanted to still work with pudding.
Okay. For the most part, when you're working, I suppose it seems interesting. When pudding is around you and you seem to be actively doing your own business, you seem to have more leeway with what is going on. But a lot of times when you like ask pudding to help you, like she just like knocks over your fucking soda can or other things of that nature. You're like, pudding, what's going on? However, I don't know. You're not sure. You're getting like a weird feeling from you. It's hard to tell. I can give you body language.
I don't have body language. I
You
have
default
body
off of perception.
perception.
Yep.
I made my perception by 8.
You definitely get the feeling that there's subtle nuances to how Puddin moves. It's a bit difficult, more than some other cats that you've seen, because Puddin is so sedentary. But you'd say that Puddin does try to communicate things to you, and it feels as though if you don't immediately get what that twitch or side motion was, Puddin gets like irate that you don't know what the fuck. Like, you want a salmon? Or like, no, I don't want a fucking salmon. And you're like, I don't know, she's getting all
she's
Puddin's getting all
heavily.
pissy again. I don't understand what's going on. She seems like she has a very short temperament. She seems to be different than Scarlet in certain ways, but
Just like my own cat.
It's like curiosity.
you do think that body language might help you interpret what Pudding is trying to
What about-
tell you?
What does animal handling cats do?
It allows you to better take care of them. I would say that you could use animal handling too.
I only got it for equines because I have
Oh. It wouldn't be that helpful. You can default off of it, but I actually recommend body language.
I wonder how Pudding and Scarlet back. I wonder if they're
So during that last week, or that last day, I do invite the professor over, and I'll show the professor how to enter a nat phase with.
that face. That's awesome.
What Jeb will try to relay to you is he's apparently able to take naps in coordination with Scarlet and almost seem to communicate her to her in kind of a dream state. The only things is he often spends probably most of the day sleeping.
Yeah.
It's difficult to wake up from these. Yes, so does Puddin. It's often difficult to wake from these kind of dream states, and you lose a large chunk of your day.
It looks like I was going to my last two again.
But it's perfect for downtime.
Third week. Have you done your? I think you did your third week with your Dusty. Third week. Did you do your third week?
The thing I wanted to master is, again, kind of reading the fuel gauge. So
Yep.
that's
So you can give me.
via the entropy, right?
Yep. You can. I think it's detect entropy, or what is the spell I gave you?
Let me pull it up.
There's different variants on a lot of these spells. So.
Predict entropy.
Yep. And you can give me a roll on that.
See, that was a trick. Now you
Before I practice it, I'm talking to people in Chantry, so can I practice it in Chantry without having versatility paradox?
The risk in the Chantry is much lower than normal.
Okay, so where's the safe place to go?
Anywhere inside the Chantry is better than outside the Chantry.
Okay.
The best place might be the near Umbra, if you can protect yourself there.
Okay, I'm not going to get to go there, so it'll be within the Chantry. and then I check. With
There's
my-
certain rooms which they can essentially designate time for you, and there will be individuals watching other people conduct experiments in these rooms.
Okay.
So you can have a large section to yourself. One of the strange things about the Chantry is some rooms have dimensions that are outside of what they should have. So a closet space could have a very large danger room type layout to
All
it.
right, I'm good with all that. And then I also confirm for my healthcare professional that I'm actually cleared for dabbling with magic.
They say that you have a little bit of paradox from what they can tell, but
This
not
is what I
nothing
wanna
significant.
Do. Is it going to put me at threat?
Any magic is risky. Inside the Chantry, under controlled conditions, it's far less likely.
All right. Well, I take my time. I'm in the control setting, and then I try.
Well, it's those extra words that kind of throw you off. Huh?
It's all this extra work. It's not a whammy, so just keep that in mind. Let's see. So that's
There's a 14.
15. It's a 15, which becomes a 14. So I'm going to miss by one.
Okay. Ultimately, you can give me 2 more rolls as the kind of time period goes over. I'm assuming you're trying this as a process.
Yep. So then let's see. That one's going to be 11. So that would be success by 2, and then 11 success by 2.
Okay. I suppose occasionally, after a few days in, you can usually get about 1 or 2 of the bones will, oddly enough, just kind of stand up on end. They roll in a fashion where I suppose it kind of, you're throwing a bunch of quarters on the table and one of them lands on its side. It's extremely unlikely that it seems to be interpreted that there's some strange, something strange about whatever you're trying to predict, or it might. I suppose you get a feeling that there's maybe a 20% likelihood that something that you're trying to detect is there, 10 to 20%, which you're concentrating on trying to find if you're contaminated or otherwise bearing paradox, and usually comes up about 10 to 20%.
Of what that's the paradox level I have?
Yes, but this spell could be used for any normal different things. Like, what's the odds if I throw this apple over there that's going to hit?
Right. I understand I can use it for that, but what I'm dialing in again is the paradox field game. So I talked I asked, who are the 3 top paradox experts? And I go ask them, how do you ask the questions when you do predict entropy, you get the best results?
One of the things is entropy is not, paradox is not predictable.
Yeah.
So what you'll be seeing with your die, your essentially chicken bones and other things of that nature, is that there's only about a 10 to 20% chance that might initiate if you get a large quantity stacked on top of that very quickly. So if you essentially dick up magic or do something pretty like, and the building's gone, David Copperfield, that'll initiate.
Okay.
But as it continues to get higher, closer to what they would say is you probably had about an 80% chance right at the end there that something might occur. And you added another, 10-20 percentage on top of that, and it went.
So then, the other thing.
So even at 10% likelihood, it could initiate. It's unlikely though.
Right. So is there a point that it'll go to 0? Does it ever get to 0, or do you just always?
There's always like 0.01%.
Okay.
If you keep continually rolling the bones, every once in a while it'll pop up like that, but you'll have an extremely low likelihood.
What's the averages that most people roll with?
They say if you roll like 10 times, you'll get 1 that pops up.
No, I mean, what do people normally operate with? What percentage of paradox do they carry around with them they don't worry about? 10 to 20%.
It depends on how active they are and some sort of field condition. Generally about 10 to 20% for individuals that get caught up in, I suppose, very treacherous conditions. However, it depends on how you operate, how you stick to techniques, or how you actually work within your rule set. Some people have kind of shortcuts where they almost never develop paradox. Other individuals, even fairly qualified, their methods and protocol usually has them having very high percentages of paradox.
So, in relation to the predict paradox spell, if I'm using the chicken bones, I'm operating within the system, right? So I'm generating less paradox.
Supposedly, yeah. However, theoretically, you could try to just guess.
Right. Okay.
But if you're at a roulette table and you're like 31 black, 5 blue, or 5 red. After a while, at that point, it's no longer something that's likely to happen, and you're probably dicking yourself over.
Okay.
say you could go to the horse truck with that. Well,
Can I use it for other people?
Anything that you concentrate on, you can try to detect
Okay.
the entropy within it, but it's not out. It's never 100%. You'll never know 100%. You only can mostly know, or
Right. Okay. So I'll look at that in a second. The other things I'd like to try to do is, again, reacquire my goods, which most of the mundane stuff I'm assuming I can just put in my store. The only thing I think that's going to be questionable is MI5. Are they still willing to sell me some more of those caseless natural rounds?
yeah, they're fine with that.
So I'll get those. And then...
It'd be the same prices that I listed before.
Yep. And then within the chantry, do they have any adamantine hand axes that are for sale? Or?
Not hand axes. They do have adamantine, which they could manipulate into something like that. I'll probably say 4, 5, 6, hand axe. They could throw together something close to about 3,500.
Okay. So for one, right?
Yep.
So if you buy two.
Yep. You'd have to put most of the 60% of the money down, and then you can come back for it. Once you've gotten, I suppose, individual crafters that know you well for purchasing things, that might not be a prerequisite anymore.
Okay. So I'll get that. I'll ask, are you around or where are you at?
I'm in Brooklyn.
So I'll get you on the telephone.
Just make sure you're writing down how much you're charging to B's expense account.
I'll get I've got it basically here. So.
I'm waiting for her to find that bill and be like, what?
Can you get a hold of Casey and see if the old tattooist is available? I've seen good last
I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, that'll be the next following week.
That skin is just floating around right now.
And then you said in the email Eckert gave me, or Angus gave me gloves.
He gave you gloves that essentially there is very well done embroidered.
Where'd he go?
No, very well done embroidered stitching in a thick glove. You lose a little bit of fine manipulation just because it's kind of a very thick leather glove. But ultimately, it has a series of gate sigils on it. One large one on the palm, one large one on the back, and then a series of smaller ones that almost all cover the angles, as though you kind of touch it with the side of your hand, and there would be one or two. They're definitely difficult in the fact that there's going to be a few objects that are actually going to fit within the confines of the gate. But having a gate is better than not having a gate in any circumstance.
Right.
Well, you get that from your solstice gift, didn't you? Those gloves. You get that as a solstice gift?
I think this was because he had a guilty conscience. But I do think of one.
Yep.
You're not just going to get Gates tattooed on your hands.
I was thinking about it.
Pretty sure though.
Angus Urquhart does have tattoos from kind of here to here.
And
It's just
he's willing to redo the.
Yep.
Get my ink back.
You would find as well that you do have scar tissue that regrows there, and it burnt your pattern. So
I've got what do they call it when you get not a tattoo but a branding tattoo?
yeah,
You have tattoos.
you can re-tattoo underneath that. But
Not the one he's having. No, he's got
So
that
has
protection.
Angus ever considered putting a single tattoo on the soles of his feet?
I do know.
for the most part, he's thought about it on a lot of occasions, but he primarily sets gates up and other things of that nature ahead of time. So this in case he gets a cut foot or something else like that. And a sigil on his foot is not really what he would like to use. So a lot of time prior to going to a region, he likes to set up a series of gates, and he usually can predict things well enough where he has a fallback gate, and he might develop a little bit of paradox for having to jump, but otherwise doesn't really have too much of an issue.
So what if you were to say that you built up a muscle memory to just teleport out of danger? Tattoos on the sole of your feet would be a benefit then, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Like he said, one gate is better than no gates,
Yep.
but he's not going to tattoo all. He's not going to tattoo every inch of his skin, so he'll have immediate access to it.
Yep.
He says that there becomes a certain point where you don't really even need the gates anymore, but if you don't want to generate paradox, you would probably want to use them. But what he's equating to is just the difficulty without using a gate. You've noticed that it's a lot more difficult when you try to transpose when you're missing part of the equation. But apparently individuals like Michael Larson or even Angus regarding entropy they can skip that without a penalty, but they still generate paradox.
Okay. The last thing I guess I'll check with them is just to make sure my theory is going to work with Birdie.
Yep.
So basically, I've got some ink that's laced with quintessence. I've drawn sigils on basically the faceplate of the breach.
Yep.
I've got cases of ammo. Put the ink there as well, so I should be able to teleport rounds directly into the breach, fire them. There's nothing there. Teleport next another one in, fire, and repeat process. Correct?
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay. There you go.
How much paradox is that?
Well, it's using sigils, so it should be nominal paradox.
The issue with the ink is that's very likely going to burn up pretty quick. The stuff that's in there, you primarily want it.
But if it's quintessence lace, doesn't it change the metal of the gun?
If done correctly, yes.
Okay.
What I'd either recommend is etching, or you'd need to use primal conduit.
All right. So I take my 3 I rolled and I transplant that into Birdie with my sigil.
I'll let you do that.
Okay. I will track down people if he says, etching or this, that, the other thing, and find experts that can help me with it. So I'm not just, I'm going to freehand this. And,
That's your style.
that is my style, but I'm going a little bit conservative.
Ultimately, with the ink, the quintessence would bind to the ink ahead of time, and it would be more attached to that than the gun barrel. If you use quintessence that wasn't bound to anything like water, that would seep in a little bit better. But primal conduit or etching it in would make sure that it's making direct contact with the metal where you want it.
Okay. So if I can get someone that's better at primal conduit than I am, to maybe I can draw it and have them zap it, and I owe you a favor.
Yeah.
Either that or I get a gold piece, I go to the ocean.
You can
I don't do that. I'm just
you
saying.
could get that done for around 500, or you could owe a favor to somebody in the future.
I'm fine with favors. Good.
Love favors.
Okay.
Especially if I don't remember what I had to do to fulfill that favor.
Yep.
When they fixed Hunter, did they fix his hand in the process?
For the most part,
I would have asked them not to if they can.
for the clay
My
hand.
left hand.
Okay.
Well, then I'll get a new clay hand. And
Was that ripped off in the process though?
the clay hand.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you said all my possessions were gone.
Yeah, but
it's a
that
possession.
attached to your pattern.
Oh, okay. So maybe it's just parts of it get stripped out.
I would say if you had a clay 10, I thought you had both of your hands repaired.
No, I always left because I like to touch stuff that should burn a person.
Like I said, you can pick up like a boulder, or is it a smoldering pile of something with your hand, and there's just nothing there.
And
It
I
doesn't
can put
burn or
my-
anything
I can
else.
put my
Yep.
cigarettes out.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, in fairness, you could have done that before with high pain threshold.
This way I don't actually burn myself.
Yeah, there's just no smoldering. It's just like, there you go. I would say that it's damaged. They would have repaired it with the clay, but
We can't do that anymore.
they wouldn't have done that until week 2, so you could have easily told them to just replace it with a clay hand.
It's already in the law for that place.
Your bill would be slightly lower, but you didn't have to pay
It's
for
a
that
UC
anyway.
You do have extras. Everything we buy one from the Chinese.
No, we bought some.
They're not clay hands. The clay hands are very specific. The stick hands are very quick, like my leg's broken, or my leg got ripped off, and here's a prosthesis, and it's very apparent. It's some sort of creepy, like thin mannequin leg, Pinocchio style. The clay hand, after it sets in, and essentially you saw the old Chinese man. It was very delicate and very intricate when he seamlessly fused it to your person. There's a slight burning sensation, and after that, it turned from clay to what looks like flesh.
Wouldn't surprise you.
All right. Is anyone else on their third week, or is everyone
I think
relatively
we're on
good?
the fourth week, yeah.
Okay. Coming into the third week, you guys are hanging out. I actually did want to talk to Dusty real quick, and then I'll talk to you guys. You guys can.
So did you do anything else?
Not yet.
Third
No,
week?
I
have
was
to
just
sleep a lot,
working on the bed.
Professor. If you want to talk to You're going to have to sleep a lot. You only wake up is to eat and use the restroom.
So like regular cats.
You get better results if you can
Draw results. Do what it takes.
You want to know, Puddin? Trust me. This is how I talk to Scarlet on a repeated basis.
I've got twin chemistry books covering on the same page, different authors. Read one, read the other, and I compare them. Turn the page. Read that, compare them. Read the books. This guy completely ignored saying this. This was much better.
I didn't have to teleport that. This is the case.
Neither one of all the money was other people generating this money.
I just get it from work.
I get it from work.
I'm thinking I should start selling some wrinkle cream.
You can do that.
That's what Gravenhurst has been doing. And so
Yep.
But this is more legit.
Yeah, it's
He's not using dead people.
Might be able to use algae. But of
All
course,
natural.
The thing with algae is, just like current day stuff that they're doing biodiesel with, is you may have huge rooms, big troughs, these 10 or 20 foot trays of water with algae grown in them, and they're 50 feet long. And
all I have for site
you
business is
advances
pre-coding.
and start up new stuff.
I get favors from that, which is really useful.
start
I
small.
have,
like your content.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
it's
I
a
have
process.
4
It rolls
favors I
through
haven't
the
used yet in the
started
in
in like
Irish community, and also get a +3 to any sort of thing I do in the Irish community. So
It
it's like,
takes
oh, this guy's been
days
running
or
from us in the
weeks
Irish
or something
community. Like, oh,
like
where
that
is he
for
going?
it to
We're like,
grow.
oh, back to Jasmine. Yeah.
Jeb still owes me a favor.
I'm thinking novelty products to be sold at a high price to wealthy people.
Now you can privately package the wrinkle cream stuff. That would go well in wealthy circles. But for that, you might want to increase the speed.
Well,
Figure it
yeah.
out instead of it being it has to sit on there for a week.
It's kind of the hope with the normal patches anyway.
They'll have their animals come in. They're not going to get anywhere near you.
You want it to be a, oh, you got your arm half cut off. Good to go at combat next round.
And they're going to hinder you because they're going to put the animal
Oh,
right on.
got your crotch cut by a axe.
Yep.
Also, since you made that at Dee's place with Dee's equipment,
Well, the patches were for us.
yeah, I mean,
Wrinkle cream has not been made yet.
It's only a 12 grand.
but it's that's for her.
I will when we start adventuring.
But wrinkle cream has only been researched.
The patents that makes the
By
product.
yours.
Wrinkle cream has only been researched for my materials.
Although I'm on the installment plan, so I won't be buying anything new for a while.
Actually, I don't need to tell you guys separately. Are you meeting up at the professor's house or
My sanctuary.
at your sanctuary? All right.
Is this the one on the docks? It's your cat sanctuary.
Yeah, it's about to move.
All right. Ultimately, as I told you before, Jeb has a cat sanctuary inside of New York City. There's a lot of strays that end up coming in, but you, have people occasionally kind of come in and clean up. The people from the the people from the cat sanctuary that used to be in Brooklyn have moved, so you're going to have to deal with possibly getting somebody else to come in and clean and do things of that nature. Otherwise, there's quite a lot of cats here, and they definitely go through a lot of the food. I believe Jeb was trying to show you a way of essentially taking cat naps and somehow, I suppose, trying to communicate more with Pudding at some point. And I'm assuming you guys were possibly 1 or 2 days into a particular session like that. And the entire, I suppose, kind of dreamscape where you kind of have a dream about Pudding. However, you also have a dream about Jeb and Scarlet. The dream seems to collapse very abruptly. However, you definitely saw, which you guys can confirm later, both of you individuals, which you can confirm Oh, I see what my issue is.
I thought it was magnetized.
No. Both of you saw this one and can ultimately, when you're awoken, confirm that this is what you had the same dream, from what you can tell.
Wow.
It seemed like Puddin and Scarlet seemed to stop what they were doing when this other cat entered the dream. And shortly, you guys being abruptly woken up, it seems like Puddin just goes to the front door and starts clawing at the front, or the warehouse. Actually, Puddin goes outside, so there's like a cat door where they can get in and out. And Scarlet goes to newspaper clippings and starts clawing up an Obduro thing, and then brings it over to you.
The cats can do research?
It's just, what is it? It looks to be an earlier news clipping about how Obduro saved a boy in the subway tunnels. However, it just looks like she was clawing out Obduro.
Is this the same markings as Joseph's friend that was in the tunnel? The Garu, that's sort of like a Garu, but that's like a...
You didn't see any markings of that nature, and it just seems like Scarlet is brought... You can give me a body language since you actually have an asterisk next to that.
Beat it by 6.
You get a strong inclination that Scarlet wants you to either contact Obduro or somehow get into, bring them.
Okay. We should go to the door, to our office there, Professor.
Puddin has disappeared outside from what you can tell. You're not sure where.
I gotta go find Puddin.
Puddin ultimately gets up to the road and just stops.
Alright. I'll tell whoever's there to clean, just to finish, take care of them. I'll give them $40, get it done.
They probably come over here about once every 2 weeks now.
Okay.
And they'll take the money, but
Okay, looks like
might
we're
want to
moving
hire.
to sanctuary soon.
But, you might want to hire someone. I got someone to take care of Puddin. She's expensive, but I'm sure.
Alright, we'll head back up to the office.
What
once
was
we get
that
there.
cat we saw?
We don't know.
Oh, the type of it?
What type? Like an ocelot or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, just so you know, I let the Obduro secretary know where I am.
Okay.
When I change locations,
Yep. There's been some times in the past where people have gone missing, and
I know, and I'm not
she's
one
just
of
like,
them.
well, I don't know, I don't know where they went.
This is the week I can put 2 more into something, right?
Technically speaking, but something's happening right
Okay, never mind. Then we'll just head up to the office. Then once we get to the office, we'll have Lisa Mortensen call everybody.
now. Lisa Mortons will call. Ultimately, Puddin will follow you around. Not Puddin, but Scarlet will follow you. Puddin will stay in the cabbie.
I'll ask Puddin if we should go.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready to go?
Give me a body language.
reject sarcasm.
Yes.
Beat it by 10.
You get a strong feeling that Puddin has a determination to do something, and that Puddin is waiting for everyone to come to Pudding, and Puddin's going to do something.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Puddin's determined for something to happen right now.
Scarlet gives you kind of an easy, kind of mellow feeling. She seems to be fairly wise. Puddin seems to be very short-tempered and adamant, but Puddin seems to have an air of authority about it.
Is she always like this? I'll ask Scarlet.
Yeah.
Seems that way.
Alright. So we'll wait for everybody to filter in.
Wait for Dusty.
I'm in the area.
Yeah, Lisa Morris gives you a
Probably bored
call.
out of my mind
Is this during
by
the,
then, 'cause
is
I
this
haven't
during the
shot
third week or
anything.
the fourth week?
Well, I don't know, you've been
End
working
of
on
the
alchemical
third, I
goods,
think.
so a lot of times you're like, why is that bubbling like that? Check your manual. Is that supposed to be bubbling like that? You're dealing with all kinds of magical chemical compounds, and theoretically any of this could just go fucking reactive at any point in time. So it's not like
It's
you're
like a
work-
meth lab.
Yeah, it's like a meth lab, like a very, like a meth, yeah. It is. It's because you're not a strong,
Bad one.
you don't have a strong understanding of the alchemical processes, and a lot of this is working on mystical energy, which apparently has a mind of its own. So it's not just hard chemistry here. I mean, the moon phase, the fucking star phase, other things of that nature can change how the reaction is going, and it's more of an art rather than anything else.
During Guardian mode,
Like growing meth.
in Guardian mode, what happens to my possessions that were on me?
You're not sure. They seem to
I
fold
see
in,
here.
Okay.
disappear.
So if I'm wearing a backpack, does it fold in or does it sort of just...
From what you can tell, yeah.
Oh my
Only
God.
up to a light encumbrance, though. Everything else just fall off.
Never mind.
That's pretty much where I'm at, is light, so...
Pusher, though. That's the only thing I got.
Well, since I have the tablecloth, it makes everything light.
Yeah. Sticking that Bowie knife in your ear.
And what was the duration of the wine and fast? How many uses?
How many did you purchase?
It was
Just
$800.
oh, that first one.
Okay.
Supposedly around, you're not sure specifically, but supposedly around like 24 hours. And it's only one usage.
Alright, so it's gone. So, well, at least I know $800 gets me a lot.
Otherwise, I mean, you haven't really tested it out, but theoretically, do you have a point in the wine and fast?
Not yet. No, I didn't buy it yet, but I could probably buy it. But I have to buy a point in alchemy.
You're not sure what it does specifically, but apparently it's some sort of powerful concoction used for certain...
I know it. It's a protection of... I asked the Chantry what...
What they would tell you is theoretically you could survive in aquatic conditions or even high orbit or other things of that nature for a limited time period. It wouldn't stop you from starving or dehydrating, but it would stop your head from crushing or your body... Actually, it wouldn't freeze in space.
Explosive decompression.
I don't think that would be explosive decompression either. Yeah, but that's actually a myth, isn't it? There's nothing, no such thing as explosive decompression. Because they had a NASA astronaut had been exposed to vacuum before because of a fucked up seal, and other than it pulls the oxygen out of your blood, and they asphyxiate in about 30 seconds. But it actually takes like 3 or 4 minutes for them to die.
Just rather painful.
They're only aware of it for the first 30 seconds, where it literally starts ripping oxygen out of your blood, that the capillaries lining your lungs. So then your brain receives oxygen or deoxygenated blood within the first 30 seconds and just unconscious, and then you're dead after that.
No, you're right. I have heard that. What I was saying is that explosive decompression is any time it happens suddenly, like instead of having a slow leak in the suit, it rips off and just bam, it's right down. You have that massive change in delta P. And that's the explosive decompression. So,
That's kind of that's a little bit what affects the bends with nitrogen.
that is
That's what pressure changes ultimately change the...
well, no, the pressure pushes nitrogen into your system, and then as you come up, it escapes. If it's too fast, it escapes quickly.
Yep.
Rips the cells and goes through.
I'm going to go get something to drink, and we're still waiting for Dusty here when we start. But you guys can talk amongst yourself during that time period.
I think your cat's determined for something to happen.
I think something is happening.
I don't know.
Well, I heard kids got kicked off of a
101.
100, yeah,
And 8 adults from a Jewish Orthodox
yeah,
school.
and they wouldn't turn off their phones.
We'll sit down.
Yeah, because they wouldn't turn off their phones or sit down on a plane.
When we come back, we need to figure out how big a property you have. I think we should build a temple on the East Coast. And not only do I think we should build a temple, I think we should have a festival in the East.
I do have a portal there that Dusty helped me set up to teleport there.
Well, I asked Thysoses if he had anything that could help build buildings quick. He said he would have to construct something to help. Then he told me to use humans, and I told him that's not what to do.
By humans, he meant cutting them up for brick and mortar, right?
Just to move the brick and mortar.
Oh, okay.
I would assume a sanctuary of cats would be hard to get research done in. Like, get out of my book.
Lisa Mortons has contacted everyone via phone at the various locations that they're currently at, and ultimately said that the professor and Jeb had requested their presence back at the Obduro Brooklyn building.
And how many acres do I have on my
I
own?
think I said about 40. You had a pretty decent-sized area. I mean, you still do have neighbors around the region, but you have a nice region around you.
Perfect for a temple.
She is close to outlining like national, or was it, what the hell is it, state park. So you're not supposed to be building there, but theoretically the boundaries between where it starts and her property ends.
Do I need to be there faster than 4 hours? Or?
Lisa Martin says that, from what she understands, no.
Did I get a contact from that, or is it just anyone who's in the Brooklyn area?
if you left your forwarding information, then she would give the clinic a call and it would be forwarded to you.
I'll attempt to get back there. Okay. If I can get back there in the day, I will. If I can't.
There's actually a chantry in Chicago.
Yeah,
I
Chantry,
can go from
Chicago,
Chicago. Yeah,
Massachusetts, but
I'll
it'll still be about 4 hours.
Yeah, I'll go from there to the.
So as you're getting ready, what is it? Gabriel Bruce will tell you that there is a chantry in Chicago.
Oh.
You can go from there to Massachusetts, and then that's like a
Okay.
4 hours.
4-hour trip.
Yeah, I'll get
The
there.
only thing is you need a cabbie, and then your vehicle would stay here. And you can,
Yeah,
he's fine if you
I took a
leave it
train.
here.
I took a train here anyway. So train then.
Hey Ian, can I put a bicycle in the tablecloth?
I don't think that'll fit. If it's a folding bicycle,
Or
Do they
take
have
from
folding
wheel off.
bicycles like this?
I think
I want to say it's somewhere around this time period where they built
They
folding
did, yeah.
bicycles. I just don't know for sure.
I think so. Yeah.
Otherwise, like I said, Lisa Morton had contacted everyone with forwarding information and told them that the professor and Jeb wanted them back at Obduro, Brooklyn as soon as possible, but it wasn't super urgent.
I'll tell her I'll be there. in
At least
4
unless
hours.
somebody told Lisa Morton's otherwise. You guys told him to get him here.
Get him here.
I'll
I'll
tell
go
her
to the
I'll be there in
cabin.
4 hours.
I'll go to the cabin and tell Puddin. It's going to be about 6 hours, Puddin.
The cabbie looks back at you and he's like, all right, but the meter's still running.
You want anything to eat? It's going to be a while.
I'll take a sandwich.
How much for you to bargain? Give me your flat fee for the next day. For this day.
Geez, he's gonna have to run some numbers here.
I do have my own personal car if I went back and
Oh,
got it.
did you? My cars have been destroyed on a repeated basis.
Okay. So you just quit?
Yeah.
What about that motorcycle you bought?
Destroyed. I don't even know where it happened. I think the Chinese took it.
It's in the back of the truck.
Probably.
How long would it take for me to go get my car and drive?
Probably about a cabbie up there and a cabbie back would be about 4 hours.
Cabbie.
Cabbie up there.
Go
Then
get
cabbie.
my car.
So cabbie there. That's it.
So you're currently at the warehouse with Jeb, and then you went back to Obduro, Brooklyn. And that's about 2 hours away from your home. It would take 2 hours up to get there, and then 2 hours back if you took a cab or other
Well, I
vehicle.
think she was saying that her car was already at the warehouse because she drove from her.
Oh, yeah, fair enough.
So I guess we wouldn't need a cab. We would just
You
have
wouldn't need a
person
cab, you
drive.
could just do that.
Okay, then we'll do
So
that.
then instead of taking the cab, you guys could have took your vehicle from the warehouse to Obduro, Brooklyn.
Okay, let's do that. And Pim can stay in there unless she wants to eat.
Jeb, or was it Funk can give me a land nav from Massachusetts?
Sure.
I spent $20 on food for us four and the cat and the driver.
I think the driver's professor.
Yeah, feeding him. The cat's in there with him. It's going to be a little awkward.
6.
6. Yeah, you can easily make it. I mean, it's some new roads, but ultimately you find the major highways and you don't have an issue. So about 4 hours later, probably closer to about 1 p.m. In the evening, you guys can get all together at Obduro, Brooklyn.
So what'd you guys call?
Puddin would still be in your car sitting on the front dash.
I go to the car and be like, come on, Puddin, they're all here.
I would show up about a half hour late.
She doesn't seem to move.
Cursing my taxi driver for some competency.
I'll ask Scarlet if we
Yeah.
should get in the car.
Well, they don't know. Relative to other people, they don't know that you were 10 minutes later than you should have been.
But they know I'm hot.
You didn't notice I'm wearing one of those World War I helmets now? Like, what's going on?
All right.
I'm fully armored and everything. Like, okay, let's go.
All right, I look at him. Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck? Things have fallen on my head before.
That's the worst. That's the least thing you got to worry about.
I take it we already got
Yeah,
their
I
suits
just.
and the transaction for the 100 platinums. If it was
That would have been last week within the first 3 days, yes.
So you got your jumpsuit back.
Oh, thank you.
And mind you, remember about the jumpsuit, it does cause some strangeness with the group, even though you guys are a bunch of weirdos. Because every 30 minutes you're kind of pulling the collar and be like, so what do you know about the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how
It holds in moisture and heat really well, and you imagine that if you were a lizard, it would be probably pretty awesome.
And every once in a while, I just take an ice cube and poop.
Yep.
That only works for a while, though.
It does.
After
Then you got to
a
empty
while.
the pool out of water on
No.
your feet.
I was gonna say it only works for a while because after a while it starts stinking. So it doesn't work.
I'll ask
Remember
Scarlet.
that-
Next to what?
I'll ask Scarlet if we should go inside the car with
Take it
Puddin
off.
or should we go inside
Yeah.
the
Leave it
building?
on 24/7.
You can give me a...
You can't
body
do
language.
You
it.
get, you get the jungle rod.
You get jungle rod.
You got it underneath your
Deep one suit.
Be my
Exactly. You got
It seems like Scarlet is trying to
I know what you guys are talking about.
Scarlet is not
Like
hugely
that call.
rushed, but she is kind of
Hold up
waiting to
support for me,
corral
really.
people back towards the vehicle. You just get a feeling that Puddin is just locked on target to something.
So
You
what's
don't know
going on?
why.
Yeah, what's
Wait,
going on?
wait. Is she spread like this on the
No, she's sitting on the
dash?
fucking front dash looking forward.
I'll ask Lisa if we had any calls to do anything, any special.
Nothing for
What is
today,
that,
no.
That aviator helmet? What's that called?
Aviator helmet?
Like, you know that they put on and then the goggles?
No, but
Okay.
I was showing the professor had to have a dream sequence with
Helmets, yeah.
Stunner
Puddin,
shades
and
and
all of a
scarf.
sudden we both had the same
You'd have done it
dream, woke
prior.
up, and
Yeah,
freaked out.
that's
Well,
the adventure when those are
Puddin
driving.
freaked out,
suit.
and she's been dead set to get everybody together.
How big is your car?
It is
So the professor's running this one?
Puddin is
Packard
actually running
6,
this one.
1927 Packard 6.
I've even tried to feed the
So
damn
how many
cat.
people could I fit in there?
I would say you can fit like 6 people.
Her cat, I'm sure her cat ate. Did her cat eat?
Yeah.
Okay. It took time out of its fixation to.
It did it very quickly, but it just
Not very Puddin-esque.
no. This is probably the first time you've ever seen that cat trot anywhere. It's always in kind of a baby carrier on the front of the professor. It's like some sort of.
Or on the back.
It's like a
of the
tiny
dash.
hairy Jabba the Hutt. It's like.
So we'll get once everybody's there, we load them up in the car to see where we're.
So that everyone has a picture.
Do you have a picture of Puddin the cat?
I will look up for one. But
Angry cat?
No.
Wait, we all fit in there?
Bill the cat?
It's going to be packed, but yes, you can.
Oh yeah, we did
Did
the
the
car
professor?
people into a cab, didn't we?
We had a means of detecting paradox. So if you're interested, I can scry you on that. I don't think you built any up. You're
No, I don't think I
fairly timid in your uses, so.
am. Careful.
Then you said during those 3 weeks I couldn't buy up my power, right?
If you get on my
take-
Facebook, I got
could.
on my
Okay.
Facebook.
You couldn't.
what type of
However,
cat version?
you feel as though Scarlet's waiting for something to possibly happen, or
I'm being
your
kibosh.
power is separate from
Investiture.
investiture.
Yes.
And investiture is primarily what Bass deals with. Your power is something that you can develop, but you feel as though
I have a
Scarlet
feeling
is trying to tell you that you should be using, I suppose, branching out more.
Practice the things you know.
I know.
Yeah.
Like jinxes. Evidently that's not enough.
Well, you got other things besides jinxes.
Yeah. I do put down elder signs from time to time and deflect
Time to
harm.
time.
And
You've got a lot
bind-
of other spells though too.
I use bind wounds, deflect harm.
I know. I've got a threshold, and
I know.
you're very close to it. You're not there yet.
I know.
Just do what the cat
Yeah, listen
tells
up, people. You need to get hurt more, okay? I need to finish healing a lot more people at once.
Oh, by
You're
the
not here,
way,
right? You said you need experience. There's other spells besides that.
That is how you develop high pain thresholds.
Yeah.
Didn't start the game with that.
The elder, what is it? Holy Ghost is the one that kind of no, the sun. Who screws us over.
The sun screws you over because essentially you can cut off a lot of people's power investiture.
So he and I are still flying naked. We don't have the signal. Protection.
During those 4 hours while we're waiting
It
for every
sounds
on-call
like
case,
bunch
you
of
get
problems.
tattoos arranged.
He'll try to get into contact with the individual. He can talk to you later when something has been set up.
Okay. When you get there, I tell you that everything is working out. Just have to wait.
That's okay. I'm not saying we should delay doing the mission.
Oh no, I'm just saying that I
Actually,
did
is
do it.
Thomas protected?
No, I don't think he has a tattoo. The Aztec tattoo.
You don't have
Oh.
it. You have the warding tattoo?
The greater outer planes.
Yeah, I think I do. I wrote it on the character, didn't know what it was.
Okay. I didn't remember if we got it.
Otherwise, it does take about 4 hours. Like I said, it's about 1 p.m. by the time everyone is assembled.
Yep. Oh, where's the cat taking us?
So far, I mean, you guys get into the vehicle, and Cat just standing up front. Scarlet's just by you.
I try to go into a dream sequence to see what he wants us to go.
Should we maybe just drive down the road slowly and we'll indicate when we want to turn?
That would be a good idea.
Sure.
I'll ask Professor for you to go into a dream sequence when I wake up
Who's
and nothing.
driving though?
I can take a little bit of time.
Thought we were in our own.
Hey, how about I drive and you dream?
I was thinking the professor could drive.
She's got to drive.
At this point in time, Puddin just keeps clawing at the front windshield.
So just
Go
drive.
drive.
Yeah.
See which way Puddin wants you to go.
Yep.
Just go slow.
Continue to drive for a little bit of period. It seems as though Puddin starts to. She does occasionally block your view, but she'll walk from left to right. going in a particular direction as you're driving, or otherwise just stay on the middle. Scarlet seems to be calm, Puddin seems to be overly agitated. Otherwise, you guys are probably about 20 minutes in. Hunter will occasionally bitch about the directions that you're taking.
I am in the back there grumbling about even cats are dumbasses in no directions.
You know, it's really nice. You lost your
ass up because there's a fat cat flying out the window.
Did you really?
Yeah, she broke it.
You broke it, but you got it mended.
You got it mended, yeah.
That's true, I got it mended.
Then you lost it again.
I lost last.
All right. Anyone can give me land nav?
You were violated by full
Land navigation. Navigation land.
full space. Transpose.
2. Anyone else?
Land nav.
No.
No, you're not gonna get it from me.
Okay.
I do not have that.
Ultimately, Puddin seems to be moving you back to your own home. You're not sure. I mean, you didn't see a whole lot of traffic. It took longer than you thought this time to get back to your house.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hunter seemed to call it that you're going the wrong way, but same way you always take.
Open the door and see if she gets out.
As you guys pull up into the lot, Puddin seems to scratch at the door. Scarlet slowly follows, but still hovering around you. Puddin is separate from, I suppose, the professor and just kind of hobbles out and then continues to, I suppose, sideways penguin run towards the, what is it, some of the standing stones out in the far lawn. Yep.
I'm just going to be like, didn't you feed her today? Backpack out the back?
Yep. Going out after the cat.
Alright. You prior have the technique for keeping spatial stuff on, so just tell me when you want that on or off. The same thing with you, Ben, for life sense. You can have that on or off, but there are rolls that are required, and the more you have it on, the more likely something could happen.
Yeah, with this, I'll have it on with life sense.
Yeah, we seem to be going into a deal, so.
Yeah,
you guys
life
can give
sense
me rolls.
Rolling in the hot.
By 2. Yep.
So it'd be 6, that'd be by 11.
You would notice that there's some sort of gate sigil somewhere around here. You had heard prior, did you ever mention to anyone else? I think you did.
Did you set a gate up around here?
Yeah,
I
he helped us set it up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I set it up. I told everyone.
Otherwise, you'd notice that the cats have a life force stronger than most people do.
Okay.
Both of them do. Ultimately, Puddin makes his way, her way over towards this kind of standing stone. Not standing stone, but this gate sigil. It's made in cobblestone and kind of blends in with the garden. You wouldn't really notice. It looks decorative. But if somebody with occult knowledge or symbol drawing stood over it, they would realize what it actually is. It's pretty large. I'd probably say about 9 feet in diameter.
How was it about last time? I didn't write it down.
I'd probably say it's like 9 feet and it has flowers and other things of that in the region. But ultimately, as you get to that point, you can tell that it's sigil. The only strange thing, as soon as Puddin gets onto it, you can feel that some sort of aperture opens and it starts to head to somewhere. You can tell that someone is... You're fairly confident that the cat itself is sensing steelies, but you've never seen this little fucker do anything remotely like this before.
Yeah,
It's always been in a papoose or something else, and they feed it salami, and it eats as much as a normal person would.
I tell everybody the cat is going to take us someplace.
It seems as though an aperture, sensing is going on, and then it seems to make a series of strange kind of movements in kind of a Jigglypuff-esque manner, and you guys can give me gesture.
I don't have gesture.
I got gesture, baby. I got 4 ranks in gesture.
Can I do
By 2?
thaumatology?
By 10?
Give me thaumatology.
Oh, yeah, I like to use that.
Gesture by 2.
Made your gesture by 9?
By 9.
Okay.
Thaumatology by 6.
You switch gesture to
4. It's 9 and 4 with thaumatology. This cat has never showed any kind of remote signs of being supernatural other than it looks brighter than normal. However, you're pretty confident that from what Hunter just said, it's opening up a transpose aperture and is now doing something. With gesture 9, it seems as though it even though it's very hard to tell because it has a tiny body and it's kind of pudgy and then overtly hairy on top of that, so it's moving around, you're pretty sure it's casting some sort of rituals with gestures. You didn't know that cats could do that, but apparently this little fucker is. You know that it's creating some sort of fairy fire effect, but you're not seeing anything. There's nothing here.
Put on my monocle to see if I can scan it to see if there's
That's
any
how that pudding got into the fridge.
Yup.
I never bought pudding.
You can put on the monocle and see that there is some sort of strange energy coming from the gate beneath it, and that there is energy essentially, what seems to be... What's the energy? It seems as though there's energy around pudding that seems to evaporate and just disappear.
What's Scarlet doing?
You can tell that there's a faint energy. You can tell that the aperture opens ever so slightly, and it's not actually it's not connecting to any gate that you can tell is in existence. But there is something that is, I suppose, being created at a distance. You can think.
Is it pulling something here, or is it creating a hole that we could? So if we all
An
step,
aperture hasn't. What is it? A full gate hasn't opened up, so you don't know what the hell it's doing. It seems to be sensing a region that does not have a gate.
Okay. I think if we all get in the sigil at this point in time, we're not going to instantly disappear, right?
No. Both of you are fairly comfortable with transposes. If you had that running, you'd be fairly confident that it's about to happen. This does not feel like that.
Okay.
Is Scarlet sitting down or is she just standing
So
outside?
do you want to get in the sigil, Professor, or do you want to see if she's bringing something here? Your call, Professor.
Scarlet's
I
not
don't know,
worried.
what does pudding
I'm not
want us to
worried
do?
either.
With body language, it does seem like Puddin's just caught up in
You've been
things.
flayed alive, you've done a lot of things.
I guess.
A short amount of time later, you definitively feel an end gate where there was never an end gate, and now an aperture is opening, and you believe a transpose is charging.
There's a transpose charging. She's going to want to take us somewhere. Anyway, she'll all get in the sigil.
Alright, jumping in the gate. Jumping in.
You're not really sure what the hell's going on. You guys are following a fucking cat around like some sort of Scooby-Doo mystery.
What do I see the cat doing?
The cat seems to be like...
Well, I'm not going to drop my gun
gun's
and be like,
concealed. We don't know where
should I
we're
put it
going.
down?
We're going to,
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
No response.
I'll tuck my gun down.
I'm just kind of like,
You should put your gun away. We
it's
don't
not
know.
pointed at the
Just
cat,
put-
but I'm
just-
like,
Holster. We don't know where we're going. She could be taking us to Grand Central.
You should take any weapons out right now.
Otherwise, it's weird, but Puddin creates a what seems to be a charge for a gate to send pretty much the entire sigil over to this new location, and it charges it probably as quickly as you could.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Step in.
Step in. Yep.
Scarlet, step on it.
She's got the power of a god behind her. It's not really surprising me too much.
Wait, we could have been using the cat to try to teleport the entire time and no one would have lost
I'll
their
ask-
skin?
I'll ask-
Wow!
You feel that they're pretty confident that Puddin would have done shit prior.
Exactly. We would have been
I'll
dead
ask
sometime.
Scarlet.
You don't know what suddenly got under Puddin's ass where she's going about and doing
I
stuff.
look at Scarlet like, you can do
This
this
is
too,
what
kid.
the deity's possession looks like.
Oh.
Maybe his body language.
Puddin's not charging.
Wow.
Puddin's a vessel.
By 10.
10.
Beautiful.
Puddin's on the
I'll
hook
say
control.
that, it's very subtle, but you get a feeling that each one of these cats, are different individuals. They have their own personality, and they're somewhat paired up with their owners, I suppose, in a significant way. And each one knows different things,
So,
but technically
I've
you
got- so it's
know
my job
everything that
that
Scarlet knows,
I
and
need
vice
my
versa.
alarm. This is what my
So
So
you
alarm
think
she
that-
knows
is
that
going to work is.
what the professor knows, the professor...
Vice versa, and
knows
thus,
nothing.
for some reason, you go to sleep and you wake up knowing things you
Sorry,
should.
you yelled at her work.
However, in the opposite, you get a strong feeling that Scarlet might be able to jinx people.
It's even better now.
All right. Ultimately, you guys transpose and move position. You have sense steely, so you can give me a nav land or a geography roll.
Geology. That's all they call
Awesome.
Geology. Fuck, we're now we're in rock. Beautiful. Like, well, now we're in igneous rocks. Rock, yeah.
I don't have either of those, so I'll just go with the ride.
Okay. You can give me an IQ-based sense steely.
Or go to Iran.
Well, what's an ocelot doing in Iran? Is that someone else's?
There were large cats in Irem, but they're somewhat reptilian-looking.
Yeah. Those aren't very nice. They're not really... Certain cats are not worshipped by Bass or acknowledged by
Maybe
Bass.
someone
Do my
else's cat
equipment bonus still apply to that or not?
Yeah.
has Do I have to test them up?
Maybe.
It's like, was it Cats of Saturn or not? Really?
Cats.
Let's see. I'll make it just on the nose.
It's some sort of transcontinental gate.
Okay. Does my absolute direction help at all? Or
I think
It does
plus
give
two
you
or-
pluses on it.
not for this. No, not necessarily. Yeah.
Oh, do you have it with 3
In
special
actuality, I think that's been replaced. You just kind of now have a vague sense of where things are, and people are often wrong.
Okay. I'll have to make a note. Absolute direction is better and worse.
When you, like I said before, when you specifically are in charge of where the hell things are going, you seem to get there very efficiently, and just everyone else has their thumb up their ass or something.
I'm driving from now on, Pete, because you're driving me all insane.
Yeah, you get that feeling. However, at this point in time, you're not sure where you are. Off in the far distance, you can immediately see that there is a town, maybe about a quarter of a mile down hill, a little bit from you. However, you're completely circled by what looks to be a 15-foot diameter sigil of blue flame. The heat feels extremely hot. I mean, kind of shield your eyes a little bit, and shortly thereafter, it seems to disappear. It seems to be a fairy fire, and from what you venture, the cat might have been able to create a fairy fire in this. What is it? In the configuration of a gate at the other end, thus connecting it and then going there.
That's awesome. Where's Pudding look like she's going?
Puddin seems to immediately start to jaunt off towards this town.
Following the
Okay,
Puddin.
yeah,
I throw the extra suit that Hunter cut up my crotch with, and I give it to Martin.
Okay, Barton.
Okay.
You have a crotchless suit now? Congratulations.
Well,
It doesn't even
It's a
have
full
zipper.
suit. It's just there's a line in the crotch now that's loose.
It's
a
a
crotchless suit.
So there's tape on it.
Well,
That actually might
up
be
these
the most
suits
comfortable
into,
suit
like-
here.
I know it's got air.
Alright, I can keep going.
hot piece there.
Yeah.
We'll follow after I give him the suit.
I just love that original situation where it's like, I've got super armor on, and Dusty's like, don't worry, I don't miss with my super weapon.
Slice.
Wait, super armor, super weapon?
You lose.
Did you say the fairy
Massive.
fire ring
And that's been
disappears?
fatigue.
Then how do we teleport back?
Lean into it.
We'll find out.
I'm not sure.
Take out the flex
Where
armor.
are we?
We don't know yet.
Alright.
Little bits on the floor.
Moving farther in, for the most part, you guys can give me an anthropology
Does
or
anybody
a
recognize architecture? That's why I asked.
architecture would be a signifier. of where you might
Anthropology
be.
by 5.
Anthropology by 5.
Does
I
anybody
have
recognize
history
architecture?
medieval if it looks medieval.
Does anybody have architecture?
I got anthropology. Would paleo
Mid by
anthropology
6.
also come into play?
No, not unless there's dinosaurs in the town.
Well, paleo anthropology.
That's possible.
That's
Cavemen.
yeah.
Not dinosaurs.
I
Not
made
dinosaurs.
anthropology by 6.
We've learned from history.
What did you say we could do archaeology too?
Yeah, archaeology. Was it architecture? Hunter suggested, and you could try to determine where you are based on the architecture.
Then I made the anthropology.
By how much? By 6. For the most part, you do seem to be entering a fairly, I suppose, poorer, possibly African-British colony of some sort. You're not sure where specifically.
How much time has gone by since from absolute time unit?
Yeah, it's absolutely.
None. Just the same amount of time it would have taken you to walk, transpose. It was instantaneous. You didn't notice any.
Oh,
Is it nighttime or daytime?
Here we
I'm gonna be glad I took my bike.
probably about 5-6 hours ahead of time, I think. So it's actually getting pretty dark.
like T.S. Lawrence.
Right now it's June, but where you are, it's probably about, you don't know.
We
It's
don't know.
dark now. It's cool,
Is
but
there any significant, like, we were in the summer and now it's obvious winter?
That'd be true. Yeah.
nothing significant. I mean, there's a cool air, but it could have been night for a couple hours here, depending on where you are.
The
keep walking towards it.
I mean,
I'm waiting for the villagers. Are all
it
mad
seems
and all
as though
pale-faced.
this might be an
You know,
African
pale-faced.
African colony, but I mean, you could have made it to Australia or something, and maybe just wrong. Otherwise, continue to move in town. There are a few people about. There does seem to be possibly African descent individuals here. Occasionally, you'll hear somebody speaking British.
Okay.
Otherwise, it seems anyone giving linguistics.
Parlez-vous français?
Frank? Frank?
One of the individuals that was speaking British, he tells you in just was it British English. He doesn't understand French.
Okay.
Well,
Why
where
is
are
it-
we?
Someone else here probably knows French.
Okay, well, when you say it louder, I hear you better. Can you tell me where we are?
Oh, he says you're on the. He says you're on the island of the city of Lamu. Oh, no, wait, Lamu Island, Lamu City.
Which is where? Are we in Africa someplace?
Are you drunk, my friend?
No, I'm breathing.
This is Kenya.
Kenya. Okay, that's in Africa, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do you need to see someone,
No,
or
what's the year? In the month.
he looks around at the group? Are you joking?
Year and month. I'm just curious.
I'll tell you. I think it's 1929 June.
Okay, does that all jive with me?
Yeah, probably. I have to check specifically, but
Congratulations,
Yeah,
passed
Steve
the test.
has been
Job
taking
well
care of
done.
he walks away from
Yep,
you.
I'm walking
He gets
away
a
too.
brisk walk after he gets a good distance, like he's some sort of craze. A lot of the other individuals here, you've mostly heard Swahili. It seems like some individuals know Arabic too.
All right, well, following the cat.
The cat, mind you, the cat is making a brisk pace. You guys can follow it with a walk. Ultimately, it gets to an individual's door and just continues to paw.
Knock on it.
Yeah.
We're in Africa again. I can walk around with an elephant.
Hey, Professor, your cat, your problem.
We're taking the lead on this. Let us know when you want us to
This
step
individual
in.
opens up the door. On the interior, you can see about 3 or 4 cats are running around the building. It's a nice 2-story building. It's a little bit larger than some of the other ones around here. He does seem to kind of look down. He lets the cats in, and then is slightly surprised that there's a bunch of people with it.
Professor?
He does. Not English. He'll try to. He'll initially say something in French, and then.
Yep, we speak French. Yep.
All right. He'll talk to you in French.
Sir.
I'll translate.
Huh?
So you two have French?
I have French. Us 3 have French.
Okay. You might have to.
For your benefit. And everybody else's.
Otherwise, the cats seem to. Scarlet stays with you. Puddin just kind of goes into the middle of the house and lays down.
Panting. Flat cat. Flat cat.
Are you a worshiper of Bast? I'll just cut to the chase.
He will say yes. You can come in.
Okay, you have 2 other Bast sites here. So.
He detected, I suppose, he'll point to the cat's presence.
Okay.
He was told that he was awaiting company. He just didn't know how many.
Okay. Do you have an issue? We solve issues.
He had been informed that an issue of importance had come up. He doesn't know if this is specific. He'll tell you more inside.
Okay.
Ultimately, coming into the building, he does offer you food, wine, tea, things of that nature. I suppose there are some odd food items, but he does kind of bring you more of a British cuisine. After he takes a look at you.
Alright, we accept his hospitality.
Yep.
Flat cat.
He was told by Tara, his I suppose his master, to wait the presence of 2 people that were coming to help.
Okay.
Apparently, there's been an issue in some time, and he will tell you that some Yata has determined that something is to be done in a situation. He doesn't know the specifics of it, but he will offer you food and other things of that nature.
What's his
When
name?
you're translating,
He tells you
I'll
that
be
his name is
like,
Jamal
Yata, you missed a word.
Azhared.
Is Samata a person or the cat?
He tells you that Samata is a queen of a city of cats.
Okay.
From what he can tell you, he'll try to cut to the point that he's mentioned. What is it?
Redact.
What is it? What's the queen's name? So I can write it down.
Samyata.
Samyata.
Almost like Sumatra.
That could
Everything the spelling of Samantha.
that could incur a lot of paradox, my friend. You don't use magic.
Well, if it's the queen of cats, then it's both our problems.
He'll tell you that Tada is his master, but he works for his master here in the city. He had been relayed that powerful individuals were coming to help. He tells you that Queen Samyata is trying to deal with an ancient woman inside the town of Aparana. Apparently, this woman, and he'll detail this over the course of the next hour or so and offer you guys food if you're eating it or other things of that nature.
I'll eat. Yep.
He'll tell you that a woman was born a long time ago in the sunset town of Zayaz. Long ago, she fell in love with a great one, a demigod of his land called Zokalar. He is apparently the god of birth and death. Zokalar did not return that love, so this woman tried to seduce him with a potion wrought by sorcerers. Upon learning of this woman's deviousness, Zokalar laughed at her and called upon, the masked messenger to curse her, promising that affection would never be hers for all of days, and the masked messenger transformed the woman into the ugliest, most putrid being that ever lived. Now the woman is known as the Hag of Zayaz. Because she cannot have beauty of her own, she denies the garden of Aparad to the cats. It is her hatred that shrouds all buildings and temples in perpetual darkness. The cats know that she cannot find love and happiness for herself, and so she has vowed that no one else will either.
I think Thomas is single.
Yeah, he is. No.
Or Mr. Gerhardt.
What now?
Yeah, I would say, Garrett Fisher.
I think you're single. Correct?
Yeah, he's already promised to get
know.
her.
Yep.
Who, Thomas? Yeah.
Yep.
Hag of a city doesn't really sound too good.
You gotta look at the inner beauty.
You could sell her your beauty cream.
Yeah, a beauty cream.
You look like a cat guy. You were touching your cat right from the get-go.
Yep.
Cat guy.
He'll tell you that the
Surprised the
city
cat didn't, leave me out of teleportation.
He'll tell you that the city of Aparana is a abandoned ancient city that has been swallowed up by the desert, but also is one of the few bastions in that where they live, where water still is plentiful, and it used to be essentially with all the frogs, crickets, snakes, and other things of that nature in the region, fed the cats, and it was a type of beautiful oasis to the cats of the city. However, this woman had forced them out. It's been some time since the cats have been able to go back into the city. Most of it is swallowed by darkness.
So you're saying this is a cat problem. Why do we care?
Because we have people who worship
Wasn't
cats.
she known as the Hag of what?
Zayaz.
When the demigod cursed her, was there any way for the curse to be reversed? Did he give her an out clause?
He doesn't know.
Okay.
We have to find out.
So are you wanting us to go there and kill the hag? Or how to deal with the hag?
He believes that Queen Samyata believes that people that she summoned specific individuals to come deal with the threat. He will probably equate to the two cats that are with you, and they have determined to bring you along.
Okay.
That's fine.
He doesn't know why. It's not his position to question. He does know that everything that will be asked of you will be a choice. You do not have to do anything that they request of you.
I understand that. Bast has been beneficial through her two agents, and so I'm more than happy to render aid back.
Seconded.
Otherwise, he'll tell you to lie back and relax. You guys can give me health
It's only
checks.
going to hurt a little bit.
Not past the Yomo.
Wait a minute. Thomas, there's no resistance.
The health check just
You can choose to fail it if you want.
the health check just the.
Do you want to fail?
It doesn't have a weird health.
Nope, it's just your standard health.
By 7.
Oh, wow.
7.
Does fit help?
Fuck it.
Oh,
Burn
yeah,
in the lock.
7, 8, the 9, sorry.
Does fit apply? If you're fit, very fit. Does
It does
very
apply.
fit?
Sorry, the 9.
Great fit.
Hard to subdue?
Not hard to subdue. Hard to subdue does not go into this specifically, unless you have a resistance to
By
poisons.
7.
No,
If you're plus
I
two
just got
for-
plus 2 hard to kill. Fearless. By 3.
3,
6. By 6.
6, 9, 4, 7. Anyone that makes 8 or higher, everyone else ultimately falls asleep. Jamal does seem to be cushioning people, but you can feel yourself falling asleep, and he says he apologizes that he needed to do this to you. Anyone making by 8 or more can start to resist this effect, though. He says, though, he must shield you from the, Gurafanaka, the unmaker of dreams.
Oh.
Do I want to go to sleep?
I'm just going to go to bed.
He says
It's
everything's
like,
a choice. He can wake you if you so wish. You'll come back here.
I'm going to bed.
All right,
What was she?
give me another hit. I'll go to sleep.
You're fighting it off right now if you just want to
Yeah,
let
I'm
it
on
take
basically a
it.
feeding
Just
ground.
kind of unbuckle a button on your pants. You're like, all right, let's do this.
Put my hand in there.
Yeah,
It's like an hour after Thanksgiving dinner.
All right. Shortly thereafter, all of you seem to appear in a desert. I mean, all of you feel well rested. There seems to be a vast desert scape. However, off in the far horizon, it seems as though sections of, I suppose, almost sky seem to be absent. There's nothing there, just pitch blackness. And occasionally you see what seems to be fire raging hundreds of miles away. But otherwise, the desert is just a large desert. Puddin immediately starts just chomping forward into the desert.
I'll draw my normal pistol, and I have it, right?
You're in a
Yep.
desert.
And I shoot it at the ground. Does it hit the ground?
Hits the ground, hits the...
Okay. Put it away.
Oh, that was nice.
Hits the sand. It echoes.
No.
Keep walking.
What was the place
He
called
has
that she
telephone
was
agreement.
cutting access off to the
That's
castle?
check.
Oh, the ancient city of Aparana.
Piranha.
You can't take off? What direction are we going?
You have no idea at this point. Fucking, yeah.
Following the
Do I
cat.
have a feel for where to go?
You feel that the cats are going adequate wherever the hell they're planning on going. You imagine they know what's going on. You don't have a sense of north, really.
Alright. They're just not getting there quick enough.
Look at my compass.
Here, you feel that they're adequately getting to where they're
okay.
going. When the people were driving prior, they're just pissing you off.
Yeah.
Alright, just follow Puddin.
Otherwise, Scarlet seems to occasionally kind of walk in front of the group and just kind of stop, and Puddin goes off in another direction. You'll see strange things off in the distance, occasionally in the sky. Creatures that probably shouldn't exist, occasionally. Every once in a while, you might see something like a byaki, or other, like, a very large bird, almost like an eagle, but based on, like, it'll land near a tree, and you're like, oh, there's an eagle, oh my god, it's bigger than the tree.
Does
Unless it's like a tiny miniature bonsai tree off in the distance.
thaumatology help us identify where we're at?
Mythos?
Or occultism?
Cultism?
Mythos?
Mythos? Yeah.
Which would be better?
What's the preferred?
Mythos or occults?
Either or. Mythos would probably be better.
Beat it by 4. Yeah, Mythos straight up.
Mythos by 5.
Failed by 2.
Pass by 6.
6, 4, you get 0.
I have negative success by 3.
So Hunter and you don't know for certain. All the rest of you, given that you fell asleep prior, unless he transported you and all just happened to wake up. I mean, he could have shipped you into like a cargo vessel somewhere overseas or something like that. Would you get a definitive feeling that this might be some sort of astral plane requiring you to be asleep?
Dreamlands?
It could be possibly the Dreamlands. You're not sure.
Okay.
I'll draw the rocket pistol as soon as I see the flying giant birds.
Otherwise, strange things that you'll see, and you'll notice that Scarlet seems to be standing between these things in every time your party comes to near one. There are, at a distance, what look to be, I suppose, just normal sand. There's actually rivers running through the desert, quicksand rivers. And they move very rapidly, and at a distance, you're like, oh yeah, because the top sand isn't moving very quickly, but then occasionally you'll see a beetle just fucking fly off and nowhere. And you'd imagine that if you ran over one of these, you'd be gone at that point. I mean, you'd either get halfway buried underneath fucking sand or just be caught up in this quicksand.
The cat guy here.
He's not here. Jamal is not here.
I'll put my son Steely up.
Okay?
Come on, let's.
In the nearby vicinity, everything feels really soft here. Your effect seems to go off very quickly.
Okay.
Very little effort involved. Otherwise, eventually all of you will see.
I got my sense life going, by the way.
You cast a lot of magic?
It doesn't.
Mainly my sense life, or I do some healing stuff, but other than that, no.
But it's you yourself, though.
It's you.
Okay. I'll tell you that I can sense paradox. If you want me to check
Otherwise,
that
all
out.
of you will see this cat at this point. Off in the distance, it seems to have a pretty damn bright life force, almost equivalent to, like, you would say, almost equivalent to what you would say is like a hybrid or something like that.
Where did it match up against the two sorcerers that we master wizards with? Larson and...
He's looking at life force right now.
Oh, okay.
Wow, it's not life force.
Some of the normal sorcerers have normal life forces.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a lot of life
You can imagine
force.
that it might. He's only had that ability for a certain amount of time, so he only knows like a couple individuals capable of magic that do that. All the PCs look normal from what he can tell. The only one who looked slightly odd was that individual that was effed up in wax, and that was because only there was light here, and then there was kind of a very vague, diminished light in the rest of his, what have you, extremities. Puddin seems to stop. You guys, you can give me a body language.
By 6.
You feel as though Scarlet seems to be assisting Puddin in whatever endeavor this is currently. It seems as though they check in with this particular cat here. There's some sort of exchange. You'd almost say possibly introduction and getting used to the entire group. And then just a moment later, they all seem to head off in that direction.
Follow. So is that cat small also?
Yeah, this cat
Cat
is
size?
also small.
What's cat size? Kind of like cat.
Yep. Ultimately, you guys travel for what you'd imagine is maybe 1 or 2 hours. Like I said, you guys aren't terribly tired. Ultimately, you start in a valley surrounded by very thick stone walls that are mostly buried in sand. You'll find what appears to be a very vast ancient city. Most of you can see that there is kind of an oasis in trees and green near the center, and then as it moves farther up the mountainside on the ridge, there's less green, and you can see occasionally some fountains are filled with this quicksand river water. It's just sand kind of flowing out from the fountains. But farther in, it looks like there's water. As you start to approach, though, this main cat seems to move up into a position and then stop. Then Puddin stops, and then Scarlet seems to be still with the group. And shortly thereafter, probably about a minute or two pass, and you start to see life force coming from the buildings.
Okay.
And slowly, you guys start to see tens, then 20s, then hundreds of different varieties of cats, from Siamese cats to minks to ocelots, bobcats, panthers, lions, tigers, all varieties of all cats start coming out from the city.
Really? I live in a city. I lived in Africa, maybe.
What I'm hearing is
With body language, you feel as though every time you're moving into a certain region, it seems as though they're like, I suppose it's weird. It seems like they're slightly territorial, and they're making an acknowledgement that I'm here. Can I move forward? Yes, I can move forward. But otherwise, it seems like a lot of the nuances you're starting to pick up now.
So do you know who the cat is that we met? Is that the queen?
No. I think we haven't met the queen yet.
Ultimately, you guys start to move in, and I mean, it is uncomfortable. You guys don't have to make fright checks, even though it is scary. You guys should have a high enough fright check where it shouldn't really bother you. But there are fucking panthers and lions and other things like that, and you're like, what sustains them around
Frogs
here?
and crickets, we heard.
Supposedly, yeah, right? You'd imagine. But there's a desert around you, and it's a lot of fucking cats. You continue to move through, and it seems like all these cats seem to occasionally jump on rooftop to rooftop. It looks almost like an old Arabic city. Kind of everything's made out of clay. It has that kind of a style and theme to it. Kind of like medieval, not medieval, but Arabian Nights kind of town. It's very clustered. It must have had a high population, maybe 10 to 20,000 originally at some point in time, in a very condensed area. You can see some of the buildings go up to the 3 stories.
But you said it is obviously a ruined city, so we don't see like cloth on.
You don't know when this happened, but it's really strange because this city looks like it's been untouched for like the last 10,000 years.
But anything degradable is gone. Right? It's just basically the stone.
It's the stone left. All right. Continuing to move forward. Ultimately, all 3 of the cats kind of go up in line and just kind of wait. It seems like a fair amount of cats start to kind of move away from the streets that you guys are in, and ultimately end up seeing this cat on the far left slowly approach the group. You can see that the light is brighter than that. The light force is brighter than the pure blood, from what you can tell.
Okay.
I assume so.
Possibly.
Oh, blue eyes.
Jenkins.
If everything's moving to the side,
Do we need to show some observance as far as getting on a knee?
for some of us dealt with this.
Yeah.
I'll ask Scarlet if we bow too or show reverence.
For the most part, it does seem like they do bow to a certain extent. At least they lay down. Some of them kind of roll over to their side to belly.
What does Puddin do?
Puddin, for the most part, kind of gets in that position where you can't see her legs anymore and just kind of sits there.
Scarlet does the same.
Yeah, Scarlet does the same.
Right.
However, you can see her arms just fine.
Yeah.
I'll
Not
take
the way cat.
Yeah. I'll take a knee.
Same here. Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Sure, why not?
I'll do it last and kind of be like, why are we doing this?
Your Tim
Because
Tebow.
potentially in the presence of royalty.
It's a cat.
You see a
You
line?
can keep thinking that.
Yeah.
Ultimately, moving forward, you get the cat seems to kind of move around the group. Occasionally, kind of bumps a leg and kind of moves
Just means
throughout the group
punch
for a
the face.
while. Then moves forward. It seems as though there's an acknowledgement between Puddin, Scarlet, this new cat, and this one just here. And ultimately, the cat seems to draw a line in the sand with its paw, and then Puddin goes across. Scarlet waits with you.
I'll walk across the line.
I'll look at her and step forward as she's starting to step.
Yeah, she'll step across with you.
I'll step
Alright, step across.
All right, you guys continue to move forward, and at this point, the cats start to actually go very close to you, and you literally get within touching distance of like large predatory cats. As you move farther into the city over the next hour, once again, you're not really tired, and you're slowly moving about. There's an odd feeling that the center of town is far darker than it should be. It's hard to see into buildings and other things of that nature. It's just kind of weird.
I'll just offer my hand to a lion that's walking past me, a leopard, whatever, that big cat's walking next to me.
Which hand?
Sniff, and then I'll tentatively see if it wants to get itched behind the ears.
For the most part, it doesn't seem to be offended by it, but it seems to be doing something else at the moment. It seems as though it has an objective on what it's doing.
I think he wants to work.
Okay.
I think there'd be time to pet.
Otherwise, can people give me will rolls?
Just trying to make friends.
Anything going to Will's?
You don't. If anything, it didn't seem like the cat was offended at all. Just straight up will.
By 8.
7.
7,
Four.
3,
Four.
4,
Only 5.
5.
Let's just straight up will, not fight
Straight up
check.
will.
Could I use mental strength instead?
You would be able to add mental strength to this.
Okay, so then I would have made it by 7.
As you continue to move on, there is a moment where it seems as though Thomas stops and the other cats stop. You thought you saw something in one of the buildings, and as you kind of looked over, you're still going into the city, and you're like, oh, well, there's a kind of room in there, because the building is maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, it's only one story, and you look in the window, and there's nothing in there. It's not a shadow, you're looking into nothingness. But as you continue to look in for a moment, you could have swore that you saw something, and about this time, a panther just starts to, I suppose, slightly painfully bites on your arm and pulls you forward, as you just kind of like, oh, holy shit, how long was I staring into the darkness there? Something going on? And all the cats start to move at this point in time.
I'm going to do an auto-hypnosis check.
Good idea.
All right.
Auto-hypnosis.
That's completely fine. You guys want to do that? Maybe able to add that bonus in the future.
15 by 3.
What is that?
By 8.
So that's 3.
Alright, you guys you made by 8, you can get a plus 3. You made by 2, you can get by 3, you can get a plus 2. You guys continue moving forward. Ultimately, you get to a large cavern that, I suppose, it's hard to determine what it is. I would say it looks like some sort of large well, but it's completely surrounded by what looks to be human and cat bones, even large animal bones like the tigers and other things of that nature, and other various cats. And then from your angle, looking down into this dilapidated well, there's nothing there. You don't know where the hell it goes. It's kind of like that mirror in the house where you're looking in and you're like, what the fuck's this? It's out of here. It seems as though there is a moment the cats seem to be kind of corralling you, and there's a lot of darkness and I suppose weird things on the edge of your vision, and every time you come across some opening, there's just pitch black, there's nothing beyond it. And the cats do seem to be keeping a good distance, but they're also so compact that they're forcing you into channels away from these things. Otherwise, you can obviously see, like, a lot of these are human bones too. Some of them do look, I suppose, more recent. You will see what looks like a flintlock pistol here.
Can we tell any obvious dental work on the skulls or anything like that? Gleaming gold teeth, there are bridges.
You can find silver capped teeth in one of the individuals. You'll see things that might be an indicative with like an age of sail time period, but I suppose nothing kind of like your modern it wasn't a 1911 or anything else like that. You'll kind of find broken sabers, other weapons of that nature,
Do either of you
old spears.
feel that this equipment here needs to remain where it is?
I don't think we should bother with it right now until
I was just going to pick one up and take it. This game's out.
I look at
It
Scarlet.
obviously
We'll
didn't
pick
help
up
that.
a saber.
Your body language, Scarlet doesn't really seem to care.
Yeah, go for it.
I pick up a flintlock.
It's a little bit rusty. Yeah, from what you can tell, it's a little bit rusty. It could be redone. It might have been sitting here in the desert for some time, but yeah. Anyone with thaumatology or alchemy, really?
Which would be better?
Either, I'd say thaumatology would be slightly better.
We all died for the sword.
By 6?
Yep.
It's not the same metal.
Sorry.
No.
5.
Where's your dice?
It was a long time.
You're dead on.
You're not sure specifically. These individuals might have these bones obviously look like they. Some of them look like they're just ripped apart. Other ones will look like they have tiny little razor cuts all across the bone. Other ones don't have any definitive signs of how it died, but you feel as though there might be specific types of resonance that's associated with some of the equipment here. You're not sure if any of it's negative, but if it doesn't have a negative resonance to it, some of these might actually be useful if they were repurposed, not specifically for hypertech, but I'm talking about for Thalmtech. As like an ancient saber has more sentimental and metaphysical value than one that has just been made.
Huh. I'll pick up
Sabers in my belt.
I'll pick up
Any
something as we
hatchets?
go.
Okay, I'm going for it.
Yep.
Are they available? What is available?
Look
Probably
at
going to be available.
We go.
Look at all the cursed stuff.
Yeah.
We might not.
There's no hatchet from what you can see. There is, I suppose, what looks to be a bone dagger here. There is a wooden spear with a flint tip on the end. There are a broken hilt. It's almost broken right up to the hilt of what appears to be a scimitar. There are 2 ancient sabers here. What else? There's a flintlock and what appears to be some sort of Nordic curved bow. The string, of course, is dicked up, and it looks like the wood is slightly warped. It might be hard to repair in a mundane fashion.
I take the flintlock and the dagger.
I'll take the
I
bow.
have those sabers.
I take one saber. Are they
Well,
heavy
then,
sabers?
I'll grab
or
the
light
bow.
sabers?
They're very fine, kind of curved
Oh,
sabers.
you got the bow?
So light.
Actually, no, I use it.
Very light. I'll probably say one's a saber, one's a cutlass. And then there's a scimitar that's broken down really close to the hilt.
I'll take that.
Otherwise, the grip, what is it, the
Difference between a saber and a cutlass.
so A cutlass is this kind of a slightly curved blade, from what I imagine. And then a saber should be a relatively straight blade, but they're fairly close.
Saber's curved because it's used for cavalry.
It's
like
Is
the
the
Marines.
cutlass curved? I thought the cutlass was curved.
Cutlass is curved too, but it's a thicker blade.
Okay, there you go. I'll go with that.
There's two sabers.
Well, there's a fencing saber.
Well, yeah, and then there's the cavalry saber, which falls on the broadsword.
Well, I tend to think of the saber as the Marine Corps when the guy stands at the sword.
Yeah,
One of
That's
them
the
is my
saber.
belt.
But World War
Just write it down on your equipment. That is how you deem things, like call dibs on
you
stuff.
road line.
All right. So otherwise, the cat with the strangely blue eyes seems to draw another line in front of this impossibly dark well in the center of the city. Everywhere around you gives this kind of an ominous feeling. If I didn't describe it before, your danger sense is just telling you that every time you look off in a direction, you're like, just no, no, no. This time, none of the cats actually go over. Puddin sits right next to you and is right near the line, but waits. So does Scarlet, like before.
So when you step over, do you step into the well, or you just...
You step to the other side. From body language, it looks as though this cat, which would be of authority, is asking.
He said there was going to be choices, and it's all going to be voluntary.
Step over.
However, you
Difference
get
is one is used for cavalry, the other isn't.
a strong feeling that there may have been one or two lines drawn in the past that are still here, and
No footprints, though.
there's no footprints coming back out.
That's because they're not us.
Yeah, exactly. I'll step over the line.
I look at Scarlet and I'll be like, will your powers work inside?
Scarlet seems to be right at your ankle.
She crossed the line.
No, she stays with you.
I just walked over the line.
I walk.
Okay, she goes over with you.
Okay.
That'd be funny if she cat did. You're just like, you're on your own, buddy. I ain't that crazy.
She flips you off, cat.
Did the queen cat follow us?
No, the queen's near the other cats right now.
Wait.
So do we need to go down the well?
Puddin seems to just kind of occasionally kind of tilt her head towards the professor.
That's normal.
I look at Scarlet. Down we go, Scarlet.
Let's look at
Scarlet seems to be waiting for the determination of the rest of the group.
Has everybody stepped over?
Yeah, I stepped over.
Well, I'm gonna ask, like, what are you guys doing? What does this signify?
If you step over the line, you're saying, yes, I'll continue the task at hand. If you
They're
don't,
asking us
What
for-
is the task at hand?
They're asking
we
us
don't
for a
know.
favor.
They want our help.
Yep.
Okay.
Most likely to rid the sound of the hag so they can actually use the
Yep.
city.
Anyone who has taken the cursed items turns into a cat at midnight.
You didn't get a bad feeling about me. Well, I don't know if you picked up anything specifically from there. Scarlet didn't seem to be overtly offended. You feel as
we
though
got some time.
They
you
had
have
more
a strong inclination that whoever was going into the well was doing the same thing that you're doing, and they might not have. Any remnant echoes of them might not actually be offended that you're taking up the same mission that they did at one point in time.
Since we're kind of standing still, I will use my predict entropy on the weapons that we picked up to see if there's any negative resonances.
For the most part, picking up anything, it's actually really low. That 10 times, you can give me a roll actually.
I like it better when you just told me the results.
I'll draw my sidearm at this point.
You will get
on
a.
the nose.
No.
On the nose.
You do it about 10 times.
No, by one. Sorry.
You do a series of rolls. You do it about 10 times. None of them come up.
Okay.
Bad bones.
All right.
Now, does
I think
Foxfire,
they're clean.
does Foxfire give off a light that we could use inside this deep well?
Oh my god, yeah.
I'll,
Let's look on the outside of it. Is there any ruins or anything?
Is
Looking on the outside, you guys can give me a mythos roll as you clear away some of the bones away from the well.
straight up.
Fail by one.
by 8.
You can see depictions of some sort of creature with your mythos. You guys can identify it as a night gaunt, and they're all kind of around the well. But you get a feeling that these were carved in sometime afterwards. This is kind of the depiction of a night gaunt.
Beautiful.
Anyone making it by 5 or more, know that these creatures are supernaturally quiet. They're metaphysically incapable of making noise. They also don't have eyes. They are sometimes associated with Neuralthetep, but also Nodens. So these creatures are known to be benign unless controlled in a specific fashion.
Well, let's kill them.
The two associations they have, are they known to be hostile towards humanity? Or?
Neuralthetep is the crawling chaos, and ultimately is an unpredictable rogue agent. Nodens supposedly is, is considered benign to sometimes benevolent. It has on occasion helped humanity, from what you can tell. More so back in the day, but yeah. So there's depicting things here. These creatures out in the normal, if you ever encountered them, maybe in the spirit world, wouldn't necessarily be a threat. But then again, you might actually not notice them. They're usually only out at night and they don't make any noise. So you're like, what was that? Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Well,
I'll keep Sense Life running.
So, you guys think we can kill them with bullets? Should have got magic bullets.
By 8.
Can I see you back that did the Guardian get enhanced sense?
Enhance hearing and spell. Alright. The primal flare, ultimately you can tell this entire area is pretty heavily encrusted. You would actually now say pretty confidently that this has to be another dimension because the weave is so powerful here that you don't actually know if you can actually incur paradox.
I love this place. Everybody's getting a portion.
I want to leave a seagull.
Do I feel that I have any backing
Otherwise,
from...
heading into the well, it seems like that darkness, obviously, from what you saw before, is supernatural in nature. The whole thing kind of just...
You want me to throw a flare down?
That'd be a good idea.
You can tell that the whole thing's supernatural. The only problem you're running in with Primal Flare is it's telling you that it's everywhere, and it's kind of like throwing a flare in a snowstorm. Everything's lighting up.
Okay. I'm looking down
However,
there.
after everyone has crossed the line, it seems like Puddin kind of climbs a little bit of bones and gets to the rim, and then a shot of fire, blue fire, goes down immediately farther into the cavern. You guys feel a flash of heat, but you actually know it's not real.
Yeah. So is there quintessence that's available to be harvested here?
There would have to be, you would imagine. It's so thick here, it's got to accumulate somewhere, right?
At the bottom of the well.
Yep.
I'll ask.
Is there any up here, though?
There's nothing up in the top, but I suppose it's kind of like, is there any water around here? And you're in a kind of a soft, moggy Scotland soil. You're like, there has to be. If you dig deep enough, there has to be.
I'll look at Scarlet and ask her if the night gun can be smelled by.
She'll nod.
I'm going to try to assume the Guardian will move fastest.
Okay.
Are you going to warn us that you're going to turn into a giant cat first?
Do I get
PCs have pretty good fright checks, so.
Get any pluses?
You get a +2?
Beat it by 3.
For the most part, that is enough to go. That's a basic transformation. You guys see that he turns into kind of a... I suppose the aesthetic effects are up to you. It's either a panther or a tiger, whatever you most... Panther, tiger, or a lion, whatever you most associate with.
I never would have thought I saw the day of an Amish panther.
The only difference, the only thing is you also notice that at the same time, Scarlet seems to turn into what looks to be a lioness, roughly around the same size, if not a little bit larger than...
That's
otherwise, for the most part, Puddin seems to stand at the top of the...
I look at the professor.
I don't do that. I don't know what that
Thank God.
Puddin seems to stop at the top of the well, and seems to be kind of looking down into the well. And it seems like everyone else is just kind of around the...
Can you talk so Jab?
I can shake my head, right?
Do you like to be hitched in the ears?
Yeah, ultimately you can feel that when he kind of... He doesn't hit you with the claw, but when he soft paws you, he's got a lot of upper body strength, and he's like, huh.
Hey, Jeb, what am I saying? Row, 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 row,
Do you small him now?
I turn around, I lift up my tail, and I piss on
In
Croc.
fairness, if he had like the fucking.
Hey, I'm wearing a waterproof suit.
In fairness, if he had like a large bag of jewels in his jaw, it's not like the security guard's like, "Hey Panther, put that down." He's gonna be like, "Holy shit, I'm gonna walk away from this."
Alright, get to the edge and look down.
They seem to go down close to about 50 feet from what you can tell. And then ultimately, there's a large empty cavern where you would imagine there does seem to be water pooling down there.
Can we take some time to see if we can collect some contestants up here? Might need some more space.
I lift up my paw and try to look down at it.
Alright, so let's take a couple minutes. I'll see if I can hunt around and, you know, if it's literal or figuratively dig into the sand to see if there's a water table.
Okay. You can give me. You can dig around. Otherwise, you'll have to use some primal flares.
I'll show you
The
how to
thing
dig.
is, you could dig it, and then you're like, "Is this it? I don't know. It's ethereal. You have to be able to see it."
Yeah, so I use the primal flares. Basically, I'm just trying to find a little pocket where we can harvest a little bit of good essence. So, by 8.
A fair amount. When you start to dig into the soil, it's kind of hard to tell, but you manage to perceive it. It seems as though the brightness gets brighter as you get farther down. It may be pooling somewhere down there. It might be actually connected from the well, from what you can see. There might be more inside of the town, but the town seems to be dangerous with the darkness.
Can I just try to use primal conduit to draw it up?
It's possible.
I tried.
You can get a roll on
What
it.
does Puddin want us to do, Gene?
Puddin seems to be about to go into the well, just waiting.
Alright.
7. Success by 7.
Ultimately, a lot of it seems to be, as you start to actively pull on the region, it seems like something is actively pulling a lot of the frequentessence downward. You'd say specifically kind of northwest, if you will, down probably about 200 feet or so.
Does that coincide with the well? Or is it like the well's here and I'm over here?
The well's here, it's over here. However, it's much deeper from what you can see from the bottom of the well. But something is actively pulling it in.
So I tell you guys, there's probably larger caverns we suspected that we'd run into anyways, and there's probably a magical sink that kind of point the general expensive. So, alright, let's go.
Crawl down the well.
How do you get that?
I'll grab Puddin and we'll go down.
How deep is it though?
50 feet.
50 feet.
Throw a rope down.
How much rope?
20.
49 feet.
I do offer to hold the rope for Franz.
What?
I was there today. The value. The right value. Wasn't
10 yards. So 30 feet. 30 feet. So yeah, that's enough.
I got a grappling hook. Hang on the edge. Go down.
So that gives you an extra 60.
Still has to make a 20-foot drop.
Yep.
I just
You
jumped in.
can connect up to the
You just jumped out.
Yeah, I just found out
Black hand down, which was closest drop.
with a pile of bodies, you have a easier job.
Do you have the second level of this capsule? Okay.
I can't believe it.
It's gonna suck, but
You start to feel that you start turning at the bottom. You're not quite there yet. You're not. Whatever ability they have is not tied to this form.
yeah.
So you guys will see a panther like jump down into the well and then like grab onto the walls like.
Oh my gosh, no! What's Puddin doing? I grabbed Puddin and we went down.
Okay. So you guys can go around the same time
I've got
period.
another 30 feet, so we can
All right.
come together.
Puddin and the professor follow shortly thereafter.
I offer to hold the rope for you.
No, I'm going to hold the rope. Last time I was
I
holding
knocked my rope
ropes.
before I tried
Puddin and the professor just drop in the fucking well like a sack of potatoes and start beelining towards the ground. Ultimately, you feel as though you kind of tumble and you're probably going to impact the ground extremely hard. For whatever reason, you kind of stop just before hitting the ground. And then probably a few seconds later, you hear what sounds to be like a pudgy motorboat, like bump, 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 bump. And then the professor is holding onto a cat, like, oh my god! And then slowly hits the ground.
Oh,
And it's just, this pudgy cat is making bubble noises with its mouth, and
Oh.
it's fucking floating.
oh. I guess I'll jump down too after seeing that.
Cats dropping.
No, it's
Bubble noises.
No, it's just making like a...
After seeing that, I guess I'll just jump down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your cat is followed immediately thereafter.
All of a sudden, the cat stops going, bup, bup, bup.
He jumps down. Use the rope. You guys use the rope. You get stopped probably about 10 meters up.
Yeah.
And then you get, where is it? You're like, oh, God, it seems like I'm, well, not 10 meters, probably about 10 feet up.
Yeah.
You're like, ah! And then immediately you hit the ground going 10, like, what is it? Hitting at 10 feet, and you take 2 points of blunt trauma to your shoulder.
I take no points. DR.
Blunt trauma? What do you have there?
It is. It's 3 points to everything else.
He has that deep one on, and then he's got
on
that
Chris
other one.
You'd still take 1 point of blunt trauma.
Okay, I take 1 point.
Why? What happened to him?
It seems as though he just stops mysteriously about 10 feet up and then just drops like a sack of potatoes. Fucking drop down into the well.
You should have went with me and put it.
Unbeliever.
I'm fine.
Look around when I get down here.
Shoulders are sore.
Ultimately, you, Scarlet, these 3 individuals are down there. It seems as though the caverns head off in multiple directions. Shortly thereafter, blue flames kind of head off in multiple directions. There's a strong heat coming from the flame, but the cats seem to be fine. You guys shield yourselves every once in a while from the heat.
Keep walking. Once everybody gets down here.
Do I have a feeling based on the passages which way it takes to where that magic sink is?
I think you'd have a good idea, actually.
Does it coincide with one of the flame areas?
You haven't. It takes a while for you to get down by the rope. You guys going down by the rope? You guys all give me simple climb checks.
I'm waiting for you guys to fail this one.
Crossing the line was the easy part. Climbing down the rope, the hard part.
You never know. It's possible.
Failed by 1.
Oh, yeah, failed by
No,
one.
it takes 2 days.
I think
Maybe
I got
next
some
year.
bonuses here. I got rolled plus. I got
Yes.
Just waiting for somebody to roll critical fail.
Too deep into it.
I would have made health by 1 and dex by...
It's a little bit treacherous. It's pretty far down there.
I failed by 1. I have the skill.
Like I said, it's a little bit treacherous. It is quite a bit distance down there, but you guys make it safely down to the bottom. From the available caverns and essentially this blue light heading off in different directions, it's an intense heat, as I said before, but the cats will walk right next to it like it's not even there. But you're like, oh yeah, sure, maybe it's not really that. Oh my god, that's really hot. But you would say that there's one cavern in particular that probably would follow that. You wouldn't know because this one could go up and then over, and then another one could go down and back around. But there's a few caverns you have a rough idea of which direction you might be heading.
Okay, and one of them coincides with the blue flame.
Yeah.
Okay, we should
The
go
blue
that-
flame is shooting out in different directions.
Okay, as long as it's one of the directions, we should go that way.
Works for me.
Okay.
This will take us to the power sink.
Alright.
Or the magic sink.
To agree enter on this one.
What are you guys' buddies now?
No, he has a sense of direction.
Yeah, that's why you guys climbed down.
Do I smell anything?
I didn't
as I
climb
come
down the
down
rope.
here?
You just fell?
Yeah.
There's a strange inky smell. Also,
saw
it
you guys,
feels
like,
it smells as though there's a lot of
flying.
humidity down here, and you'd imagine it'd be more water, but it's fairly
You should
dry.
have stuck with us.
Where's the inky smell? Is the inky smell all over?
It feels as though it's all over, and probably about 15, 20 different scents seem to be degrading at different rates, probably across the last few months.
You know, Jim, if we ever have to investigate a circus, we got the perfect disguise now. Talk to the lion tamer.
No, fuck that, you're lying, neighbor.
Hey, you're Siegfried. I'm like, I'm going to put my head in the lion's mouth.
Oh, it's chewing on me!
Down, Shiva, down!
Is it smiling with his head in your mouth?
All right. Occasionally moving through the area, you...
Same keeping my tech life on.
You also smell like cat weed.
I do.
Rice and Barton, Jeb and Barton, you could swear that you occasionally see something off in the distance. However, about that time, the smell definitely gets stronger. And about that time, a flame kind of shoots off in that direction, lights up the whole area, and you look and you thought you saw a shadow, but it's gone now. For the most part, all the corridors around you seem to be fairly well lit up in this flame. That seems to die off probably close to about 20 meters away from you, depending. Occasionally it kind of bursts out farther than that. Puddin seems to be in front of the group, and then there's you and I suppose Scarlet would be behind the group in actuality.
I'll throw a primal flare down the corridor, and then also, well, I'll see what the results of that
I've been
is.
looking at, is it Detect Life?
You would have seen occasional glimpses down the corridors. Whatever's in here moves very fast, and you've never heard any noise.
You won't.
Oh, yeah.
Puddin smells.
Otherwise, you could have sworn that they had like a razor-like tail near the bottom, and they just ran off, like that picture I showed you before.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's hard to tell because the primal flare kind of ignites
Still the
everything in
snowstorm?
here, but you're pretty confident it's a little bit brighter as you throw it in that direction.
Okay.
You guys are slowly kind of winding down, and you guys start to make choices based on what you were saying with the primal flare.
Okay. Well, I'll also try to see if I can sense with the primal conduit, if I can detect, where the flow is.
Okay. I'll give you a primal conduit roll.
You said I could still cast Deflect Harm while in form, right? It's just funny looking.
Gesture spells you can still, for the most part, cast.
Which is Deflect Harm, right?
Yep.
I'll make it on the nose.
You're not quite sure. The stonework doesn't actually impede the ability for some of this to flow through, so
Right. Doesn't help.
you can draw a straight line to wherever the hell you need to go, but the cavern might actually not go that way.
I'm gonna try to throw up Deflect Harm while in form.
Okay.
Still a +2.
Yes.
Straight up.
It's building.
No different. I just need it up. I throw it up around, same type of thing. How we do it.
All right. Moving forward, it probably takes you close to about another 30-40 minutes going down this cavern. Beyond the light, probably 5 feet away from the flame, everything's in perpetual darkness. It's only this blue flame that seems to be keeping the darkness away. And it does seem as though Puddin is able to put up a substantial effort of fairy fire to keep whatever the hell this darkness is away.
I need a dime you can get.
And it seems like whatever the hell's down here does not like that fairy fire.
Oh, no, I spent it actually. I'm sorry. I got $1.
I got it down.
I thought I had a quarter, but I forgot I spent it. You got crafters? It's the equivalent of 25 cents.
Otherwise, you guys find that the scent of ink, well, you can tell that the scent of ink is extremely strong in this coming area, and you've determined with, I'll give you that from the previous Primal Flare, you've determined that it looks like there is a significant pooling coming down into this large antechamber, almost what seems to be kind of hewn stone steps leading in, but they're very jagged.
You see me kind of sniffing in the air. It's like,
Okay. Got some magic.
I smell something.
Enemy.
Where's the ink smell coming from?
One
It's
for
a large antechamber.
Okay. I go around and sniff
Two
the
is a
walls.
yes, one is a no.
There's a definite smell of them moving through the area where the hell those things have been moving around are.
Enemy. Friend.
What's what? One's yes?
One's a no.
You can't ask him that. What are the
Oh, I was just trying to remember.
like, oh.
Two is a yes, one is a no. No, it's not an enemy. It's not a friend. Is it magic?
Can you meow?
Can you not be a cat anymore?
Well, in fairness, if there's any kind of Indiana hip-height blades that come out, you guys are screwed.
I'll teleport out of the way. I'm pretty sure everybody else is screwed. Well, other than Jim.
All right. However, you move into a large antechamber at this point. I don't know. You'd have to set another primal flare to figure out where the fuck things are. You can give me a roll on that.
Anything picking
When he
up
throws out a
Detect
final,
Life?
can I aid?
There's a faint life in the region. You imagine that those things are probably pretty close by. You're only getting kind of after images around corners.
Success by 8.
Can I aid Puddin in the fairy fire to make it brighter?
Yeah, you could.
I'll try that.
That is a gesture-based spell, and you can do that.
8 jiggles.
6, 8, 7. Beat it by 7.
Okay. Yeah, ultimately the fairy fire almost doubles in size farther on out into the antechamber. You see some of those vague essences of life forces just kind of disappear shortly thereafter. Well, you don't hear anyone scuttling away. But it kind of goes around corners and beyond your view a little bit, so you're lighting up areas you don't have visible light to, but Those interior, all of you guys can give me HT rolls for pain. You don't have to.
For pain?
Yeah.
Just have pain
Threshold.
Yeah, you don't really need to make your roll. You're fine.
Okay, high pain threshold.
You two chums can give me some high pain threshold. Apparently you didn't know what kind of game we're running here.
Chumps, I love it.
Made it dead on.
Oh my god, is that a 17?
Yeah.
Are those Cthulhu
They are
dice?
not.
Okay.
For the most part, you've been kind of shielding yourself with, like, you've been pulling clothes away from the fire and
like
staying
pain
to
sensitive?
the opposite side that the fire's on.
Oh, you're
But
like
this blue
sleep?
flame,
That's right.
despite how it looks, feels intensely hot. I mean, the cats have moved through it, but they're fucking magical. You don't know what the fuck's going on with that.
It's like these
However,
ones.
it's now gotten to a point where it's just sweltering. It is like you're right next. It looks like your face is right in front of the crematory
Yeah, we got
incinerator.
much
You're like,
better.
yep, it's cooking pretty good. Those bones are going up.
Well, the suits could repel certain heat.
Huh?
The suits get rid of the certain
Yeah, but your face is just fucking cooking.
Right. The hard part is then it warms up your blood, which is trapped within the suit. And you start to create this loop.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Which results
Ultimately,
which
you
results in
with
a
high
heat
pain
stroke.
threshold or have fairy fire are fine. You two are severely disadvantaged at this point in time because if somebody were to come from the side and you're like, ah, yeah, over there, fire my gun. My fingers are burning. It feels like the hair is burning off of it.
You know, so
Primal flare with
willpower check after you realize it's not real flame after a while.
it feels real. You're not aware of any kind of illusionary fire or anything else of that
If I
nature.
stick my hand through it.
You can try to if you
Left
want.
hand.
I put a cigarette out there and see if I can light a cigarette.
It seems to ignite with blue flame.
Excellent.
As soon as you see him light it, does that change your mind?
You
Yeah.
can give me a willpower roll.
That changes.
Okay.
Do you want one?
And then,
His face is
so with
bloody
your
and
what is it? Everyone can give you another HT roll at their point actually.
go ahead and kill you.
he's- No, I don't like to.
Oh, wow. Anything goes into it?
Any kind of levels of protected vision.
Oh, that night vision, huh?
Passed by 6.
What was this? Will health
So
check?
does
Health
fit,
check.
fit still apply?
Fit almost always applies.
So that's 9.
And then
Nine.
you're very fit, gives you
Plus 2.
5.
6.
6,
Ah.
7.
7.
And does sunglasses come?
I let you succeed.
Wearing sunglasses?
So you don't feel totally bad.
Probably not because it melted my now, so.
You'd imagine so. And not only that, but it's like perpetually dark everywhere else. So unless you're trying to be cool or something.
Didn't for a while.
If I look into perpetual darkness with my sunglasses, it negates the effect.
Made my 5.
Anyone making by 6 or higher? Anyone make it by 2 or less? 2 or less?
I'm blind!
Okay. Ultimately, as you set up the primal flare, it's almost like putting a match over the gasoline vapor. You're like, it should be somewhere around this room. Oh my god, it's here! There's a well near the center that there's water in, and the primal flare immediately gets extinguished by it, and it seems to disappear into the well. But prior to that, it was exceptionally bright. All of the nearby quintessence is pooled within whatever the hell the basin is. Excuse me, it looks like a smaller well down here, but it looks like it's been etched out of the stonework.
If you, with the primal conduit, does it allow you to kind of sense quantity?
It could, yeah. Primal flare lets you do that.
Okay, so am I able to judge quantity of the lot?
Other than a lot, with an 8, what is, you don't really have too much. You would say that this has near what that statue that B showed you near Lochberg, I want to say, had.
So, the Cthulhu statue? Okay, I tell you
Near
guys.
that amount.
So-
You've never come across anything else that has that much in it that you've seen.
So does anyone know how to harvest this? Or?
I do.
Oh,
I do.
then
I don't know where to put it, though. What do you store it?
In a medium.
What qualifies as a medium?
Like
Whatever
a
you want it to
wax
be.
block?
Wax block. I've got barrels of water. I
I
can
think-
put it in my
yeah.
gun. I can put it in my shoes. I can put it in the sand. I can put it in your hair.
And it'll remain there until you're drawing
Well,
it back out.
right. I mean, it kind of matters what you put it into. 'Cause that kind of
Putting it into a life essence, it would start to bleed out very rapidly.
Right, it tempers your, what you can do with it. You know, so like if I was going to put it in your hair, I'd cut your hair first. So
From the looks of it, it's hard to tell. You'd have to mess with it with primal conduit, but this might be relatively pure,
okay.
yeah, go ahead. And fill
meaning
it
it
up
hasn't
with,
a resonance hasn't been added to it as of yet. From what I can.
But we don't.
Well, no, with an 8, you would say that there was a strange resonance to it that you've not come across.
You can use any of my weapons.
Oh, I could fill up your weapons.
Yep.
I was
Pour it into my mouth.
You're just gonna let me. Huh?
He's got like water barrels and all that.
Well, yeah, after he fills those up.
Where's your blowgun?
Blowgun?
I'll fill that up for you.
You got a
I
flask.
sniff
I
it.
do have a flask.
There's a putrid smell to this antechamber. You're not sure from where. It kind of
Are
covers
those
the entire
things
region.
invisible?
I do tell you guys
There's also that strong inky smell.
I sort of.
I drain that.
Well, I guess my hair sticks up on end, huh?
You've had that feeling ever since you started coming across the infinite darkness.
But the smell is stronger again, right? Is it very similar to the smell of when the fire hit?
That was the inky smell. You've not smelled this putridness until you come down into the antechamber.
Okay, I kind of.
We need to be on guard. There's gonna be a guardian.
You know,
Kind of tap Hunter on the side and look around.
Yeah, Jeff?
Hey, Hunter, isn't this time for an Enigma roll after you've gathered all these magical facts?
Sure. If you got Enigma, you can ask him if you can roll it. I don't. So.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oh,
Yep.
Steve
I
does.
look
Steve
around,
does, yeah.
see if I can see anything moving.
not so far. It seems like those creatures really don't like the fairy fire.
Yeah.
I mean, understandably. I mean,
I
like
don't
two
like
of the
the
other
fairy
fucking
fire.
investigators are like, geez, they're like putting hoodies on or trying to pull their collar up really high, and they're like moving their head away from the flame.
Professor, would you like
Pull out
to
a
take one
tablecloth.
Like a couple
Oops.
emo kids.
I mean, you guys feel as though
It'd be super
you guys
hot.
feel as though if you came out of this, your skin would start peeling off later on. You're like, yeah, tan.
A little burn.
down? Little later.
Look around to see if I can see where this putrid smell is coming from.
It's okay, I'll just look like this all over your skin.
You can give me a perception check that's sent.
Are there any ruins or anything that we can see? Carvings?
I'm keeping an eye on the
You around this well there are. You can give me a symbol. You can give me a linguistics or symbology.
What's my pluses for cat form?
Oh, it allows you to make this check because nobody else would be able to smell.
Beat it by 1.
Beat it by 1.
How about symbol
Um,
of magic?
It's definitely in the area. It can't be terribly far away. It's got to be down an adjacent antechamber or somewhere around here. But it feels most pooled here. Like this is the center point, as though the smell spends a lot of time around here.
Okay.
Professor, can
I
you,
try to sniff
protect
around
me?
the small little areas to see where it would
Well,
probably.
It seems to go off in
Can you
multiple
figure
different
out with
antechambers.
symbology or linguistics?
And you made it by 1. It's hard to tell. You'd have to start going down different antechambers and determining which one's weaker.
Okay.
I rolled linguistics by 1.
Okay? 1.
Well, symbol drawing.
Are those Cthulhu dice?
You're not sure of the significance, but I believe you can actually read some of the material here. It seems to be written in Acheron.
Yes. Yes, I can read that.
Is there anything written in Incan?
Or English.
Not from what you can tell.
Can
Okay.
we get some good old fashioned Latin?
What I'm waiting for is
So you start filling up the barrels like poison. Do not drink. Okay.
what I'm waiting for is that in the far distant future, English to be like Latin. No one speaks it before. Like, who speaks English?
What the hell is it? For the most part, it seems to depict part of the story that you had heard prior about this woman from Zayas trying to gain the affection of a demigod, and him not returning the affections, and her and her hubris believing that she could use a love potion to win the heart of this demigod, and him punishing her for it, turning her from a beauty into this putrid mass that no one could ever love. And it seems as though she is detailed here as well, that if she cannot be loved, then no one else can. So she's taken this place that was loved by the cats and anyone who was remaining in the city, and pretty much fucked it.
Why did she punish the cats? Was he a cat demigod?
You're not sure specifically.
She just doesn't like love.
Well, she
Yeah, but a lonely woman could get love from a lot of cats. Those would be her best friends.
That is
40 of that
fickle
married.
love. They never really
I
love
have
you.
6 cats.
They'll eat you when you die.
Yep. How much they love you is what they start to eat first.
All right. That seems to be it for the most part. There's not really much documentation of anything else
Yeah.
here.
beware. If you
Right.
want something, I want it, just so you know.
Yep.
So she's very envious of other people.
So there's
I
multiple
wouldn't say envious, I just say
antechambers running off from this particular area. There
She
is
said that quietly under her breath.
You'd have to make a much smaller primal flare to try to analyze what the hell's here.
I'll try to
Otherwise, you'd
narrow
have to. You can give me another primal flare.
I'm gonna keep looking at these protect life with the ceilings for servers.
What are the cats? Where should we go?
Puddin is essentially staying in the center of the room near the well. Puddin seems to be the epicenter of wherever that fairy fire is coming from. Scarlet continually makes a circle around the room, following Jeb kind of counter.
What are we supposed to do with this well?
You're not sure. Once you got inside the well, other than creating the fairy fire, it seems like occasionally, I shouldn't say occasionally, it seems like the cats were actually following where Hunter was saying. Because once they created light down all the corridors, you guys started moving, then Puddin would run quickly into the front of the group. And you guys, he would stop, or was it she would stop at a fork in the road, and then Hunter would be like, maybe over there, let's try there. And then Puddin would run over in that direction.
You might have to corner these things.
Are they afraid of fire?
They seem to be
So
afraid
far,
of
They're just servants.
You
so I don't
could
know.
have sworn that you've seen things kind of moving about, some of you more so than normal,
Yeah.
and it seems like they're, wherever the dark, if anything, it seems to be cutting into that infinite darkness.
Do these things ever get bound as guardians?
From what you heard before, they're relatively not benevolent, but benign. They have, however, have associations with Neuralthotep and Nodens, so kind of good and bad. And, however,
Who's ever controlling them?
But could a free agent bind them
a free agent can bind them.
If
to
you
a
stop.
task? And that task could be guard this place.
Yep.
So they could be banished if they're blind.
Or the binding.
You could break the binding on them, theoretically.
At least then
You're not sure. They might be actually native here.
well, that just means they'd remain, but they wouldn't be bound to the task anymore.
Yeah, it'd be up to their individual personality at that point what
Right.
happened.
Which would probably be to the benefit of us.
Yeah.
Do you have any, Professor, any idea of how to break the binding?
I kind of look at you and I raise the paw.
Can you break the binding?
Wow.
I'll do it if you can.
How can he do this when he's a cat? Does he get
I
up
can sit on my hind
So
legs.
he falls on his face when he tries.
I got
You can lean back. And,
it's symbol drawing, isn't it?
from what you can tell, you have to find where specifically they're bound. They could be bound to a person. You have to find the enchantment. It was pretty bright in the room. I mean, you could be sitting around enchantments. It's just you looked into the fire pit, so you're a little bit blinded.
Do any of the symbols here say anything about that? Like you said, it was the story of.
You didn't see anything in Acheron that was listing that. There's not a lot of. There's not really much else than that. There might be more somewhere else.
Okay.
With our thaumaturgy, all this quintessence, is it like a seal or a plug to something else, or is it literally just like a pool of water?
You'd imagine that there is something here binding it in place. Otherwise, you'd imagine it would flow freely through the region. However, this would always be a center point. It seems like this is a plug on the quintessence on the area.
Could I use predict entropy to see if it's negative if we drain the quintessence?
Yeah, you can give me a roll on that.
I walk closer to the edge to the other anti-chamber to see if I do anything.
So success by 5.
It's like 30% chance.
That it's bad.
Yeah. Given from projected entropy, that might mean that there's something negative associated with whatever happens, but on the whole, not bad.
Okay.
So the action itself might not be bad, but subsequent actions that happen because of it might be bad.
Okay. It's only 30%. I was playing with 80 for quite some time.
That's pretty low.
Yeah.
It's just to break this
Are
down.
these things invisible?
Well, I just don't know.
What things?
Break
the
something
things in the dark.
if need it later. 'cause I'm
Not.
gonna be able to
You've
get
occasionally seen flickers of shadows, but you've never got direct eye contact on anything specifically.
Well, then let's continue and try to hunt these things down.
Well, this is where they wanted us to come.
This is where they. Okay.
So there's something in this room. If we looked at like all the walls and the ceiling and the
Yep.
floor,
I've been looking at them. So.
we'd be
I
able
take
to
out my
find it in
wand.
there.
Would be right.
What's the composition of the floor? Is it stone?
Stone. Somebody must have had this carved out in some way from some of the cave work that was down here originally.
Okay.
However, it looks pretty old.
So we just want to drain it?
Otherwise, around this time period, you and Scarlet, about the same time period, seem to pick up a very putrid odor that's slowly picking up.
Okay, I start backing up to the center of the room. Backwards.
I wish I could talk to you because we don't know.
This is an antechamber that has about 7 passageways running into a ring that run into different corridors.
I can understand you.
So you're in an antechamber surrounded by a cave ring, surrounded by caves that kind of sprout out.
We need to get you flashcards, Jeb, now.
What's
so
going
we
on,
can
Jeb?
pull out a
You're looking
flashcard.
nervous.
Kind of looking around to see.
Danger?
Kind of frantically left and right.
2 is yes, 1 is no. Danger?
Otherwise, can somebody give me an observation roll? This is prior, I should say.
Okay, I can do it. Everyone
Just
looking
one
around.
person or all of us?
I'd say everyone's looking around. You can give me an observation.
Pass by 7.
By 7.
9?
9?
7.
Oh my gosh,
I rolled 9.
Is it visual based?
Huh?
Visual based?
Yeah.
11.
Almost.
8.
Maybe what?
7. I don't have any hands though, right?
Hunter, depending on whether or not you're going to share this, they'll assume you do. Looking inside the well water as you guys are looking for sigils, every once in a while you'll see the reflection of somebody else inside the pool, and you didn't put it together initially, but you kind of look back at them, and they don't. Inside the pool, they don't seem to have scars or anything else of that nature. They look undamaged inside the pool. Their reflection, at least.
I point this out to you guys, so she must use this as a reflection tool to see her true self. Everybody look in here. I want to see how hideous
I'll
you
take a
are.
look in.
His jaw is slightly different in this one, but seems to be frock.
Huh. I can't see your true self, so that's not...
No, I'm looking at this hag we're supposed to be finding right here, Hunter. I don't know what the heck's going on. It seems to match up. I'm confused.
You should have waited till he looked and you were like, oh, the hag!
I said it
yeah,
earlier. I said it earlier. Well,
Alright.
So, what's happening?
well,
I think she
Jeb's
uses
asking
this as
nervous.
a reflection
Mirror.
tool
What
so
is
she
puddin
can see
look
what she
like
lost.
Puddin just looks like puddin.
Her eyes are the same color.
When Jeb looks in, what do we see? Do we see a cat or do we
Same
see
thing,
him?
a little less scars.
See
But we see
Jeb
his face, even though he's a tiger looking at
we see Jeb on all fours.
Otherwise, this is where that fated order starts to kind of permeate the room. Initially, it's hard to kind of localize, but then you get at least 2 or 3 corridors, which you're pretty confident it's coming from. Scarlet kind of gets into a position, somewhat protecting the group on one side. Puddin is on top of the well.
Alright, I try to back up to where the
let's-
deflect harm kind of go.
Now would be a good time to cast him.
Let's put our deflect harms up and let's try to interact peacefully and not just go right to
Yeah,
full
but
destruction.
the deflect harm stop magic.
No, it only stops physical projectiles. If she
Might be physical
conjured an
projectiles.
ice shard like the deep ones do sometimes and chucked it at you, it would break on the shield wall. If she fired like
energy.
anti-life at you, then that would totally get through.
But what about the
Still.
Night tail?
Yeah.
The Nikon tail, you imagine that they're physical in nature.
So,
Those of you making
yeah.
high mythos, they're pretty
They're physical.
physical, and they would be stopped. But if they could slowly push through, they can.
Alright, so I'm gonna throw mine a little bit higher.
I'll try to raise deflect harm.
I beat mine by 6.
Got a knife in my offhand.
Bastard.
Wow.
So we got some pretty good deflect arms here.
I bring up a deflect harm by 4.
So she just did. Like harm.
9.
You gotta be
Sounds
careful
good.
because sometimes you can't control it. It gets too powerful.
Actually, isn't that a critical with your -1? So.
The -1 is not on the dice.
So it'd be by 10.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
So success by 10.
Alright. Retroactively going back, I will say another thing. There was a larger set of bone ring around this particular room when you got down the antechambers. A lot of broken weapons and other things of that nature. Shattered, deteriorated armor, other things of that nature. You seem to be in some sort of, I wouldn't say
Kill
catacomb, you're in a death pit.
What's
Kill
your
box.
wands?
Was there what?
Wands or amulets?
Yeah, I'll see that you grab a handful of things. I'll handle that later on.
Oh shit, a handful of wands.
Do I
shove up
Tape them all together.
I'll handle that, presuming you get alive. Out here alive.
It happened in a.
Yeah, they would have noticed that once you got down here and checked around. You would have saw that. I forgot about
Don't
that.
carry it now, it's just going to encumber you.
So, physical weapons don't appear to hurt this thing.
Well, they were overwhelmed by it. They have a ranged attack, and most of these guys are wielding swords.
Yeah.
Occasionally, you'll see what looks to be those night gaunt-like creatures, but they seem to have some strong aversion to that fairy fire, and it doesn't get any weaker. I mean, you start working on deflect harm, you aren't pumping it up, but puddin seems to be more than capable of holding that effect up. However, as you guys move, as the smell gets stronger, you guys can see this image walk straight through a large wall of fairy fire, completely unaffected.
Ah, Hunter, no.
This thing, I suppose, it doesn't look like it could be alive. With the life force, there is... You haven't seen anything with a life force like this. It's not vibrant. It's completely solid. You don't know what you can give me a thaumatology.
Can I do thaumatology?
He has the life sense up and running.
By 3.
It has extremely definitive boundaries to its life force, and it almost looks like the life force of a small apartment structure has been packed into one body, and it's not leaking out at all. You don't know if you physically blew off its legs if that would actually do anything. However, there's a life force here that could be attacked. It's not dead like it appears to be.
This isn't dead. That's all I can tell you.
So,
Otherwise, everyone can give me a fright check at a -12.
Adam,
Suck it.
Kudos to those.
what happens if you fail a fight test?
Various things happen. The thing is, in Cthulhu, there's sometimes going to be fright checks that you won't make, and the key thing is you want to fail by as little as possible.
5.
Made it.
That's good.
So that becomes
By
4. So
-12.
By 12.
4,
So maybe it's straight up.
5, 6.
Straight up. That sounds good.
Failed by 5.
Fail by 5. You'll end up losing 2 points of fatigue and 1 point of will. Otherwise, you'll be stunned for a moment. You still have your deflect magic or deflect harm up.
Made it by 10.
Maybe by 10 is with the -12.
What's the -12?
Oh, I forgot you have ridiculous will.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
you
then I
rolled
pumped it up with
this.
auto-hypnosis.
Yep, good. Good
So-
that you guys put it up.
Then I have, is it unfazable, so...
That technically was more than an hour ago, but I can say that you guys usually can keep it
10.
on.
Yeah.
By 10 even with the
No,
-12?
no, I'm not. Straight up.
Straight up?
Yep. Straight
Okay.
up. I wish it was by 10.
Oh,
Holy shit, that'd be awesome.
I am
Frank?
afraid-
Professor Frank?
I rolled a 14 and I rolled 17.
So
How much did I lose?
So your fright check is 19 with combat reflexes?
No, it's 17.
Wait, we get
17? So you made by 3, so you missed by, 9?
I'll be by 3 then. With combat
Wait.
reflex. Was
You
it combat
go-
reflex by 2?
Oh, yeah.
Combat reflexes gives you a +2.
You see your
Beat it by
brain
2
leak
then.
out of your
by 4.
ears.
We're mortals!
Roll 3d6 for me, Tony.
I am perfectly fine with this.
Okay. You'll develop a phobia. You go see a
What'd you
psychologist.
get?
14.
14?
It's no big deal.
Alright. You'll
Did you
develop an extreme aversion to anything dead or dead-looking. You'll also lose 2 points of will.
So how does she like hanging around with Frank in his coat?
It's taxidermied. She's fine with it. If she had to go like into a if she saw a dead body in an investigation, she's gonna be like,
It's undead.
looks like you're shot. You guys are up.
Anything that looks dead or undead?
Yep. So once a body is rotten to a certain point, so any kind of like if you exhumed like somebody that just died of natural causes like 2 years ago, she'd be like, no, I'm not fucking touching this at all, or
That's
anything
not
that has started
bad.
to decay.
The last adventure would have really fucked with it.
Well, at least I don't have an
Yeah.
extreme aversion to blood.
Well,
Yeah.
so much for your career as a
I
medical
don't say.
examiner.
You always think that someone's watching them.
Provided they're fresh, I imagine she's actually okay with it. Anything that looks degenerated,
He's
like
dead and dead looking.
to clarify, anything that looks like it's rotting.
Okay. Bad idea for us all to wear death masks at the morning meetings.
So are
Otherwise,
we gonna try to talk to this thing or
otherwise
shoot
you're
it?
currently
Try
stunned.
to talk to it.
You're stunned, but this creature moves into the area.
You know when I'm unstunned.
What does Puddin do?
Puddin, for the most part, it seems like her hair is on end, and she's just sitting there right now.
She looks even fatter.
Yep.
Scarlet?
Scarlet seems to be has a relatively straight direction to pounce on him, but they haven't actually done anything as of yet.
Okay.
I'll actually, assuming that you are...
At this point in time, however, you guys see the creature seems to kind of look at the It's hard to tell. The face is rotten. However, there seems to be... you wouldn't be able to see that, actually. Her right hand seems to shake.
Pointing?
Pointing or
No, she's not pointing yet. She seems to be slowly walking towards the pool, though.
thaumatology?
And the PCs are there.
Well, I'm going to step away.
Give me a
so she can
thaumatology.
get there.
When can the sun be black?
I would say after the first second, so as soon as I'm done talking here.
If all else fails, those two are in love. Them first.
What?
So you have this apartment together, right?
We're not gay. By one.
Well, that's what Steve told me.
Steve's a dumbass.
Steve told me a lot of things, and he's like,
What?
By one.
You don't need to
I'm
be
not
ashamed
the
of your
guy
feelings,
that told
Brock.
him about
I'm the only one who forgot they play in this game, so what are you talking about?
You're not sure. It could be some sort of strange ability that she has. If it is some sort of ritual, she's not doing any hand gestures for it, but you are aware that there's certain individuals like Marlick Larson that do not need gestures, but it builds up paradox. There might not be any paradox here. So
Look over Jeff. You feeling anything there? One for yes, two for no.
you feel in danger and just being down here. But I wouldn't say anything as of yet, but it's slowly starting to peak, actually. PCs?
Do you wish us to assist you in lifting your curse?
The creature starts to move its hand up towards the group.
I'm gonna let's start to disperse a little bit here.
Yeah.
Start.
Part of it.
Can we tell what it's doing?
Take it around.
It's hard to tell.
She's moving towards the well. Give her access to the well.
I move around
Yeah.
to the flank.
You might be the only
Take an
one who
aim
can
action
speak
at this
the
point.
language you might understand.
Yeah, try Arcadian.
We can work out this peacefully if you desire.
Ultimately, she seems to move closer towards the well. However, you two, I think, can hear Acheron. Yeah, she'll probably use Acheron. She says that you soon will be cursed like her.
Oh,
Why would we need
Then you'll be dead.
She tells you that if I can't be in love, then no one can. And she raises her hand towards
Pounce.
you,
What
and
if you can?
you literally see some of the dirt kind of near her just disappear.
fire. I'm gonna fire at this point.
Barton,
Can
fight
we-
her with love.
It's possible we can help you with that.
I believe he's going to start to pounce.
Yeah, I know he's doing that, but I can't stop him.
Give me a space speed.
I'll fire too.
Well, the problem is he never learned that key.
Oh,
that's true.
I didn't hear that,
Yeah.
yeah.
She's
So
mumbling.
you-
What's she
oh,
saying?
yeah.
What's she saying? Then you're like, oh fuck, and start running away.
But see,
We can go on. You can give me an initiative check.
yeah.
Am I still stunned?
No, the sun is out. 6, 7, 5.
What's the initiative again?
So double your base speed,
Beat by
and then
3.
add 1 for combat or initiative. 3.
Add what for combat? Or combat reflexes, you said?
By 12.
By 4.
4.
By 4.
No.
Seven?
Now you know
Hit by 7.
where he was fed all that information about
seven.
how, like,
12.
3.
12?
you were
12, you can go.
Yeah.
It seems like he's about to pounce on the creature. However, she had pulled up her hand towards you when you were talking to her.
I bring up my
blame
Thompson.
Barton. It would be.
A Northern Yorkshire.
Be a
Right, give me a
fanfic.
shot roll.
Yeah. Everyone's a loose cannon. Especially those two gays.
Everyone think with quick speeds already in their
16
absence.
10 by 6.
God, what the hell?
Well, you're the only one that even got any action. I'm
I
still
know.
trying to
I'm literally the only one that got to play. So I think there's some jealousy in there.
You're within range. You're within like
playing lightsabers.
3 meters.
Yeah, don't mind.
So
It's okay.
if you make the recoil once, all the shots.
Yeah.
If you make it
I've
straight
had
up,
the
you
white woman, so what are you
or
talking
less
about?
than your recoil, then half the
I've
shots.
had my life so far. and
I made by 6 recoil. Need 3
I brag
shots.
about this
Here, roll the
daily.
damage.
I got 4 shots, so.
Yes, it's for ass. I don't brag about to you.
I thought that you guys thought he was like the father of werewolves.
Yes, he did.
That one lady pregnant.
You know,
I wasn't there when they were doing the investigation of your nasty site. I did think that was funny where they were investigating that. What's this hair? What's this soppy stain?
Why is she walking forward?
10, 20.
I don't think they were that, but I could just see B. She's over there. It's part of the best way.
Yeah.
What's causing that? What's that smell?
It's really weird. I'm sure it is. Does it taste like gay jacks?
You should start thinking like good stories about me.
You should.
Like, what the hell, guys?
Yeah. Assume I heard you have a new, or yeah, I heard you have a new friend. Scissor.
You fire 6 shots.
That, though?
8.
She's like, what
So
that
4 would
alien
hit.
dude 24/7?
Oh, an alien dude. You don't know, he's an alien dude. He can be flexible.
Okay, so yeah.
Like the top body of a human.
So roll all your damage.
I did, that was 8 shots.
Yeah.
As far as the
We going to the Japanese
Well,
plus
let's
1,
say you can make a great flash.
reduces the rate of fire from 10 to 8.
Yeah. However, I thought you only gave me 3 damage.
I did, I rolled them 3 dice, 3 shots next time.
Oh, okay. It makes it more difficult with me, DR. Yeah. The rounds seem to over-penetrate and it seems to hit into the far wall. She seems to be... It's hard to see any kind of reaction from her. It seems like you're firing into a corpse.
I'm just going to be like, oh, fuck, need a magic bullet.
Then we're at... Who's Lord in 7? What do you rolled on initiative?
I made it by 4, I think.
4. What's your dex is?
What's
Mine's
yours?
13.
13?
14.
Is it 13?
Actually, no, mine's 15 right now.
Then you get to go first.
I pounce. What would that be?
It's a brawling roll.
Ah,
And
shit.
then mind you, your dex is modified.
Yeah, I don't have brawling. That's one thing I don't have.
Isn't that one of the skills that Scarlet's telling you to pick up? Brawling?
I think so.
You try judoing it.
Can I judo it? Yeah.
Judo it with a lie.
Acrobatics?
Judo, you can default from judo. It's not as good as brawling.
Isn't judo like a defensive art form where you have to grapple?
Yep, he can try to grab her by the leg and twist. And
I know.
Yep.
It's all this.
It was a rhetorical
Beat it by
question.
2 off judo.
okay. She doesn't seem to defend herself. Ultimately, you can give me a strength roll.
And she uglifies him to the point of just look like Hunter.
Yeah, she's got a touch.
Beat it by 5.
Just Hunter, nothing
I
happens.
got a fine figure.
Alright.
Fine to the blind.
This is just all your hatred.
Ultimately, you easily force her down to the ground. She doesn't seem to be stronger than an average woman might be. However, you get an immediate danger sense as ultimately her bony finger touches your side, or is about to touch your
Oh, I
side.
was an undead cat.
Should I jump back then after I
You can give me a dodge roll.
dodge? Or,
Teleport would be better.
11.
That would have been time if someone had thought to bring it.
Missed it by 1 unless I get something else from.
Your dex is too higher, so that gives you a 0.5 to your base speed.
Sometimes
I've never created
Not straight up.
that would work.
Oh wait, you said dodge, right?
Yep.
So that brings my base speed up to 7. So
Professor.
I thought you said a dodge, right?
Yep.
How's that affect base?
You told me you wanted to make a dodge.
If
Yeah.
they're too close, I
So,
don't want to portion
dodge.
this
I just need to know what you make or miss
That's
by.
basically
Alright.
what you plan on that portion.
I missed it by 1 then.
By 1. Alright. With the penalty, ultimately she touches your side and you just feel wrong. I suppose the only other time you felt this is when you dicked up with a curse before.
Bad touch.
You'll end up taking 66 points of entropy.
Alright, I don't think fix that
What
one.
does that reflect? What does it look like, the damage?
When it touches him, it looks as though his flesh, his flesh doesn't just die. It seems as though it starts to erupt and boil, and it seems like all the chemical reactions happening in his body just go fucking shit haywire.
Okay, so it's kind of like things are popping, oozing. And
Yup, like it.
Yeah, like that rat spell we saw
Alright.
in that one thing. Rat.
Which
So
is
you can work on your death checks, however, next.
Does it look like he's just turning into a puddle of goo?
What's your HP?
It seems wherever that hand just hit, it immediately had a severe reaction and started climbing up his body.
What's yours? 16.
I'll guess I'll
I know,
fire.
that might actually kill you, so let's see.
I'll fire 3 times.
Fire 3 times? Okay. What are you firing?
Find that rocket
So you get
pistol.
your health, and then you got
But
hard to
Actually-
hard to kill.
I got 13 right here.
How close is he to her now?
Yeah, how far away?
I'm at minus 43.
Only like 2 or 3.
Okay.
So 3 death
I
checks,
actually
4 death
will
checks.
Would
shift
be
my aim
13,
from
26.
from what would be the torso to like probably your arm.
So if we go into
So I already know that's a
Because you're-
minus.
Right, 4 times would be 40, 52.
Right arm is a minus 2.
so third or 3.
You'd be-
Firing 3 times. Brace.
5 times is going to be 65.
So hard to kill.
Well, no, you took 66 points, right?
I took 66, but it brings my HP down to negative 43.
Right, yeah. So take the first 13 off, right?
Yep.
Made it by
So
3.
that would be...
There are 3.
First,
Roll
right
for
arm.
damage.
Is it 53?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then... So 5 times is going to be 65.
So I think that beats
4
recoil.
times
Let me
is
check
gonna
that
be
beats
52.
recoil.
Okay.
So you got 4 checks.
4 checks, alright. So hard to kill. That's it that goes into it, right?
Yep.
Fit, very fit.
Very fit. Like I said, those go into damn near everything except HT-based skill rolls.
Right, pain
For
threshold.
he's got 4
Death
death
checks.
checks.
Yep.
High pain threshold is not, right?
That's the subdual.
I did
Death
beat-
checks are always straight up, and then you have consciousness checks.
I did beat the recoil. So.
So you're going to
So roll for damage for all the
5
shots.
consciousness checks.
5 consciousness, that's subdue, right?
Yep. Roll for the. So did you make all your death checks?
Yeah.
Roll for death first, because then.
The rest doesn't matter.
Yeah.
16. Ian.
Lock that bad boy. Yep.
That would not have been good. That would have been.
And he's dead.
That is. Yes, that would have been dead.
16.
Okay.
Beat that one by 11.
This is impaling it.
You were pulling, you never
PI
done
plus
that.
plus.
Beat that by 11. So how many more do
PI
I
plus
got?
plus.
4 more, right?
Yeah, that's essentially. Yeah.
13.
That's a huge success. Critical.
Beat that one by. Beat that one by 14.
And then 19.
From your perception, you blow. Normal. Was it you have one eye closed with that effect?
Yeah.
You're blowing straight through her with the rounds, and either you're chipping away at a concrete wall or nothing's happening. The life force isn't changing.
Well, did I take the arm off?
Oh, with her arm,
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for. The arm.
you would have blew the arm off. However, the life force doesn't fall with the
But
arm.
the arm is off.
Yes, but
Okay.
there is life
No.
force in the air where that hand is.
Okay.
And it's moving images, they're going to touch you.
I did make perception.
What did you make? Or you didn't need to make your perception.
Okay.
I have perception.
Well, pretty good
No,
rolls
what
for a
was
fucking
no?
death check.
What
I
is
did
your
my 4.
four? Then you're up.
I need a couple.
You're up, Tiger.
Death. 4 points of hardness.
Otherwise, one thing that you'd see is ultimately Scarlet knocks you away and then starts to kind of pounce her. And about the same time, it seems like some sort of weird heavy force hits, I suppose, right before Scarlet knocks you away and then rolls with you. And at the same time, a heavy force, the fairy fire starts to die off, and a heavy force seems to just kind of crush the area and seems to kind of depact her slightly, but the life force doesn't change.
Is Scarlet out of there now?
It seems like Scarlet charges him and rolls over.
Alright. Now I gotta do my consciousness check.
Yep. First one's going to be at a -10, and then it's at your negative death check.
Okay.
Someone depressed the hag. Or
It seemed as though, like, it's hard to describe, but it's almost like some sort of massive invisible object hit the hag and just slightly broke some of the rocks around her, and her whole body cavity just
And
went
then
down
fit
slightly.
gives you 1, very fit gives you 2.
Sometimes they're doing incantations and weird shit happens, and they're like, "Jabba jabba ja," and then some guy lights in flame, and you don't know how the fuck
Hard
it
skill don't go
happens.
into it, right?
Just,
Subdue.
I mean, that would be
threshold and fit, right?
thaumatology that might help you with that.
Right, so you got 4,
3,
7, 8,
8.
so you got 20.
At a -10.
The first one.
6 straight
I
up.
do the Amaja on her.
So you made
Okay.
Yep. So,
ties go to the U. So
and then after that, it's just
Okay.
one.
Might
that
actually
would
be
be
a good
-1,
idea.
-2, -3, -4.
Okay.
Made it by 9.
Right? Seems to hit her dead on, kind of
Like Amaja!
lose her to the ground, so to speak.
What did you shoot her with?
Let her up.
15.
What?
The flammable. Very flammable.
Oh, okay.
Because if she can't touch us, then at least.
Just do your
In
thing.
Got 2
theory,
more.
she
Did you
might
make the
not need to
-10
touch
the
us.
first one?
Straight up. I made it.
I think she needs to touch us.
All right, you can get, it's your turn now. You can give me an observation. You're the one who noticed this prior.
I made it. Barely. but I made it.
Visual again, or?
It is visual.
Fire out.
Looks like my dice screwed me, so. So it'd be a success by only one. Hopefully I get some circumstantial bonuses.
I'll give you a bonus on it. You can come over here real quick.
I would be a success by... I said 1, it would actually be 3 because it's visual.
I'll give you a circumstance bonus because you had tried this prior. However, this is the depiction outside, this is the depiction inside the pool.
Okay.
That's it. It's your turn now. It looks like a web is covering her now, and it seems as though some sort of massive, heavy force has crushed most of her body.
Okay.
But you can see that the life force is just sticking there.
Okay. I'm gonna... A question for you, because my character would know how this stuff works. Just, I don't know how it works. But, so we've got a pool of quintessence sitting here. Mm-hmm. If I want to tap into it so I can then channel it into spells, I would do primal conduit first to start drawing it out. And do I do that then simultaneously with the spell I cast, or do I do primal conduit first? And then...
You do primal conduit first, and then that would allow you to use it in your next spell.
Okay, alright. So basically I'm going to... Can I still talk, or is that one or the other?
You can still talk.
Okay, I'm going to do the primal conduit, and I tell her, we can reset this, we don't have to fight one another, we can help you.
Give me a body language. Or a psychology.
I'll take body language. Let's see, so 1, 2.
I can talk to you over here real quick.
Magic bullets going on the front burner.
I think he does have some magic bullets.
He does.
Well, he had teleporting bullets, I thought.
They're still magic.
There's some other ones that he had.
Okay, mage killer bullets. How about that?
There you go.
He had made some ones for in the lower umbra made for demons.
Oh yeah, the demon. Yep. Trust him, man.
I turn to you, Professor. I say, she's a distraught and spurned woman. You should be using your psychology to help address these issues.
No, Akron.
Just talk to her. I don't know that you need to talk to Akron. You should be talking.
All right. However, that's enough. We'll go up to the next turn. We'll go now on base initiative. Yeah, forgot. Almost your turn. No. You don't have to make. That's for the surprise round. Now we go to the normal initiative.
Base speed.
It's just when somebody does something, everyone gets a pop reaction, and then you get to see who's Johnny on the spot.
So, success by 1 on the front.
You can tap into 1 from the pool. That's enough to get a +2 on something.
But you know, psychology.
Do I have to use it on the preceding one, or can I kind of hang on to it?
You can kind of hang on to it, but if you start doing other things, you're still kind of actively concentrating on this. It's just easier. If you start casting other things and just hold it there, it's a little bit more difficult. If you channel it into the next thing you're doing, then it's no difficult.
Okay.
So we're in normal initiative, which I think is actually the professor first. I'll double check that.
I guess I'll use psychology.
What do we get? Yep, that's.
Does anybody find it odd that Hunter is the only one at the party actually trying to ration for peace?
I know, that's weird.
I'm just wondering if anybody noticed.
I think you like being the rebel, therefore everyone else is like, kill it, and you're like, no, because now that's the popular thing to do. I'm going to go diplomacy.
I'll tell her that we know people that can restore her.
You can give me a psychology. Like I said before.
Or I could tell her she looks beautiful just the way she is.
Oh.
I know what I'm saying next.
So I made up.
You don't have to worry about anybody loving you, because I can totally hit when I see it in the mirror.
Let's keep looking at the mirror. Let's keep looking at the mirror.
Exactly. Just looking at the mirror. Oh yeah, it's all good.
At this point, you guys are physically assaulting her, so going Oprah on her at this point in time might not.
Exactly.
Like, this.
Stand back.
Your words have a little less impact when you're. What is it like? I'm trying to shoot her in the face. Hey, lady, listen to me! Bam, 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 bam.
I shoot her. I incapacitated her because she attacked one of our people.
And the rest of your team is trying to kill her.
Only after they attacked her.
Kill her. We're gonna restore her to the way.
No, she couldn't do that to me.
She was.
Yeah.
What I'm going to tell you, psychology is that's completely moot.
She didn't try. She never had to evade.
So we're at next initiative here. who's actually Dusty, and then we're actually at
I'll
Rice.
tell you, it's not working at this point.
We need to stand down, everybody just take a deep breath and hold your actions, because I'm pretty sure we can't kill her.
It's kind of hard
being
for Jeff
hostile.
to take a
Is your
deep
turn?
breath.
I'm just
He's
kind of
dying.
holding it. And I tell everybody,
Rice, it is your turn.
that's what I tell everybody, stand the hell down.
You're at half your move and dodge. You're still able to move. If you didn't have high pain threshold, you'd be pretty fucked at this point.
How do you heal entropy damage?
You're not sure. You only know that pattern damage is difficult. You imagine that Blessings of Bast will allow you to
Does
heal,
he
but that's
doesn't
not
he
quick.
have that tattoo that helps against pattern damages?
This isn't pattern damage. This would
This
this could be magically healed. I won't say it can be healed through normal means because he's not going to regrow like part of his what the hell is it, spleen or liver that has just got totally
I'm
fucked.
sure that Gabriel Varus knows how.
It could be mystically prepared, even with Blessings of Bast,
I'll
but that's
back
not
up with
quick.
Scarlet until
Okay. Scarlet seems to be point in front of you between you and her. At this point, her mangled body some way supernaturally starts to get up. It seems as though the bindings around her just start to break into kind of brittle mess. It seems as though parts of her robe and other things like that fall to the ground as though they weigh far more than they do. However, this mangled corpse is just getting up. At
Hunter
that
does
point in
not look
time,
surprised
her
at
hands
this.
are both shaking at this point in time again.
Well, one of her hands is.
From what you saw hit you, there's a strange similarity to some of the damage on some of these weapons and other things of that nature in the area. It seems as though they just freaked out and broke apart.
So she's strong, too?
You don't know. Her arm has been blown off. I suppose you can see two hands shaking. Everyone else can see her left hand shaking. She seems to be standing up even though there's, holes in her spinal column that shouldn't allow her to stand up. There is some sort of supernatural presence that just happens to be lingering in wherever the hell shitty shell this is. You're not dealing. You get a strong feeling you're not dealing with a zombie.
Oh, so do I get the feeling that something like exorcism might work here?
Possibly, this might actually be her old body. You know that attacking your life force might do it. I'm not sure if you have.
Neither do I.
All right. Otherwise, what is she gonna do at this point?
I went. What's
start fucking attack.
What's Puddin doing?
Puddin, for the most part, has done nothing as of yet. You saw that the fairy
Puddin is spent.
the fairy fire disappeared, and then that gravity thing hit, or whatever the hell it is. You're not sure. Puddin seems to be concentrating on her. Scarlet seems to be guarding him. You're not sure what the cats are doing, but they seem to be making gestures and things of that nature.
Trying to collaborate on shit.
Yeah, you're not sure. Otherwise, we are at.
I'm done. The next person is-
7. Right, 7?
Actually, she moves up very rapidly towards you, and you can give me a dodge.
Why not even bring a damn mirror? You're like, look at yourself.
You can give me any kind of defense you want to give me. It seems as oh shit, yeah.
Only B was here. She
It
has
seems as
contact.
though her right shoulder comes at you, and you don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yeah, dodge or I would take it.
You can dodge invisible attacks.
You can do whatever you want.
I dodge.
And roll right into the arm.
Feel like
You can dodge and drop and take a step back.
On a PC one.
Also,
13. Wow.
I do have serendipity.
Nope.
What we got here?
I think we got Dead Thomas.
You can dodge and drop. And,
We'll take 78.
78.
He's on the back.
78.
No, I'm not. 80's the back door.
Okay, there you go. You got two.
There we go. Wise investment of HP points.
Yeah.
It's only 4 death checks.
So you can give me your death checks and handle those. If you make all your death checks, which are all straight up, luckily, in GURPS, you can give me a minus 10 HT roll and then a minus 1 for each one you're down. So we'll go from there.
How's
Brandon!
that work?
Death is straight up.
Barton.
So whatever
But
you
it's
roll
your health plus hard to kill.
Ultimately, her
Plus
shoulder
fit.
comes at you, and you're like, I got away from you, bitch!
So
And then
plus 1.
it seems as though
Plus
the
7.
So plus 7.
what the fuck is the vest he has on him, and probably the suit underneath he has on. It seems as though her hand just goes straight through that. However, you see that the plate, it seems like it bursts in fire, and then ice crystals form around it, and then it seems to what is it? Just disintegrate into kind of small parts, and as though it like were aged rapidly. And then so does the suit. The suit becomes brittle, and then you just see what looks to be this chemical mess where.
Okay.
So now your first.
It's hard to describe. It's like something was touched by the warp.
Oh, yeah. We got you. Dusty and I got you.
So Brant.
Okay. There's two guys that would be interested in probably training. They have their own supply. There's
An idea.
Colonel,
I'm gonna splash water at her.
and, Staff Sergeant.
Give me 11. Give me a brawling or a dex.
Brawling.
Or if you have any that, yeah.
+1, distinct
Brawl's
damage.
interested.
+6 for hard to subdue.
Yep, you're on 7.
That gives me.
At least you're alive.
Boom! My
So
head's
pass
down.
by
Did you pass out?
9.
She doesn't seem to dodge, but this is the reflection
Love
that you
that
see in the water here.
Well, I'm trying to splash the water at her.
Yep, you reach over, and but you do look into it when it happens.
So they throw them. Well, same way as the snakes.
There's this is what she looks like normally, and this is what she looks like in the pool.
Minus 14.
Otherwise, you get splashed with water. Nothing seems to happen when you're aware of water. You would know that it normally doesn't react. There might have been some sort of strange resonance to it, but you didn't really check. So far, your hand's fine. It's not.
But is, like, when he's cutting the water, is it like slapping her face? Like,
He
if
just
he's
puts his
punching
hand in
the
pool of water and he splashes the body.
I
and then-
figure she'll be angry if I'm getting rid of her water.
From there, I think we are at.
It's probably the one thing she values,
Erickson.
right?
So what were your death checks?
You made all
Made up death checks. I failed the consciousness roll.
All right, so you're unconscious.
He claps.
He looks as though there's a large section of his body where he's actually going to start bleeding from.
That's grim.
That is grim.
I don't know if your patches are big enough.
All right. One might do it. Two might do it.
All right.
If you could get those out. Benjamin.
I'll get over to Jeb
Yep.
and cast Mending.
Okay, you can give me a mending roll. What are you attempting to do with mending? Mending has a wide variety of things.
I'm attempting to mend all the wounds that he's taken so far.
You straight up repair it.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a roll.
So mending by 9 by 2.
By 2. You will get back 15 points of HP. Well, that's from him. He went to Jeb.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw Jeb go down.
You're not out of the danger zone yet, Jeb. Or was it Thompson?
You can bleed for a little bit.
It'll be fine.
His name is
Normally, you would imagine a small amount of backlash for just outright repairing damage to how it was prior.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, nothing happens.
Okay.
I've already told you before. There's no paradox.
There's no paradox here, yeah. So
All right, so
using it.
from there we're at. Before that, we're at Steve. Then we're at Jolene up at the top.
Did everyone go?
Yep.
Help me with the
No,
water.
excuse me, cats. Shit. Scarlet would actually try to move over to you. It doesn't heal any HP, but ultimately
Professor, you gotta keep talking.
you're unconscious.
You
You
said
can
it's
see
a
that
moot
area
point.
kind of solidifies a
I'm
little
serious,
bit,
it's the only
and it
thing
looks
that's
like
gonna
she's
keep us
stopped the
alive.
bleeding, but
I'm the only one here that
beyond
can
that, she is fairly close
If
to
I
where
start
you are,
hurting
and it does seem as
it
though
puts me down, you're all dead.
she does have to make a
Yeah.
harsh
I
decision to kind of veer
Yeah,
off
but
from
you
you a
said
little
it's
bit
moot
after
point.
Frank
After
arrives.
we
and
were
then-
shooting.
You gotta quit shooting. You gotta start
then
talking. You gotta
Professor.
keep trying.
I've only
You
splashed
said
water
that
at
it was
her.
a moot point to use psychology.
It looks like you don't know what kind of psychological trauma this creature has taken over the last how many years. It seemed as though initially walking in, for whatever reason, it didn't attack you right away, but it certainly retaliated the fuck out of you guys. However, at this point, you're not sure if you're going to actually be able to disengage.
One thing you've noticed, it only hit the people that actually physically attacked. You're next on the list, so maybe you want to
I'm
sort
not
of partly.
next on the list. It doesn't do anything but stop you.
Yeah, I don't know.
He wants to do psychology.
Try it again.
Whatever you want to do, man.
I'll try psychology again. We don't want to hurt you. We want to help restore you. We know
me a-
that you were wrong and you've gone through so much. We want to help you. We'll take you out of this.
Give me psychology.
By 4.
Okay. For the most part, she was looking over towards him at this point in time. However, there's a disembodied voice that screams at you, "Shut up! Shut up!" And it now seems to charge and look at you.
Charge at me!
With, what is it? There's an initiative before that. With psychology, you get a strong feeling that just fucking Jenny Jonesing her isn't going to do shit. You're like, listen, buddy, I understand. Let me Dr. Phil you here. Everybody has their sad moments. You just put on a happy smile. She is way too far gone for that shit.
Okay, I'm not gonna do psychology.
Listening to Dusty again.
Well, if you did it right.
If I did it right, I rolled.
I didn't say
a
Jenny
9.
Jones, or I said cure her.
I don't have
So,
anything.
Dusty, it is your
said
turn.
Psychology.
Now would be the time.
It does look as though she might charge up a similar effect, and the professor might not be as beefy as these two individuals.
No, I'll be dead.
Well, hopefully you just teleport the hell away from her. I've seen the woman that you are in the mirror, and if you let us help you, you can be logged. Let us help you.
Give me a diplomacy or fast talk.
Exactly. You guys aren't listening to
Boil
me.
all the water.
So,
Come on.
so the people that could be
I
doing
could
good at this
destroy the
are...
well, but he told me to do psychology.
Roll a 3.
It rolls a 3.
It is. So actually I made it by 2.
It seems like she pauses for a moment, but you can give me a body language.
Charging at you.
So be it.
We just keep moving
Body
around.
size?
Body language.
Or body language?
7.
Hunter, tell her if she stops that you'll marry her.
You get a strong feeling that she might actually not understand your language, so your words have little to no impact on her.
I told you that.
But she yelled, "Shut up!"
He doesn't. He's almost dead.
However, you did detect with the body language of 9 that she might have understand the tone of what you were saying, and there was a hesitant, but it's not enough.
You gotta, yeah, give her a hug, romance her, damn it.
This is the only way I know to show that I love her, Sim.
Rice, it's your turn.
Maybe she understood that language.
The fairy fire is lingering, but she obviously doesn't seem to affect her.
No, I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about the night gods that could be coming back around.
The fairy fire is still up. You have occasionally seen some things, but nothing has come through as of yet. You would imagine that probably in the next 15 to 20 seconds, the fairy fire's out, and at that point, the entire room's in perpetual darkness. Which, if it's anything like the shit you saw before, it's all kinds of bad if that fairy fire goes out.
No, they're screaming.
I don't hear anything. We might be out of this, guys.
I'll need the
Let me see what's
the
going
fairy,
on by
the foxfire.
flashing my camera.
Shit. Like that scene from, what is it, Pitch Black?
Beat it by 5.
No,
So I'll bring up the fairy fire again.
The fairy fire does burn up. You guys, for the most part, kind of get the backlash of it, but even though it stings, there's more like pressing things in front of you right now.
Yeah, roll it.
All right. From there, you can give me a body language or a psychology.
That's totally awesome. Can you lock it?
No, I did not make psychology.
For the most part, the creature starts to move up to you. Like I said before, it shouldn't actually physically even be up in the air. It looks like there's missing sections of spinal column. That might have been true prior to you guys even getting there. And you can occasionally see like what looks to be like maybe a dagger under a rag or other things of that nature. Like this shit's not new. However, walking up to you, you get a strong feeling as though this thing might have been particularly offended at your Jenny Jones talk, and it doesn't attack you this round, but you feel as though it's doubling up next turn. It might have burned some will.
Now would be a time to teleport. Now would severely be a time to teleport.
Let's keep talking to it, guys, because it's really, really doing a great job.
From there, we're at Barton.
It's because you guys totally nerfed it.
It's alright. No, I did not.
Do I have any
I had a reaction to
Can
this
I,
fucking attack.
if I took the tablecloth and like put it in the well, would all the water go in the tablecloth? How would that
Oh my
work?
god, he's taking more
Maybe
than
it could.
Should have grabbed it earlier.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
You're taking one
I'm
thing
assuming
I
it's
can
in your
use.
backpack. You can give me a
It's a
fast
bargaining
draw.
chip.
It might take 3 rounds to get it out.
Gun holster. I
Gun
don't
holster? Alright, I'll give you a fast draw. You can bring it down from probably 3 seconds to 2. If you make it by enough, you can get it down to 1.
I've got to wait my machine.
When you get there.
I could just start talking.
How much
fast,
is
so we
enough?
accuse of having fun.
I have luck. Should
What do you get?
I can't tell you how much the threshold
Well,
is.
I got a 5.
You want to go with that?
Go with it.
Go with it? Okay.
You don't want to luck it faster.
It's 2 seconds still. You take this turn, it's out. You're starting to put it in there. We're
Save
at
your luck
Here's a
once
few-
it
so-
touches you.
You actually are not
Exactly.
bleeding right now thanks to Scarlet. We're at Benjamin Brown's.
Moving over to Erickson and Mending. By 7. By 4.
All right, you'll heal 25. The wounds start to heal very rapidly, and you're pretty confident that you would be
Stabilize
slowly
him.
dicking yourself over, but nothing's happening.
Yep, I heard
He's
Hunter
out.
telling me about the quintessence.
Otherwise, where are we from there? I believe we're
Right
at.
outside.
Oh, did I skip Dusty? I think I did.
Yep.
Or did you already? I think you said some shit.
I was
and
talking
she
to
went.
you.
Yep. Then we're at. Mike did that. We're
You
at
didn't skip
Steve. And we're at the cats. One cat ultimately moves back in front of you. Bubbles, actually. What the hell is that cat doing? That's gonna be sad. Scarlet moves in front of you.
No! I don't want to.
Oh.
You can blame him.
At this point, there's another weird pressure wave that hits and rips off another one of her arms. And it seems like a lot of her equipment, even chunks of hair and flesh, hit the far wall behind her. However, this fucking weird form is just still sitting there. It looks as though it's getting hit by gale forces that would be enough to rock a car over, or just punch out a, what the hell is it? Punch out the front of a vehicle. Where are we from there? We're at Jolene's. Professor.
I don't know what to do.
Apparently none of the other people that died in this room did either.
So you better figure it out pretty darn quick.
Yeah.
Take the
You
water.
better look at
Take
your list
the
and see
water.
what you got that you can.
I have either a teleport or a portion. But I think if I do a portion and it doesn't do anything, we're dead.
You
Question one.
There's chunks missing of her. Her arms have been ripped off. There's even a kneecap. Some supernatural force is holding this frame together.
Right. Just means that when the arms rip off, you can't see the attack on.
Well, he got that now.
So the best part is when we get rid of all the physical thing, it's like, where'd she go? I'm a puddle. So keep doing that, Scarlet.
Well,
I think that's pudding, actually.
It was Pudding that was doing the gale force wave?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Like,
Because
can
the
I
fire went
teleport
down.
with Scarlet?
You'd be able to see that
safely away?
Scarlet used, what is it, gestures for cat's grace. If that helps.
Will Scarlet be okay, or can I teleport with her to a safe place?
You're not sure. Everyone that's been
Sure,
touched
Levi.
in one turn has been dropped.
It kills
I
one
didn't
PC
drop.
per round.
And
I
I'm
was
actually
fine.
genuinely surprised that somebody is not dead yet.
Exactly, because it says in the module, one dead PC per round.
No, he took like fucking, is it 78? His negative was 80, I think. Yeah. But then you're actually a little bit farther away from your death threshold because you went and had to go down your positive and then to negative.
Yeah. That's true.
Yep. So you have that
Fire's still
additional,
going,
like,
right?
that buffer, huh?
So
Fire's still going,
even
right?
longer.
Should be.
Could
The
be.
fire's still up, right?
Yep.
Fuck, I'm
Like I
taking all
said,
that water,
it's going to be
dead
probably
man
15,
switch.
16 turns, seconds, if you will, and it'll go down. It's very likely that everyone's going to be dead, so it really doesn't matter if you're wrapped in perpetual darkness. The next group of people that come here can pick up your loot. It'll be sweet loot.
Because they're going to
All kinds of
They're
magical
just
loot.
going to talk from the beginning and totally solve this.
So I think it's your turn still.
Can I take Scarlet and transpose somewhere where she can't get us?
You didn't set up a sigil to arrive at, and you don't have a sigil to go with. So you can hunter this if you,
You got a
want.
bareback.
Can I see in
Yep.
this
Rah.
antechamber?
You could try to move into the antechamber. That's going to be easier, but it's still pretty
She's
damn
just-
hard.
She can just turn around and fire.
Remember,
it
you
off.
can
Theoretically.
burn willpower to get a +2 to the spell.
Is that permaburn?
No, it comes back after a week.
Yeah, but what if I mess it up? And
You got luck, right?
It's
no.
Oh.
It's your turn, buddy.
Well, you got to announce it before
Should
you
I
roll.
grab Scarlet?
It's up to
I
you.
think Scarlet can get out of the way.
I can't say anything. I'm a damn cat.
Yeah. If you try to incline to the other two cats, they understand your body language.
Yeah.
Would it be harder to teleport her somewhere?
Not significantly. The vast hurdle you're approaching right now is that you don't have a fucking beginning or end point designated.
You're doing Bewitched.
But you gotta remember, there's no paradox.
So you're taking yourself as a marble and chucking across the room into like a cup.
You can accomplish it.
So you're like, it's over there somewhere! You might get in the vicinity, but it's
Because
not
if
going to
you
be fucking...
and Scarlet
As long as
die,
you wait.
you're going to be leaving me with Puddin. And I don't want to know what she looks like when she changes form.
Yeah.
She might turn into Jabba the Hutt. Hey, Puddin, no Puddin.
Look like the fat...
I'm so hungry.
Exactly.
It's your turn!
What does full
That'll be
space
best.
do?
Give it to where the
Full
gold
space,
key
slightly
is.
bent space.
It'll have the chain on your neck.
What would that do to her then?
Theoretically, you could try to dodge through fold space as though she wouldn't touch you.
Jeez, I don't
touch
know.
yourself.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Teleport away.
Okay, can I just teleport her away then?
Maybe.
But then it's opposing wills.
Possibly.
Oh god. I'm gonna teleport away safely to like one of the. Well, isn't it dark in there?
You know that anything that is not touched by fairy fire that is down here is wrapped in perpetual evil darkness.
Evil darkness.
Yeah.
Evil.
It seems as though the cats were literally herding you away from the darkness when you arrived here.
Can I move around?
She tried to
in
force
front of
someone to
the
do
well?
something that they didn't want to do.
So here's the
That's why
well.
she got
I
cursed.
move
Yes.
At the beginning.
behind the well,
Time
and
has
then
passed.
it's in
You
between
think
me
she
and the
learned her
well.
lesson? No, she's just pissed off
Can I
now.
move
It's like, you
there?
know
You
what?
can, but she might be able to just catch you.
If you had a car, I would slash his tire.
On her turn. Can I move and then
we won't
designate
know.
an action?
That's right.
Because someone
Can I
got each
ready
other
an action
different.
to use
Because
my
somebody
powers?
want to be like, hey,
Then that's
let's
what I'll
talk,
do.
let's see Kumbaya by
We
the
could've done it.
Quintessence pool.
Because I realized.
Hunter, it is your turn.
Because I realized there's an apartment building of life energy that nobody here can touch.
Now would be a good time to shoot.
All right, so given that I apologize to her, I tell her that, and then I channel
You
the
screwed me.
quintessence into a primal blast, and I
I can
will
use a
burn
portion
wailing
of the
blast.
well.
Oh, it's a lot of
Nice.
right there for her. That just means she's going to be invisible now. Damn it!
Well, primal blast is going to do pattern damage, so
Visible to you guys. I can see it.
since it's going to be a 15, and then I
Roll
get
6.
plus 4, so it's 6, so it's by 9, it's by 13, success by 13.
Okay. Then roll for to hit.
What am I rolling for that?
I think it is a cult dex based.
Cult. Dex. 16. So that's 10, 12, so by 4.
Okay. And where are we here?
And I tell you, quit stealing my magical energy. Quit stealing my magic energy.
Roll 13d6.
All gone.
Whoa.
So we got 6, I got 9.
Here.
4 more.
And here's one more.
Oh,
Let's see, 4, so it's 10, 20, 30, 37.
37? Alright. Ultimately, it pretty much shreds most of the body that's there. There's still kind of fragments floating midair.
Okay.
It's hard to tell the effect specifically. You did see the light actually, this time rather than every other time, did go down.
You hit her. Nice.
Yep,
Did damage.
I know that. I knew that from the start.
Then why did you have me do psychology?
Because I'm the only one that can hurt her. So when she kills
I'm
me
the only
next,
one that can die in one hit.
The remaining remnants of where the hell that is shambles towards you very quickly.
oh yeah, it does.
You can give me some sort of dodge. Unfortunately, you have a rough idea what might be happening.
So she's coming this way. I teleport the other side of the room behind her.
Okay.
You can now.
Yep.
Get back on the horse.
I'll do ones with some downtime.
So that's by 9.
It is. You have, I think. Do you have sigils on your feet? Or no?
I I didn't have a chance yet to do that, but I will.
You don't have a start.
He's got it on his hands.
I'll
does
say
have
you
an
have it on
end,
your
yeah.
hand, so you have a start, but you don't have an end.
Okay.
And whatever happens, something sucked. Was it a large portion of that? If you were in a sigil, you would have made it, but ultimately it fails.
Okay.
Something near you is just immediately countered what part of your effect,
Okay.
but not fully.
Okay.
But that's enough giving your
It's
penalty.
only half of these teleports.
No, I don't. Nothing teleports.
No, half. It's gonna be half.
That's 6.
Where we see your magnificent death rolls.
No, this is where
84.
This is where the group dies. 84 puts me out the back door. Well, no, wait, it doesn't. So 84.
You have your positive and then your
Yeah,
negative.
so it'd be 69. So I got 1 hit point left. So there's
Work on its death checks at this point.
There's 4 death checks. These I'll make, but the rest of you guys are dead.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I'm letting the
You
water
just
over the
don't- you
fire.
just don't-
I
That
didn't
man's
steal
sweating.
him.
Oh.
Steal him.
So I made the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, stay conscious, 16, yeah, I make them all.
Okay.
And then consciousness,
How about our next person is going to be you?
so consciousness, I'm conscious, this is 3, 4, 5, conscious. That's how you do it, Chris. Roll low.
So she could push right through the deflect arm, right?
minus 10.
She'd push right through the
I did.
deflect arms.
Just roll low on the first one. I got 10 after my minuses.
The group's first TPK.
I'm pretty sure at least a few people will teleport out. And Hunter's still conscious,
Yeah.
so he'll teleport out.
Yeah, what kind of damage did he take?
A lot.
What,
I keep sequentially rolling higher.
like, is he all
It's not a good trend.
I took, what, 79
9.
points, he said?
84.
84?
Drops it down to 69 or something.
So that would be 69, right? Yeah.
I will hold my action.
Okay.
Hold action.
All right. From there, this is Erickson. I think you're unconscious. Benjamin.
Can I get over to Hunter?
You can get over to Hunter.
Get over to Hunter. Mending.
Okay.
Can I do Guardian Bubastis again to see if I can get bigger?
Good.
And we're all squished on the edges of the room.
No, that just means I just
By
try
3.
to grab more people as I run. Don't mean I'm gonna fit through a hole.
This is something from really now.
Yeah.
So you'll get back 20, actually. And then you will stop bleeding out. From there, where are we?
Where are you at?
I went behind the well, so she would have to fire that at the well mentally.
You can still throw another one at the last, can't you?
Yeah.
It's turn.
That'll be my last. So you got one more shot to see if it works.
You guys see a ring of fairy fire start to kind of go around in the immediate corridors. It wells up. You would be able to detect the gate sigil has been formed around the entire area.
Okay.
Good kitty.
Where are we from there?
Do I get to finally smash the water?
It seems as though Scarlet tries to jinx the creature. Seems to go off. Doesn't seem like it's active. Doesn't seem like it's able to stop multiple magical attacks, but really they're the only one that's hurting them. So where are we from there? Right.
How depleted does the life force look?
1/3.
Beautiful.
It's pretty significant the first hit. However, it didn't seem like she tried to block it. However, you get a strong feeling as though she would have been conditioned never to block anything.
Now she is, though.
Where are we going? Nice cat. We're back to Professor.
Can I say something to him and then ready in action?
Good.
Can you
Magic.
can you attack her again?
What's that?
Can you destroy her?
now with one attack, and we only got one more round left. Since there's a portal opening, I'm going to try to get the party out of here.
Okay, then I'll run into action and trans. How would this do then? Do I assist, or what would be the best action?
If you nerf it, then you trip me.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Well then, I'll run into action in case his doesn't do it.
Doesn't make a difference. He's going to do it no matter what. Because there's no paradox where we are.
Yeah.
All right. So from there, we're at Hunter.
We can burn our own quintessence, correct?
Yes.
It's up to maximum 3.
Mhm.
So I'm going to burn 3 quintessence, 1 willpower.
Okay, they'll give you a +8.
And then you said there's a portal that's
There's a
open.
gate. There's a gate sigil that has been formed here in Fairy Fire, but there's no other adjacent gate. So you'd have half of it.
But because we previously had used the primal conduit when we were at the top of the well to sense where we are, I have an idea of where that is, and that's where I'm going to take the party.
You had a long time walking through the city, so there's places that you're familiar with.
Okay. I picked the one that's the most easily identified.
Okay.
So +8.
How does that keep happening? We don't remind them to set up their little sigils.
Angus Urquhart told him so many times, trying to beat it into his head.
Only
Never-
success by
He's
9.
my teacher.
Only success by 9.
Success by 9 is enough. It seems as though she was only able to stop you during her turn. Seems like she's doing dedicated or double actions on her turn. Who's not defending herself from what you can tell. However, you seem to...
The reason I didn't leave any sigils is because they got smeared over reality, so I don't have any with me.
We can't just throw one in the dirt.
I could, and then when the wind blows, it's...
Ultimately, it seems as though you teleport all up near the top.
Okay.
It seems as though she kind of... It's hard to tell what the hell she's doing because she's kind of rags at this point and kind of bits and sinew and other things of that nature. You can see they rapidly move back towards the well, and you quickly lose sight of it.
Just recharging.
Did we teleport?
Well, we didn't take her with us, did we?
The sigil was covering the area.
Oh, so she came with us? Oh, and so then she flees to the well? Okay.
So she's fleeing away from us?
Seems so.
For the turn order?
I'm willing to accept the ceasefire.
We hit her when it's going.
Shouldn't I have gone in between, or does it, like, have the possibility?
Dusty has before you. So it's him, or was it the professor, Dusty? Then we're at, what the fuck is it?
Jeb?
Jeb would technically have it. No, is he before? Yep. Jeb would have it first.
I clicked through, he mage blasted, and then he teleported before I put my foot in the water. I'm just curious if I would have scooped up the water in time. Because
What's the next action?
I guess I think I got skipped.
I skipped Dusty last time, and then I had to go back to him, I think. Because Dusty's
Because
basically...
you had 2 rounds where you weren't able to do anything.
Yeah, you were
After you
stunned
do-
your first turn.
So you did the fast round,
Dusty-
you gotta wait 2 turns.
Dusty
before
has a
you can start
7.25 as his base speed.
So, I don't know, did we go around
And there's
twice
the
without you
creature.
doing anything? I think it was only once.
I'm not sure.
I can't remember.
I don't think we skipped you 3 times, because it's really the 3rd time for you to be able to actually do the scoop.
Yeah.
Because you did the fast
There's
run,
2
it's
seconds.
taking 2
It's going
seconds.
to take 2 turns to get
So you
that.
take the 1 round to pull it, a round
The
to
extra
open, a
was
round to open,
opening
and then...
I would say that a little bit has started accumulating in there, but the thing is, it was the turn that you're putting it in there.
Okay.
So that's what sucks about reloading, is that you sit there for...
Go back on that. Technically, you have initiative while you're in this cat form. So ultimately, she's up there near the top. You guys are still kind of on the edge of the dark zone. Mind you, there's still light in there. Just every portal in this region is completely pitch black.
You hit her for jinx.
I can't jinx. The only person who can jinx right now is Scarlet. I'm gonna try to go bigger. By 3. So I stayed the same. Pretty much stayed the same.
By 3? No, you get a little bit stronger. You don't get too much. You get a little bit healthier, a little bit stronger. You don't get any more decks. Ultimately, then she seems to rapidly move. Whatever life force is kind of binding her seems to almost pull her back towards that particular region, the hole, and she quickly moves into the well. And it's up to you guys at this point in time.
I'm gonna go
Kind of
by and
pseudo
start
rounds.
mending people.
Okay.
You can turn back into one.
So, we start to
Teleport with
go
us?
this
Yeah.
way.
Seems so.
I'm gonna go back into human.
Did the well teleport with us?
No. The area that you guys were kind of near prior, that's kind of where you teleported outside the well. And then she went back into it.
I made it by 3, so the sigil is big enough that the beastie was with us.
Right.
So
Then she jumps back.
into the well.
It seems like the parts of sinew and other pieces that are just kind of holding in a rough form just spindled out immediately, very quickly back to the well.
So we can do it.
We can do it right after us.
Straight up. By 3 straight
I was
up.
burning life energy and willpower.
Ending by 3 and straight up.
I look at the queen cat and ask her if there's anything that can do to help with his willpower. We have damaged the creature, but we need something that can boost his.
Well, that's another thing for you guys to understand. If you cast spells.
You get a strong impression that the cat brought 2 powerful things here to deal with it, or at least help deal with it.
Got burned on willpower.
But if it was such a simple matter, they probably would have dealt with it
thing is,
themselves
though, is
long
that
ago.
if you're gonna die, why die with willpower?
Who else can have pattern damage?
I can sense when there's a pattern damage.
Otherwise, while in this dark area, the cats start to move away, and the larger cats will literally start dragging people if they're not moving. And you can see that the darkness at the portals are literally starting to consume buildings.
Okay.
You get a strong sense that something's tapping into a large quintessence reserve somewhere.
I need more quest- I got extra contestants in my bag. if I need it.
Which is
Otherwise,
probably-
the darkness
which is probably
that-
rebuilding yourself.
The darkness that had been kind of passively consuming the area is now actively going to eat up the whole of the center of the city as the cats start to rapidly move away. It seems like you're moving faster than it when the cats start pulling you, but if you're not moving with it, it seems like you're going to be enveloped in darkness.
Keep moving. Let the cat pull me.
Ultimately, after probably about 30 minutes, probably about 10 minutes as you guys hustle out of the area, otherwise being dragged by large cats, like 200, 300-pound cats, there seems to be just a blanket of darkness near the center of the city. Theoretically, you can penetrate that with fairy fire, but it seems to be more. While it was passive effect, prior, it seems to be an active effect now. And there's definitely a lot of primal energy coming from somewhere. Given your understanding, it might likely be tapping in that reserve that has been sitting down there.
That's what I've been trying to tell you from the start.
Nobody died. Yeah, it's good.
We could have talked our way out of this one.
Can we wake ourselves up?
What's that?
We're in Kenya. We're awake.
Yeah.
Well, what about the cat?
I guess we're not.
We're not awake. We're still in Dreamlands, but waking
What
ourselves
can
up.
we
But
do?
if anything, it's better to be here. If we're gonna try another
The only thing
Counter-Strike.
we have is Hunter's
I
ability
think we
to
need
do
mage
that
bullets.
primal launch. The mage bolts would not affect us. No.
Does
We just have to
Conjure
get trained
Light
Couldn't have
push the
private
darkness
conduit,
away?
the light
Theoretically,
goes
yeah.
out.
When I cast Conjure Light then?
Maybe a roll on Conjure Light.
So,
But the supernatural aspect of going back.
Is
3
there
by
any?
6.
You can definitely fight the darkness if
it's,
you go
it's
into
a
it.
deity's curse.
Is there
We're not gonna
any
drink
elder
that.
signs that can stop it or
Our symbols, yeah.
keep her in check?
Keep her at bay.
Theoretically, you could seal up the caverns that lead to it, but with that power, if she can tap into that power source in the middle, which essentially
She'll
is,
break the elder signs.
she's very likely going to break whatever you put up unless you have,
I have
unless you're Michael. You'd probably need somebody like Michael Larson that could put up a seal that would stop a star spawn. It could be done, but you think that given the resources that she might have down there, she could break it.
I have Conjure Light that helps against the darkness.
It's good against the
But
darkness.
you're missing 2 willpower, aren't you?
And 3 quintessence.
I'll give you 3 quintessence out of my bag to see if that.
Can I recoup it with his? I don't know what are you giving it to me? Water? Or?
In vial form.
Yeah, you could either drink it or use Primal Conduit.
Can we
What's the
pray
better
the
way to do it?
best
Just
for
drinking
her
it?
favor?
You can't hold on to any more than normal. The thing is, if those are poisoned in any way and you drink it, then you're going to be
okay.
poisoned.
But I'm replenishing it to my own natural stores.
Yep.
So
If you drink more than you can hold normally, then it's just going to bleed out of your system.
okay. So,
So, drinking it should be
you didn't
fine.
poison it, right? Okay, and then I just drink it.
Yep.
So that solves that problem.
Can
Yep.
we pray to best for her favor?
You imagine that you are being protected by your favor to a certain extent in the city of cats.
I know, but we're like family.
cats could have accomplished it by themselves. They
Would
would.
have done it.
If I look in both the Bible and
You saw cat
the
bodies
book
out
of
there
bad
too.
stuff,
So
to
it's
see if
likely
there-
that humans weren't the first ones to go in.
I look in the Bible that I got deciphered in the book of bad stuff to see if there's anything that would suck life energy out of anything.
It could take some time to go through that Bible.
I'll give somebody else.
Somebody
I'll
was
go
speed
skim it.
reading.
I got speed reading
I'll
and
give it to the
research.
professor. Tell her to go through it and see if she can find anything.
It could take some time. It does seem to be a demonic Bible, but it's
A demonic Bible? Where the hell did you get this?
Daniel.
Okay, I'll believe it.
I'm gonna meditate and try to search my subconscious for any remnant of Garen Terrell that might have an idea of how to save the innocent woman that's at the center. of
Is there
this
any way I
beast.
could set up like a preemptive?
give me a willpower roll.
My lovely modifiers?
Is,
Did I get? I don't know. Is the willpower that I lost from the fright check, is that permanent or is it just like a temporary thing?
It is temporary, but it is weekly.
It's the week still.
Yeah.
Okay.
is there a way I could
That sucks. Roll okay.
preemptively put up a little bit of the
So it'd be
exorcism?
by 4.
Huh?
Is there a way I could feed along my exorcism at this point? Like, set
It's
some stuff
possible.
up,
The
or-
only thing that you're dealing with is this is kind of like a high-level entity. You're going to need an old priest and a young priest, and it's her
There's
body.
no
You
priests.
imagine it's her body. Yeah, this is
What's
some.
left?
I would say this is some grudge level shit. So
What's
Success
Ben's
on the
compel spirit?
for
Compel spirit? Might. I
can
don't
talk
know
you
if
over
that would
here.
work.
I have a feeling this would be up Garen's
No
alley.
idea what spell spirit would actually do in this situation. It might work. I don't
Compel
know.
the spirit not to fucking attack us.
I'll give it a try. I completely forgot I had that.
Otherwise, if she's invisible, I can at least do something like ward unseen.
That would work. Yeah, compel spirit.
So we push Jim down the room.
Yeah.
See what he destroyed, right?
Right, those little paintball bullets that I could have made would have actually done something.
Probably
Does
not.
disintegration get rid of life force?
Might, I don't know. We got rid of the physical form, but we did a pretty good job of nerfing the physical form.
Is she a spirit though?
I don't really know. She might be.
If she's got no body.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. She's a spirit. Boy, Hunter can nerf her with those shots. We can like compel. Like I could probably compel her to slow down or do something long enough for Hunter to nerf her with those shots.
I just don't know if I can.
Hey,
compel her
Ian,
to hug
what does the spell compel
Can we do any
spirit
more
do?
research on her and what the cause
the
is?
spells compel spirit.
The thing I think is
theoretically
we can
trap
we
her
can break
or
her curse.
at least
We
some
just
way
need to-
bind her.
It's
The
kinda
only
like
problem is
Sleeping
she's
Beauty,
pretty
right?
damn
Need the
strong.
prince to ride in
Yeah, but this dude
on the
pretty
white
damn
horse
strong.
and kiss her, give her a rose, whatever.
So Scarlet, if they know what kind of spell that the print or the demigod used.
We need things more like what was her favorite flower? You know,
Well,
what was
how
the
about-
I suppose you get a feeling that from the cats that demigods don't need to cast spells; they just make it happen.
exactly? But what was her favorite flower? What was her
Did they know anything about her?
knight in the white armor?
For the most part, they only know some things.
She's vain.
Well, she was, but you know, she had an ideal, and that ideal bit her in the ass because of her hubris.
No, I can go over the story from before, but they don't know more than that. Other than she tried to gain the love of a demigod, and he didn't return the favor, and when she tried to force him into this love, then he cursed her by the dark. It was at the masked messenger.
Can life force be disintegrated?
Life force can be destroyed. It can't be disintegrated. Well, in a normal human, if the body is disintegrated, the life force just evaporates.
So a
You're
portion
dead.
would work on the spirit.
Portion wouldn't work on the spirit.
What about
We do know that there are. Gabriel Varus literally does have incantations that destroy life force, and in one
Yes.
instant had killed a pureblood because he just killed it. It just stopped. It stopped being alive.
Took the
It
camera
does,
with.
yeah. Yeah. We do need Varus, or we need. I would buy.
However, you would say that the
Spell.
primal blast was significant. It did damage to it.
I think
A normal person would have been just fucking gone at that point.
so. let's throw this out here, pitch this out here. I could maybe compel her with one of my spells to maybe.
How much
I don't
will
know.
do you have to put?
Will I have I can easily
What
put
can
my
you
will
Can
out.
I suck
Compel her to slow
any
down,
of
to
that
stop, to
quintessence
bind
into
her,
this
so you can
water
just
base
hit her
out?
instantly with multiple
Theoretically,
blasts
some of
that,
it might start to bleed
hell,
away, and it'd be difficult without like
Or
some
that,
way of
primal.
containing the quintessence.
whatever
But
that
it should
is.
be attached to the water, so theoretically, yeah,
I'll try it.
maybe.
And apparently none of these
Mind you, you're
walls
nowhere
are-
near that region right now. Everything else around you would probably take days before you'd see anything significant.
How far
Does
am I?
anybody have any relative?
You're outside of the
skills
epicenter
like
of the city.
poetry or anything like that?
Can I still? I'll give it a shot. See if I can pull
I have
anything.
You got
See how it.
Then why didn't you go up there and do shit?
Exactly. You should put your moves on her. Did you see the chick in the?
Well,
Did you
that-
need to end
that-
it?
responds well to
Yeah.
what's in
Look
these
at-
plans.
Okay, it's 11:20, guys. We can talk about this for the next game. I'll wrap up here. You guys can
If I
decide.
won't be here for next game. I'm bad.
Well, it's 11:20. Some of us have work in the morning. I have work in the morning. So.
I have it.
11:20 already.
Well,
5 o'clock's gonna be here.
Is there a way that you guys can channel primal conduit?
Alright, stop there.
Uh,
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 Alright.